Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The world holds its breath. As the live broadcast came back to life, people all over the world gathered once again in front of the screens. Yesterday's show had left them with a mix of wonder and anxiety. They worried about Luo Ke's safety, not just for his sake, but because they didn't want to lose the chance to learn the world's secrets and potentially win magical rewards. Even if the odds were slim, hope was a powerful motivator. At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and his top generals convened in the Grand Plaza. Special viewing areas had been set up for the admirals and other high-ranking officers. Sengoku, Akainu, and Akiji sat down, their expressions instantly shifting to shock as the screen flickered to life. The new location on the screen stunned them all. This is... Sengoku's eyes widened, a look of profound disbelief on his face. An uninvited guest. The same shock echoed across the New World. In Dressrosa, Onigashima, and Whole Cake Island, powerful figures like Doflamingo, Kaido, and Big Mom saw the screen and were equally stunned. Doflamingo, whose usual smile was a mask of calculated control, went ashen. As a former celestial dragon, he immediately recognized the location, the Holy Land, Marineford. But what truly made his blood run cold were the men who appeared on the screen. The world government's ultimate authority, the Five Elders. At the same time, in the Hall of Power in Marineford, the Five Elders were experiencing the same phenomenon as before. A mysterious, invisible barrier had sealed them in, blocking their guards. They knew this was the work of the mysterious person they had seen in the last broadcast, Roger, the man who had the audacity to broadcast live with them. A black screen materialized in their room, just as it lit up with the image of a simple room and a man sitting at a table. Luo Ke, whom everyone else knew as Roger, he vanished. The next second, Luo Ke reappeared in the Hall of Power, standing before the Five Elders. The five men tensed, their hands instinctively moving to defensive positions. The old man with the flat hair and a scarred face, who was always seen with a sword, immediately pressed his hand to his hilt. The entire world watched as this impossible scene unfolded. The common people didn't recognize the Five Elders, but they could tell from the opulent room and the men's dignified auras that they were figures of immense power, perhaps even celestial dragons. But the nobles, the pirates, and the Marines knew exactly who they were. The entire world was thrown into a state of panic. Roger is here. He's at Marineford. Sengoku immediately ordered all three admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and the currently deployed Kizaru, to converge on Marineford. He also dispatched a large number of vice admirals, knowing this was an unprecedented crisis. If anything happened to the Five Elders, the world would be plunged into chaos. A declaration of war. Luo Ke looked around the Hall of Power, taking in the grand, high-stakes room. Then, he turned to the Five Elders and greeted his audience with a wide smile. "Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the live Q&A hosted by Roger," he said cheerfully. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon. And for our new contestants, you may not know them, so allow me to introduce them. They're the supreme leaders of the world government, the Five Elders who stand at the pinnacle of world power." The reveal sent a jolt of shock through every viewer. He wasn't just in Marineford. He was with the Five Elders themselves. The audacity of this act was a direct declaration of war on the entire world government. Luo Ke turned to the five solemn figures. "I apologize for appearing uninvited. I hope you'll forgive me." The lack of true apology in his tone was evident. "What is your purpose?" the flat-haired, scarred elder asked, his voice a low growl. "Are you not afraid of the world government's revenge?" Luo Ke let out a soft laugh. "Revenge," he said, his smile turning cold. No. I think that's a question I should be asking you. The entire world went silent. The five elders' faces were a mixture of confusion and shock. Then, Luo Ke's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. After what the world government has done, are you not afraid of my revenge? The words shattered everyone's understanding of the world. No one had ever dared to speak to the five elders like that, much less threaten them. Sengoku stared at the screen, a new fear in his eyes. He had always known the five elders were in control, but now the dynamic had completely shifted. On the high seas, the great pirate emperors, Doflamingo, Big Mom, and Kaido, roared with laughter. To see the five elders so utterly powerless filled them with a dark delight. For daring to speak those words, Luo Ke had become a symbol of rebellion, a hero to every person who hated the world government. He was no longer just a mysterious man. He was the one who dared to do what no one else would even dream of. A clash of egos. Luo Ke's words cast a heavy silence over the Hall of Power. The faces of the five elders were a mix of rage and humiliation. They were the supreme authority of the world, and this upstart was not only showing them disrespect, but was also broadcasting their embarrassment to every corner of the globe. Their reputation was everything. They might not care about the pariahs they ruled, but their image in the eyes of the world was paramount. This Roger was not just insulting them. He was publicly humiliating them. "You're being presumptuous," the bald-headed elder in white robe shouted, his face turning red with fury. "Do you know who you were talking to?" Luo Ke smirked. "Have I not made myself clear? Or have you gotten so old that you've not only lost your hair, but your hearing as well?" Enraged, the elder lunged forward, moving with a speed that defied his age. A flash of cold steel arced through the air, and he appeared behind Luo Ke, his sword already back in its scabbard. The strike was so fast, no one could see it. "That," the elder said, his voice cold, "is the price of your arrogance." People around the world gasped. The leader of the world government was not just a politician. He was a powerful swordsman. The attack had been so swift, so precise, that Luo Ke had not even moved to defend himself. Was he dead? Had this strange, new hero's story ended before it even began? The unkillable man. On the Going Merry, the Straw Hat Pirates watched the screen. They had just left Kokoyashi village and were sailing toward their next adventure. Nami, still in awe of Roger's kindness, watched with bated breath. Did something go wrong? Usopp stammered. "That man is strong," Zoro said, his eyes narrowed on the elder. As a master swordsman, he recognized the terrifying speed and skill of the attack. "No, Mr. Luo Ke is strong too. He'll be fine," Nami insisted, her voice tight with worry. As the world waited for the outcome, Luo Ke simply looked down at his body, then turned to the elder as if nothing had happened. "Hey, old man, it's not very nice to attack a young person, is it?" Luo Ke said, his voice laced with amusement. "I advise you to not try that again." Then, without a single movement, Luo Ke's eyes narrowed. The bald elder was suddenly hit by an invisible force, flying backward and slamming into the wall with a deafening crash, leaving a human-shaped crater in the stone. The other five elders stared in disbelief. How was this possible? They knew their comrade's power. That strike should have cut Luo Ke in half. Not even a Logia-type devil fruit user could have taken a hockey-infused strike without a scratch. "Why are you unharmed?" the bald elder demanded, rising from the rubble, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. "I hit you. You should be cut in two." "Did you?" Luo Ke said with a raised eyebrow. The elder's face fell as he realized the truth. The sword had passed through Luo Ke as if he were a phantom. This wasn't a living person they were fighting. It was a projection. Luo Ke saw the realization dawn on their faces. "As you figured out, this is just a projection of me," he said, casually walking over to a nearby couch and sitting down. "As for where the real me is, you're welcome to try and find me. Of course, the premise is that you can. Revenge and atonement." Luo Ke's light-hearted demeanor hit a cold rage. "I didn't want to bother you all so soon, but you've managed to infuriate me. You used my likeness without permission, seriously infringing on my rights. Then you used it on a bounty poster, spreading false information and causing irreparable damage to my reputation. So I came here. Now, tell me, how will you atone for this?" The five elders were speechless. They had never considered the possibility of anyone invading their sanctuary, let alone someone with this kind of ridiculous ability. They had no way to hurt him, and they had no idea where his real body was. They were utterly helpless. They frantically racked their brains, trying to identify what kind of devil fruit this could be. It was unheard of, yet it had to be a fruit ability. After all, what else could explain such outrageous power? Meanwhile, outside the Hall of Power, an explosion rocked the castle. It was Kizuru, who had arrived after receiving Sengoku's orders. He was trying to break through the barrier with his glitter fruit powers. But even his barrage of explosions had no effect. The barrier was impenetrable. The five elders, seeing this, gave Kizaru a new order: find Luo Ke's body. They believed his real body must be nearby, on or near Marineford. As long as they found his weakness, they could solve the problem. Luo Ke watched them, a thought flashing through his mind. This is just like the time Orochimaru trapped the third Hokage. He smiled, not bothering to correct their assumptions. "I've thought about it," he said, his voice echoing in the hall. "And you don't need to compensate me. You wouldn't have anything I'd want anyway." The five elders did not breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this, but became more vigilant. If Rog is here to compensate, then they can still talk as long as they can talk. And this can also give them time to delay, so that Kizuru and CPO can find Luo Ke's body. But now Rog doesn't want to compensate. So what does he want? Is it possible to kill them all here? The five elders froze. And the people who are watching the live broadcast are also shaking their hearts. Marineford staged this scene beyond their imagination. Admiral came to the rescue, but was helpless. The five men who now control the highest peak of power in this world are like a dish that is kneaded at will in Rog's hands. This kind of thing actually happened. Sengoku watched the live broadcast with some anxiety, and now things have gone beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, the presence of the yellow monkey can't solve it. What is happening? If the five elders were really killed in public, the world government would lose all face. The top leader of the world government was killed, and the power was in chaos. Those guys with bad intentions will also take advantage of this opportunity to make trouble, and the world will be in chaos. This result was unacceptable to him. "Roger, what the hell are you trying to do?" Sengoku stared at Roger closely. Meanwhile, Nine Snake Island. Shichibukai Empress Hancock and the residents of the island were also watching the live broadcast. She stared intently at Luo 07 Ke, who was at ease in front of the five elders during the live broadcast, making them powerless. "I didn't expect that there would be such a man in the world who could make the celestial dragons feel helpless and suffocated. Who the hell is he?" "Hall of Power. What the hell do you want?" asked the five elders. "Since all of your bounty orders and announcements have been issued, it is too late to say anything. The damage to me has already been done, and no compensation can be made. So now I just want to do one thing. Don't worry, I won't kill you. If I kill you, the world will be too boring. For me, you're more interesting to live than to die." Luo's words made the five elders blushed and became angry. When did they suffer such humiliation? But this also gave them a sigh of relief, which also meant that their lives were no longer in danger. "So I decided, since you don't believe my live answering questions, then you will be the contestants of answering live broadcasts. Come and prove for yourself whether what I said is true or false. By the way, a small punishment for your offensive behavior." Rog snapped his fingers and laughed. "The rules are still the same as before, but this time I have only prepared one question for you, and if you answer correctly, you will be rewarded. You see, I am a kind person, right? You smear and target me like this, and even put a reward on me. And I will give you the opportunity to answer the questions that everyone else dreams of and reward you if you answer correctly. Even I myself think I'm a great man." Luo's words made five elders breathe back the breath that had just been relieved and took a deep breath. They faintly felt the malicious intent in Rog's words. If Rog was really a kind man who repaid his grievances with virtue, then he would not have appeared here at all today giving them the first blow. This is clearly a trap. The five elders couldn't help thinking of yesterday's Colonel Mouse. This guy can only stay and impelled down in the future. Life is better than death. As for the evil dragon, this guy's corpse has been left overnight. The worry in the eyes of the five elders grew stronger. People who are watching this live broadcast are also wondering what medicine Luo Ke sells in the gourd. What is he trying to do? Everyone opened their eyes and ears, not wanting to miss the slightest details of the meeting, and they wanted to know what kind of problem Luo Ke wanted to give the five elders. How can he prove that what he said is true? Luo Ke raised his mouth slightly, looked at the worried five elders, and said, "Then the live broadcast of this quiz has officially started. In the holy place of Marineford, there is a room and a vacant throne. This throne cannot be seated. Every king of the alliance countries must take an oath to this throne, indicating that the kings of the alliance countries are equal to each other and will forever vow not to give birth to dictatorial desires." Having said that, Luo Ke glanced at the five elders, who had already panicked, and continued, "Then ask, who will sit on the throne and be prostrated by the five elders during the next World Summit? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing." Luo's words caused the expressions of the five elders to change dramatically, and they looked at Roger in disbelief. They didn't expect Roger to even know about this. What does he know? Roger, who is it? At the same time, the whole world fried in an instant because of Roger's words. Regarding the first half of what Roger said, Marineford had a vacant throne. They didn't know it well. After all, they could only see it when the king of the franchise country took an oath. Those who knew this were either the king or the nobleman. They are not clear and have nothing to do with them directly. However, in the second half of the paragraph, question marks popped up on their heads one by one. The vacant throne symbolizes the oath of equality and non-dictatorship. So why would anyone sit on it? And five elders, who has the highest authority in the world government, still kneels down in front of the person sitting in that position? Doesn't this mean that five elders is not the real supreme power of the world government? There's a real ruler above them, and he is the real king of the world government. For civilians, they know the king of their own kingdom the most, but they don't know much about five elders. Now suddenly tell them that there is actually a king on top of five elders, and he is the real master of world government. To be honest, it didn't make them feel much, except for some surprises. Because that location is too far away from them, they can't feel it at all. But other than that, it's more funny. Because the world government advertises equality and non-dictatorship, it attracts franchise countries to join and manage the world together. It also arranges a vacant throne for the king to swear. As a result, you don't let others sit, but you sit on it yourself. Doesn't that mean that those who previously swear to the throne are actually praising the people who sit in this position? They are so good that the king shouldn't run over to serve you as a courtier. Isn't that funny? And this is too ridiculous. Equality and non-dictatorship. As a result, you are a king yourself, so why don't you say that you are not a dictatorship? This is simply playing the king of the franchise country as a monkey. This so-called world government is completely a scam. In fact, it is completely using equality and democracy as a guise to lure the kings of the joining countries to join the world government. On the surface, they're still independent kingdoms, and they hold a world summit every few years to discuss how to govern the world together. In fact, all of them have become courtiers of the king who truly controls the world government. Everyone now understands why there are nobles in the world, and why Sabo, as a noble of the Goa kingdom, is still called an inferior untouchable in front of celestial dragons. The so-called franchise country itself is only a subsidiary of the world government, and the so-called king is just a subordinate. The real class in this world is like this: the king of the world government, the celestial dragons of the world aristocracy, the king of the franchise country, the nobleman of the franchise country, the common people. The latter three are the class boundaries of the franchise standards. Under the class division of world government, the latter three can be regarded as one. The kings, nobles, and common people of the franchise countries are actually equivalent to common people under the world government under this system. That is, untouchables. This is what the world government really looks like. It is no different from a franchise country. The king, noblemen, and common people coexist. On the surface, there are no civilians in the world government and only celestial dragons. In fact, all the people in the participating countries of the world government are his civilians. This is the true identity of the people in the franchise country in the eyes of celestial dragons. Kings, nobles, and common people are all untouchables in their eyes. There has always been no difference, but 420 thinks it is different. This truth made the kings and nobles of the franchise countries who saw this scene suddenly feel very bad. The question of whether the world government has a king or not has a king is very important. They themselves are kings, and no one understands what this means better than them. At least in their eyes, the class is like this. The king of the franchise is equal to the celestial dragon's nobility commoner. They originally wanted to join the big family of the world government and share Bing with other franchising countries, Jiao and Lu, and they only need to spend a sum of money to get the Asylum of Marine. Why not? 4. However, only then did they realize that this is to find a bodyguard for themselves. This is completely to find a master for themselves. You know, the soldiers and Marine are all from the countries they joined, but the world government has no civilians. He spent money and paid back people, and in the end he had to call them dad. What's this? Inferior. No wonder celestial dragons treat them as inferior pariahs. Originally, the good king was wrong, so he had to get together and be a dog. Isn't this mean? The world government spends the money they give, takes their money to recruit people from their country to become Marines, and then let Marines protect them. From the beginning to the end, they are protecting themselves. Originally, I thought that this is everyone's Marine, everyone spent money to raise it, it belongs to everyone. But now it is discovered that Marine is a soldier in the hands of the king of the world government, not theirs. What is celestial dragons responsible for? Responsible for managing them, spend their money, raise their own soldiers, and manage them. The royal family and nobles of these countries are almost furious when they know the truth. However, they soon realized that one thing was that they could do nothing but incompetence and rage, because it was a foregone conclusion. Unless they can put aside the celestial dragons and reorganize a world government purely composed of franchise nations. Otherwise, everything can only remain like this. They will always be the untouchables of celestial dragons. But it is impossible to create another group, and it is impossible for the world government to watch them do such a thing. Anyone who dares to do so will be smashed by Marine and CP that day. Immediately killed. For details, refer to the current treatment of the Revolutionary Army. The kings of these alliance countries can only regret, why did their ancestors not join the group at the beginning of the group 800 years ago, and it was cheaper for the 20 royal families, which is the current celestial dragons. If they join the large group of celestial dragons, they don't need to join the small group of franchise countries. This way they don't have to be third class. When celestial dragons, it wasn't so good. But now it's too late to say anything. You can only lie to yourself. Although there is a difference, you can pretend that there is no difference. Anyway, in your own kingdom, celestial dragons can't meet a few a year. The veil of equality and democracy in the world government was ruthlessly torn open by Rog, revealing the dictatorial essence inside. 5 elders felt very bad. No king is willing to find another king on his head, and the world government attracts these kingdoms by the name of equality. This is actually a hoax that boils frogs in warm water. Originally, in order to expand the world government established by the 20 royal families, it had to conquer the outside world. Then it had to keep fighting to occupy each country. And after the occupation, it had to govern and rebuild, which was very troublesome. And with this set of plans for the allied countries, they can take the initiative to come to the door, and the world government can suck blood, and the allied countries continue to grow. In the process, the allied countries will become weaker and weaker, and in the end, they will find that they are inseparable from the world government, become a part of the world government, and are controlled by the world government. As for the regional lord of the king, whoever changes it is the same, as long as he can pay the heavenly gold on a regular basis. Through this strategy, without the smoke of gunpowder, before these kings knew it, their country no longer belonged to them quietly, and was slowly swallowed into the domain of the world government under the five elders. As a result, the existence of that adult is now exposed, which will definitely cause dissatisfaction in the allied countries. Fortunately, the allied countries are now out of the question. Their domestic talents have been absorbed by Marine, and their own army is not in the air at all, so there's no need to worry too much. At this time, whether they are withdrawing from the group or want to do something else, Marine and CP are not for nothing. They have 10,000 ways to get rid of these traitors. It's just that after this, the appearance of the world government will be difficult to look at, and the glorious image of equality and democracy will no longer be the same. For example, the former world government sold the king, and the king thought he was good to him and thanked others, but the future world government has already torn its face and has to coerce and induce these things. They have spent so much effort to maintain the face of the world government, but in these 2 days they were torn apart by this rock. This made the five elders furious. The body of this madman must be found, and if he continues to make trouble like this, it will definitely pose an irreversible threat to the world government. The ugly face of the five elders was seen by people all over the world through the live broadcast, and they didn't need to answer at all. Everyone knew that what Luo Ke asked was not a lie. There really is a king behind the world government. But they are very curious why they have never heard the news. And the world government has been established for 800 years. For 800 years, it has not been reported that there is a king in the world government. So what is the significance of the existence of the king of world government? What is the value of the unknown king? Some of them don't understand why the world government concealed the king's operations. Could it be true that it was just to create a lie to lure the kings of the allied countries into joining this wonderful big family? Minutes passed by, but the five elders had no idea of answering. They will not help Rog to prove the correctness of Rog's words. A minute passed, the time was up, and the five elders did not answer. Rog was not surprised by their reaction. He also didn't think that the five elders would take the initiative to explain the existence of him. Anyway, in his answering system, whether the answerer answered correctly or not has nothing to do with him getting the reward. As long as he can make an impact, he can harvest energy. If he doesn't answer, it's just that the reward that should belong to them is gone. But the five elders had no idea of his true intentions. Seeing that the five elders do not answer, Luo will take the initiative to announce the answer when the time is up. The correct answer is, I'm. Hidden behind a world government, the man on the five elders is named him. He is the real king of world government. In addition, the world government has only had this king since its inception, and the world government has been established for 800 years. I don't need to explain what this means. This is one of the many secrets of the world government. As for the others, we can talk about them later, such as the blank 100 years and the national treasure of celestial dragons. Rog's words suddenly changed the face of the five elders again. Who is this guy named Luo Ke? Why does he even know these things? Could it be that he, like the grown-up, is someone who has lived from that time to the present? At this moment, people who had been shocked by the news that there were still people on five elders suddenly heard the news again and instantly erupted in the crowd like a volcanic eruption. From the very beginning of the establishment of the world government, there has only been one king. Does that mean that this man named him has lived for 800 years? How could someone live for 800 years? Is that a human being? Even if Luo Jiang broke so much news before, none of this one could shock so many people all over the world. How the hell is this done, woman? Did the celestial dragon's master have a way of immortality? Is there really something so outrageous? Not dying? Is it really possible? I didn't believe it at first, but didn't you see the faces of those five elders? This shows that things have been broken. How can it be fake? I didn't expect that there is a way of immortality. Is this the real trump card of celestial dragons? What is the 100 years left blank? What is the great secret of celestial dragons? Why didn't you say it at a critical time? People seem to be instantly caught up in curiosity, madly wanting to know the truth of these things. Only then did they realize that they really didn't understand the world. And if it wasn't for Luo Ke, they probably wouldn't know these things for the rest of their lives. Who is this Luo Ke? "Who the hell are you?" asked the long-bearded five elders, staring at Roger. "This is a secret." Rog smiled. "Since you don't answer, then the reward for answering this time will not be yours. Originally, there should be a pretty good reward for such a valuable question this time. I didn't expect you to choose not to answer. Anyway, even if you don't say anything, I will announce the correct answer, right? Really 5 loyal dogs." Luo Ke's words did not cause any rebuttal from the 5 elders, because they were indeed loyal to the Lord, and they were more concerned about how Luo Ke knew about these things. They thought that Rog was just a person with strange abilities, but now they realized that they were wrong. Luo Ke hides many secrets they don't know. Even Roger knew a lot more about them than they knew about Roger. Until now, apart from knowing Luo Ke's appearance, name, and how he resented the world government, they didn't have any other information. When did they provoke such an enemy? However, no matter what, the world government cannot tolerate the existence of a person who knows so many secrets of the world government. This Luo Ke must be eliminated. Otherwise, the 800-year-old matter of the world government's layout will come to nothing under the influence of Rog. While they were thinking about how to solve the trouble of Luo Ke, they were worried why Kizaru and CP0 had not found Luo Ke's body. They had to find his body and destroy him. So now, according to the process, it's time to play the video. Let friends from all over the world come and enjoy the performance between these 5 loyal dogs and their master M. The title of this video is The Empty Throne. When the 5 elders heard Rog's words, they all looked at the screen in midair. They had seen Rogue play footage many times before. They were all very curious as to whether Rog's image was real or not. Was it made up by him using his abilities? After all, predicting the future and making it into a video to play it is not an easy task. They couldn't be sure if the previous image was real. However, if it's about themselves, they can be sure. There are very few celestial dragons who know the identity of Lord Amu. This is the top secret inside the celestial dragons, and only the celestial dragons with high status know it. And even fewer knew what Lord Yim looked like. Lord Yim has been living a life of isolation for hundreds of years, and no one knows what he looks like except a few close people. The one who knew Lord Yim's appearance before was dead. If Lord Yim appears in Roger's image, it is basically certain that Roger does have the ability to predict the future. If this is the case, then they need to deal with Rog even more. Rog, who knows many things, is already very dangerous, and Rog, who knows the future, is already extremely dangerous. If such people cannot be used by them, they can only be killed by them. At the same time, people all over the world also hold their breath and look forward to it. They also want to know whether this king really exists and who he is. This time, whether it was 4 emperors of New World, Shichibukai on the sea, or Sengoku of Marine and other marines, curiosity was raised. Who is on the top of the world's power? As the live broadcast screen turned black, the next second changed to another scene. I saw 5 old people appearing in the long aisle, and they looked the same as the 5 elders in the live broadcast just now. It seems that the meeting has already started. 5 elders, wearing a flat hat, said as they walked. 2 years have passed since the Summit War, and the wave that has been set off cannot be quelled. The lens on the bridge of the bald 5 elders' nose glowed brightly. At this time, the picture switched to a room full of vitality, and there was green everywhere. Butterflies danced in the air and landed on a person's finger. The man was hidden in a black robe, unable to see his appearance. Seeing this figure, 5 elders' pupils suddenly shrank. It can't be wrong. Even if they didn't see it, they recognized who this figure was at a glance. It is Lord Yim. Luo Ke actually has an image of Lord Yim, and it's still an image of the future. At this time, a man walked in from outside, knelt on one knee, and said, "Master Yim, everyone is here." The screen turned and switched to another room. This is a room with a high platform. On the high platform is a throne with a backrest like a sharp sword. The red carpet has been spread from the high platform along the stairs to the bottom. At this time, a figure in a black robe is slowly stepping onto the high platform while stepping on the red carpet. It didn't take long for 5 elders to walk in and knelt down on the stage. The man in the black robe sat down on the empty throne, with his right hand propped on his chin, and looked down at 5 elders. His front was light-backed, and his entire face was hidden in the shadows, making it difficult to see what he looked like. At this time, Nagasu 5 elders said, "The light that should have been extinguished in history reappeared." The 5 elders' interface with a scar on his forehead said, "Have you decided?" The flat hat 5 elders followed. "If so, please tell us the name of that person." The 5 elders lowered their heads to the man on the throne, waiting for orders. At this time, the screen switched to another place, and Yim took a few reward orders and placed them on the table, and then a dagger was inserted into the reward order. When people want to see who these reward orders are, they find that the picture is cut again, and the face in the shadow of Yim is fixed. Only the red pupils can be seen. The whole video stopped abruptly in less than 2 minutes, and many people looked bewildered. What the hell is this doing? Who are they going to kill? Why don't we let us see clearly? They are very sorry and angry not seeing who is on the reward order. They want to know who this big man wants to kill in the future, and it shouldn't be a simple character that makes this big man care about. For emperors? Shichibukai? Or is it a big shot? Although the picture only lasted 2 minutes, Yim's appearance was not seen in the end. But this video still tells them 2 things. That is, there's a real person named Yim on 5 elders. Secondly, there are a few people who shouldn't be there that they want to get rid of 2 years later, and it sounds like they have gotten rid of several times. These 2 years are enough to shock and think deeply. A man who has lived for 800 years is hidden behind the world government. What exactly he wants to do and what he is planning. What are the extinguished lights in history, and what secrets are they hiding? A lot of doubts haunt them. They really realize that there are really many secrets in this world that they don't know. These secrets are enough to affect the entire world, and even 5 elders and the mysterious Lord Yim are planning something secretly. Strong curiosity lingered in their minds, but the image ended here. It made them feel as if they had eaten a fly right in their throat, unable to swallow and vomit, very uncomfortable. What secrets are there to keep them from them? At the same time, 5 elders finally determined that the image in the hands of this guy Rog was indeed a real one after watching the video. This made Rog's threat in their hearts infinitely higher. What is the purpose of this person to release these things? What does he want to do? Where is his body? Why haven't Kizuru and CP0 been found? Countless questions lingered in their hearts, and now Rog paid more attention to them than everything else, and even the revolutionary army could only stand aside. What is your purpose? 5 elders asked. In terms of purpose, you can guess what you think is not important to me. It doesn't matter to me what you want to do. Just do it boldly. Maybe you can have some fun for me and make this game more interesting. This event is just the beginning. There will be more interesting things in the future. You can look forward to it. Luo Ke smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Then let's stop here today. My purpose of coming here today has been achieved. What I said is true, and presumably, friends who are watching this live broadcast should have an answer in their hearts. Everyone in front of the screen, as well as the 5 in front of you, this is the end of today's live answering questions. See you next time. What will be the problem next time? So stay tuned. After speaking, Rog stood up from his sofa and made an exit posture. The whole person gradually faded and then disappeared into the power hall. Then the screens all over the world changed simultaneously and disappeared without a trace, as if never appeared before. When Roger disappeared, the barrier outside the Hall of Power disappeared for an instant, and CP0, who was waiting outside, quickly walked in. However, the Luo Ke in the Power Hall has long since disappeared, and there is no sign of passing. Kizuru and CP0, who went to find Luo Zhang's body shortly afterwards, also walked in. They did not find a clue about Roger. At the same time, Admiral Akiji and Akainu, who went to Mariewa, arranged for Marine to block off the seas and islands on both sides of Mariewa to investigate Luo Ke's traces. However, this is destined to be a useless effort, because at this moment Luo will be counting the revenue of this live answering question on the moon. The live broadcast of this answer is over. 1 question, 0 correct answers, 0 accuracy, no rewards. Host gets reward. Advanced observation hockey. Master gets reward. Talent. Listen to the sound of everything. Unblocking progress. Plus 7%. The progress achieved 7% all of a sudden, which made Rog very satisfied, which meant that he had taken a step further in his dissociation. This time he obtained the high-level observation hockey, plus the Conqueror's and armed color he obtained earlier. He now has Conqueror's hockey. Moreover, they're all high-level, and their strength has reached the top level at C. He has also taken the enhanced version of the physique potion he obtained last time, and his physique has undergone a qualitative change, which is comparable to monsters like Kaido and Big Mom. This time he also gained Roger's talent for listening to the voice of all things. This talent is a treasure, and Roger can become the One Piece King thanks to it. It allows Roger to hear the sound of the historical text from a long distance. Although he can't hear what it is enough for him to find all the historical text. It also allows him to surpass the previous pirate and become the One Piece King. But this is a tasteless for Rog, unless he also wants to be the One Piece and wants to find the historical text. Otherwise, the talent is just a little buzzing in his ears. It's better than nothing. But what made Rog more happy than these is that the system has gained more energy this time and expanded his current home. That is, the sealed land, and also improved the living environment. It's no longer the closed room where there was nothing before. It looked a bit like the flower that Eam was in, with a little more of life, aura. This made Roger live more comfortable, and he looked forward to the increase in the progress of unblocking in the future, and finally lifted the seal. While Roger was adapting to the new living environment, the world was also affected by this live broadcast. The existence of a king in the world government has aroused dissatisfaction among many participating countries. The king is the apex of power, and they become the franchise only to keep a group together. Now that he found that there was an extra king on his head, he was naturally dissatisfied, and immediately there were several irritable kings who wanted to withdraw from the world government. When they learned that the world government has a king and a queen who has lived for 800 years, the conspiracy theory in their heads immediately went into action. Think about it. The world government was established 800 years ago, and this king was the one who established the world government 800 years ago. After the establishment of the world government, the king stayed behind the scenes and then used the name of a franchise country to attract other kingdoms to join the world government. In the beautiful name, Japan holds a group for warmth, equality, and mutual assistance. Marine was also established to provide asylum for the participating countries. Now the Marine of the world government has expanded to almost the whole world, and its strength is stronger than the combined strength of other kingdoms in the world. The kings of the original countries thought that this Marine is shared by everyone and can be used by anyone who needs it. But now the world government has suddenly emerged a king, and it is still a king that has existed for 800 years. This cannot but make people wonder. The world government and the franchise are purely a conspiracy made by the king 800 years ago. The purpose is to let the world provide him with an extremely powerful Marine through the form of the franchise. In this process, joining because the country has spent a lot of heavenly gold and has no more money to raise its own army, coupled with the trust in Marine, so the country's military strength is getting weaker and domestic talents are also flowing to Marine. In the end, the king of the world government will have an invincible soldier, and their kings will have mixed good and bad. If the 420 king behind the scenes came to the front and declared that he was the only king and included other franchise countries under his rule, then they would have no power to fight back and could only hand over their rights obediently. In other words, this 800-year-long conspiracy was annexed to the country of Im without the kings of the franchising countries not aware of it. When they reacted, everything was too late. Thinking of this, these kings are sitting on pins and needles. They were assured of world government because world government only accepts money but does not interfere with their domestic affairs. They're still kings and have supreme rights in their country. However, I suddenly discovered that maybe in the future, my own country will become a part of other people's countries. I am a fart king, and it is not a matter of Yim who will become the king in the future. And that why do you want to retreat behind the scenes? This is obviously a conspiracy. This human really played a big game of chess. 800 years, a conspiracy that lasted 800 years. This guy is afraid that he is not going to be the king of the world. I'm afraid that only an immortal fellow like Yim can come up with such a conspiracy. If Luo Ke hadn't named Yim's identity in the live broadcast, they would have been kept in the dark. They had faintly felt that the world government was already too large before, and the kings of them were already untenable in front of 5 elders and celestial dragons. They could only listen to each other's arrangements and be inferior to them. But because 5 elders has never shown intervention in their country, they have never thought badly. Now it seems that they are not interfering, but are planning to kill them all as soon as they intervene. When the time is right, it is when the guy named Yim stepped out, ocked behind the scenes, and crowned the king of the world. When the rights in their hands were threatened, these kings couldn't sit still. Even if Cautious did not directly propose to withdraw from the world government, he began to secretly contact the kings of other participating countries to discuss countermeasures. They can't just sit back and wait for him to annex their country. The flames of the rebellion are burning among the participating countries. Not only the kings of the franchise countries are floating in their hearts, but even the civilians and Marines are imaginative. They originally joined Marine because there are no nobles and there is a lofty ideal of justice, which allows them to find the ideal of life while finding a way to survive. However, as soon as this matter was clarified, they suddenly discovered that they had just jumped from one kingdom to another larger kingdom. They still became the knives in the hands of King Yim. The so-called justice still cannot escape the so-called law of nobility. Celestial dragons behaved wrongly, and Marine can't control it, and it can't control it. From beginning to end, the so-called justice is only aimed at ordinary people. This was a huge blow to them, and justice was tarnished. The things of the nobles in the world that they had been reluctant to think about before had to be taken seriously. Now world government not only has world nobles, but also kings. Then this is a kingdom. Their Marine is the king's army. No matter how they advertise justice, the king's army is actually the king's army. Can the king's army not attack the pirates to protect civilians? They can do what the king's army can do, and they can't do anything the king's army can do. The king is still the king, the nobleman is still the nobleman, and the common people are still the common people. They couldn't help but think back to yesterday's images of the Goa kingdom. Looking back now, what is the difference between the celestial dragons and the royal nobles of the Goa kingdom? What can their Marine do here? This cannot help but make these Marines who are full of justice a big blow. They are full of passion, leaving their decadent feudal country for justice and putting their lives to life for their ideals. In the end, it was no different from staying in the decaying kingdom. Where can there be real justice? When the veil of justice was torn off, they realized that Marine was nothing more than a subsistence job. The existence of IM has caused a series of reactions around the world. At this time, 5 elders went to see him immediately after answering the question. Speaking about Luo Ke, the order was given to find this person and must get rid of it. This person's life is too threatening to the world. As a result, 5 elders asked CP to guard against the kings of the franchise, while calming down the storm caused by this answer and strengthening the search for Roger on the other side. Not long after the live broadcast, the world government received questions from many kings of the participating countries, asking whether what Roger said in the live broadcast was true and whether the world government really has a king who has lived for 800 years. 5 elders denied all this and claimed that everything Luo Ke said was a lie and that this was a conspiracy of the other party. There is no doubt that this man is a revolutionary army in order to separate the franchise from the world government and finally achieve the goal of overthrowing the world government. So don't hit the opponent's plan. This answer obviously cannot let the kings of the franchise completely let go of their hearts. But 5 elders has nothing else to appease them. They did not admit it in the live broadcast anyway. So far, all this is just Luo Ke's unilateral statement. Just push this to conspiracy and lies. They also don't need to convince everyone. As long as there's an answer is enough. When a matter subsides and everything is over, People will forget the matter over time. 800 years is enough to wash away all traces, and Master Yim's time is more than 800 years. At the moment, the most important thing is to get rid of this fellow Rog, and he can't let him say more things, otherwise they won't be able to clean up the mess. Marine morale is low. The royal family and nobles are angry that they have been deceived, while the civilians are feeling that this world is the same everywhere. The pirate was excited about the exposure of this incident. For them, nothing can make them more happy than the blow to the world government and Marine. And it seems that 5 elders also got in trouble with Roger. Exposing the people behind 5 elders this time is just the beginning. The enmity between the two sides is just the beginning, and there will be more world government illicit materials being picked out in the future. If it can be eaten by world government and Marine, then it is to make them comfortable. Seeing that 5 elders looked ugly in front of Luo Ke, as if they were eating, they were not overjoyed. Celestial dragons? Marine Admiral? What's this? It's still not tricky. Rog did what they thought about for many years, but never dared to do it. With this incident alone, they kept calling for service. At the same time, they look forward to more illicit material about world government being exposed. They are very curious. What is the secret that the world government has been concealing? What exactly has celestial dragons been planning for 800 years? There was even a pirate who gave birth to the idea of a Dayton, whether to go to Marineford and engage in a big game like Roger, for nothing else, just for the secret of immortality, but thinking of Marine Admiral, many people recite it again. But these kinds of things make them look forward to the next live broadcast. A few days later, the turmoil still did not subside. When the sea was raging because of Rog's news, in New World, the Whitebeard pirate group encountered a group of pirates and obtained a batch of trophies from them. They found a devil fruit in the box. Devil fruit is not uncommon for New World pirates, and even more so for 4 Emperor's-level pirates. The rules on their ship are for whoever gets it. So the fruit was given to Sachi, who first found it. When everyone was happy for the luck of Saki, what they didn't notice was that Teach next to him stared at the fruit in Saki's hand. His eyes were full of shock, desire, and greed, and finally it is killing intent. But this look was quickly hidden by Teach, put on a silly smile, followed by Sachi's shoulder, and kept drinking him. The entire Whitebeard pirate group was immersed in the joy after the harvest. P.S. The update time is currently scheduled for 2 chapters in the afternoon and 2 chapters in the evening. P.S. The second update. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates did not realize that something would change the fate of the Whitebeard Pirates tonight. After 3 rounds of wine in the evening, the people who had almost drunk began to go back to the room to rest. Because Saki was filled with a lot of wine, his face was red and sweet, and his eyes were full of drunkenness. The devil fruit he obtained was beaten by him with one hand on his waist. After saying hello, I will return to the room. At this time, Teach stood up and said that seeing the Sachi brothers drank a lot of alcohol, he came to help Sachi go back to rest. Teach's behavior immediately attracted a lot of praise from the brothers. Teach walked over to help Sachi and actively wanted to help Sachi get the devil fruit box, but Sachi smiled and refused, saying that he was not drunk and couldn't handle it. Upon seeing it, a trace of killing intent and desire flashed in Teach's eyes. The closer he got to his goal, the more excited Teach became. He waited on the Whitebeard boat for more than 20 years, just for this devil fruit. He did not expect to finally appear today. After being rejected by Sachi, Teach did not reluctantly, but only helped Sachi back to the room. Sachi didn't know that his brother was already killing him at this time, and he didn't notice that Teach locked the door behind him after returning to the room. On the other hand, Sachi sat down on the bed, put the box containing dark fruit on his lap, and smiled at Teach as he opened the box. "Hey Teach, I heard that devil fruit tastes terrible, like eating shit. I don't know if it is really so terrible. I don't know what the ability of this devil fruit is. If it is very useless, it will be troublesome. Teach, you will try it for me after I have eaten it. If it is a good ability, I will cover you, brother, in the future, and I will give you a whole one in the future." After that, Sachi took the dark fruit out of the box and wiped it on his clothes to take a bite. However, he did not notice that Teach next to him had quietly walked to his side, and a dagger appeared in his sleeve. Teach watched Sachi's action as he was about to eat dark fruit. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand to kill and grab the fruit. However, what neither of them noticed is that at this moment, a barrier in the sky quickly unfolded, enclosing the Moby D **K inside. Rog has been looking for opportunities to conduct live answering questions these days, but has not found a suitable opportunity. Of course, he is not in a hurry to find because the impact of the last live answering question is still continuing, and he can wait a while to make the impact fully effective. But when he saw dark fruit appear, he immediately realized that the opportunity had come. In the next second, both the members of the Whitebeard pirate group in the room and the members of the Whitebeard pirate group in other places were teleported to the deck. Just in the midair of the mobile, a bright crack slowly unfolded, forming a huge screen. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates saw this scene, and they didn't know what was going on. The Answer Live broadcast has started again. This made everyone very excited, and even the wine woke up. Saki stopped eating the devil fruit and put the fruit back in the box. Seeing this scene, Teach quickly retracted the upper sleeve from his sleeve. Even if he wanted this devil fruit, he couldn't do it in front of him, kill in front of many people. Not to mention that Daddy Whitebeard is by his side. Teach looked at the screen in the air with a flash of anger in his eyes. When not to start the live broadcast, it happened at this time. Just give him dozens of seconds. Dark fruit is his. But it's useless to say it now. Teach glanced at the box in Sachi's hand, then hid his longing eyes and waited for the end of the live broadcast of the answer. Anyway, he still has a chance. As long as Sachi doesn't eat it, he can always find a chance to grab dark fruit. At the same time, many people all over the world are about to fall asleep at this time. In this era, people do not have much entertainment, unlike modern movies, TV series, and games for their entertainment. Many people only have rest after dinner at night, and even for many people, lighting candles at night is a luxury. But the people who were about to go to bed today suddenly noticed the difference. The street outside suddenly became lively, and when you listened carefully, you could hear someone shouting and answering questions. The live broadcast started again. As the incident spread among the crowd, more and more people came out of the house. In the dark night, in mid-air, a brightly lit screen stood there. All around it was illuminated very brightly, and underneath was a dense crowd. Everyone looked at the screen excitedly, wondering what kind of live broadcast this time would be. It has been several days since the last live broadcast, and they thought they would show up again the next day, but they didn't the next day, and then they didn't. Just when they were wondering if Rog was caught by the world government. After all, he had made a big fuss about Marineford before. People in this world who dare to make trouble in Marineford, the world government will definitely not let them go. The 5 elders were also relieved that Luo Ke had disappeared, and they were also worried that in the process of looking for Luo Ke, they would be exposed by this guy again. While waiting like this, today, the live broadcast of the answer appeared again, and everyone looked forward to the screen. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, Grand Line, the same landscape is happening all over the world. Both civilians and big people were gathered in front of the screen at this moment. As the black screen was switched, the picture inside came into their eyes. It can be seen that this is a ship. There are many pirates standing on the deck, and everyone recognizes the identity of the tall man at a glance in the crowd. For Emperor's Whitebeard. Why is it him again? Everyone was a little confused, but they soon became excited, because since the last time they heard about the Summit War, there were still many questions in their hearts that had not been resolved. Is there a look for flowers? It's just that Rog ended the live broadcast after asking 5 questions, so they only knew part of what happened in the Summit War. They could only be sure that Ace was dead. As for the ending of the Whitebeard pirates, they had no way of knowing. Are we going to reveal what's going on behind Summit War today? Thinking of this, everyone's heart suddenly froze. Naval headquarters, Sengoku, and a group of Marine Admiral and Vice Admiral were also seated. In New World, Big Mom pirates, Beast pirates, Red Hair pirates, Don Quixote family, and many other big pirates also came to the live broadcast. How will this summit war end? Everyone showed curious eyes. Live. Whitebeard and his adopted sons are also aware of the current situation. There were no accidental barriers all around. If it was correct, the players in this live broadcast should be them. 0. Soon their screen in midair also had an image, revealing a different scene from before. Compared with the closed and dim room before, the place was full of vitality. Soon Luo Ke appeared in the image, and the next second fell to Moby. On the deck of the D*****K. Hello everyone. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you very much. Welcome to the live broadcast of today's Answering Questions. The contestants who participated in the answering questions this time are exactly the people in front of them. Everyone is no stranger to it. They are all members of the Whitebeard Pirates who participated in the live broadcast before. There were still many valuable questions that were not asked in the last Q&A live, so this time we will continue. There are 10 topics this time, enough for everyone to understand Summit War clearly. So are you ready? Rog looked at the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded and said, "Okay, please ask the question." Rog found that the Whitebeard Pirates looked at him with a little more awe this time. He probably surprised them after he went to Marineford for a fight a few days ago. He could remember when the first live broadcast, the attitude of these guys was not very good. Rog nodded slightly and directly asked the question without procrastinating. Question: why did Ace leave the Whitebeard Pirates alone? This is a multiple-choice question with 4 options. Each question has only one chance to answer the question. The correct answer will be announced after the wrong answer. The reward is related to the number of correct answers. Please listen to the options. A. I heard that Luffy is going to sea, so I want to meet Luffy. B. Want to go to Wanakuni to meet friends. C. Learn about the celestial dragons who killed Sabo and went to get revenge. D. To catch the traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates who killed his companions to clear the portal. The time limit is 1 minute, and the timer starts now. Finally can figure out the reason. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group suddenly brightened their eyes when they heard this question. They have been troubled by 2 questions since the last time they answered the question live. The first one is why the old man was injured and what went wrong in the middle. And the second is the root cause of the Summit War. Why did Ace leave the Whitebeard Pirates? If Ace did not leave and was captured by Marine, then this Summit War would never happen. Everything behind will not be staged. After learning about Summit War, the old man took Ace firmly by his side, worried about what happened to Ace. Although he has now returned to his peak, he is still not enough to deal with the entire naval headquarters. If this war really happens, the ending will probably not be much better than that in the video. The best case is that both sides will lose. So in any case, Whitebeard and the members of the Whitebeard Pirates do not want to see Ace taken hostage. I don't know why, so I can only avoid accidents in Ace as much as possible. Now, Rog talked about this question in the live answering live broadcast, and it happened to them. They really wanted to know what caused the 437 to happen. Not only was the Whitebeard Pirates very excited to hear this question, but even Marine and other people watching the live broadcast were very concerned. What exactly caused this world-class war? They looked at the options. Knowing that his brother had gone to sea to meet him, it seemed reasonable. Luffy did go to sea. When the brother and his brother hadn't seen each other for so long, there was nothing wrong with seeing him. Go to Wanakuni to meet an old friend? The members of the Whitebeard Pirates looked at Ace, and Ace thought for a while, Wanakuni's friend, it should be Xiaoyu. Father, I should have mentioned this to you. Whitebeard nodded suddenly. He remembered that Ace had told him about it before. Ace said that he has a good relationship with a friend in Wanakuni, but Wanakuni is now occupied by Kaido, and his friend does not live well in Wanakuni controlled by Kaido. And Ace also sympathized with the people there, so he asked Whitebeard if he could help them drive Kaido away. However, this reckless request was rejected by Whitebeard. Wanakuni was Kaido's lair, and being carried out here meant that the Whitebeard Pirates and Beast Pirates launched a full-scale war. This war is no worse than the Summit War with naval headquarters. The battle between the 4 emperors cannot be initiated easily, just as Marine does not want to start a battle with the 4 emperors easily. Once such a battle occurs, both sides must be injured, which will create opportunities for other forces. Not only Marine is watching around, but there are other pirates who want to take advantage of the fishermen. If not necessary, they cannot easily start the war. And if the interests involved are not critical, Whitebeard does not want to sacrifice the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Fighting is deadly. In order to save Ace, the members of the Whitebeard pirates can sacrifice, and in order to save the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, the members of the Whitebeard pirates can also sacrifice. However, for the sake of outsiders, Whitebeard would have a hard time agreeing. It is more important to be family members. So Whitebeard rejected Ace's request at the time, and Ace realized that his request was a bit too much, so he didn't mention it again. After hearing Ace mention this, Whitebeard felt that it would be possible for Ace to meet Xiaoyu alone. And the third option, to avenge Sabo, this is also an extremely possible answer. They had heard about Sabo, although they now knew that Sabo was not dead, and he was saved by Dorag, and now he is a staff member of the Revolutionary Army. But if Roger hadn't told them, they wouldn't know about it. If this is the case, it is reasonable for Ace to seek revenge on these celestial dragons. These answers seem to be reasonable, and the difficulty of answering the questions is more than a little higher than before. But what makes the Whitebeard pirates more concerned about is the fourth option. Clean up the portal? Ace left to catch the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, who killed his companion. Hearing this option, all the faces of the Whitebeard pirates were very ugly. What is the most taboo thing about the Whitebeard pirates? That is brothers reading the wall. All of them are the sons of Whitebeard. Everyone is worthy of their brothers and their families. In any case, they can't act against their families. This is the iron law set by Whitebeard. However, someone in the option killed the brother and then betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Such a thing cannot but shock everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. No, this kind of thing will definitely not happen. I think the fourth option is definitely the wrong option put out by Luo Ke, so don't care about it. That's right. We are not those other pirates. The members of our Whitebeard pirates are all brothers. How could it be possible to kill our own brothers? This is definitely the wrong answer. Compared with this answer, everyone should pay attention to the previous one. I think the first one is more credible. I think so too. It can't be the fourth option. There was a lot of discussion, and they scoffed at the fact that the Whitebeard pirates had traitors in the fourth option, or they couldn't believe it. Compared with any of these other three options, they felt that it was more credible than the fourth option. Seeing the fourth option, Whitebeard also looked a little dignified, and he didn't think so. But since it's not the fourth, then which of the first three will be? Marco said to Whitebeard at this point. Dad, I remember a detail when I played the video last time. Coffee said. Whitebeard looked at Marco with interest. In the last video, Ace blocked Akanu's punch to save Luffy, and when he was about to die, something fell from Luffy's straw hat. Marco said, Send, I also have an impression of this. Diamond Joe's nodded. I remember it as a life card. That's right, it's the life card, and if I guess correctly, it should be Ace's life card. After Ace's death, this life card also burned out, so it must be Ace's life card. The life card is only used more in New World, and there are basically no other places. It should be made by Ace after arriving in New World. Since Luffy can get Ace's life card, it proves that Ace must have met Luffy before Summit War, and Ace personally handed it to Luffy, so I think the possibility of is very high. Marco analyzed. Marco's analysis was reasonable and convincing, and as soon as he finished speaking, many people around him couldn't help but agree. If Luffy Ace's life card, then they may have met for sure. If that's the case, is it possible that Ace was caught by Marine on the way back from meeting Luffy? Great possibility. If you encounter the powerful Marine Ace, you may indeed lose. Whitebeard nodded. Marco is right. What do you think, Ace? Whitebeard looked at Ace and asked. Ace also agrees with Marco's analysis. He is the person he knows best. I know who I have given my life card to. If Luffy has it, he should have met with me. And if we meet, I will also give him the life card. Hearing what Ace said, others also thought that the answer was missing. However, in the crowd, there was a person whose face was not quite right, and this person was Teach. From the moment he heard the question, he felt that something was wrong, and when he heard the fourth option, The alarm bell in his heart instantly rang, because he heard a very familiar feeling here. He was just about to kill Thatch and take the dark fruit. If he did this, the Whitebeard pirates would definitely not be able to tolerate him, and he wouldn't choose to stay here after eating dark fruit. Well, the fact that the Whitebeard pirates have a traitor is real. If this is the case, then Ace is very likely to leave the Whitebeard pirates because of this incident. Because he happens to be a member of Ace's second division, Ace, as the captain, is obliged to clear the door. Teach thought of the timing of the Summit War predicted by Roger, which seemed to be in the near future. The time, the people, the events seemed to be right. What Ace had to do when he left the Whitebeard pirates was to hunt him down. If 2.3 really develops like this, then everything is clear. Ace went to chase and kill him, but lost to him, was knocked down by him, and then handed over to Marine. If it was him, he would have exchanged Ace for Marine's protection. After all, they were facing the wrath of the Four Emperors Whitebeard. Before he could think about more details, Teach was in a very bad mood at this time, and his guilty conscience reached its peak. He can now feel the feeling of Colonel Mouse watching what he feared the most before his eyes. It doesn't get any worse than this, and if it comes to light, what awaits him will be the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates. And he can't even escape now, because the entire Moby D **K has been blocked, and it is impossible to lift it unless the answer is over. Now, I can only hope that Rog doesn't give him away. Otherwise, he will come across dark fruit with great difficulty, and he will be finished without even touching the peel of dark fruit. How can there be such an outrageous person in this world? He obviously hasn't done anything yet, so why should he face such a thing? Even if he is guilty, can we wait until he has committed a crime and then publicly execute him? Blackbeard screamed wildly in his heart, while he looked around, wondering if he could find a place to hide, and then escape as soon as the live broadcast of the quiz was over. However, Teach was stared at by Sachi before he even moved. Everyone was discussing the answer, and Teach was very conspicuous looking around here. "Teach, what are you doing? What happened?" Sachi asked curiously. It's okay. I just feel a little uncomfortable after drinking too much. Just take a rest," Teach said with a smile. "Then do you want me to tell my father? You go back to your room to rest. Leave it to us here," Sachi said. "No need. I'll just go by myself. Don't disturb everyone," Teach said to Sachi, then quietly walked back, but no one paid much attention. Their attention was on the problem. Only Luo Ke saw Teach's small movements and couldn't help laughing inwardly. This guy seemed to understand that he was the traitor. Rod didn't open his mouth to stop Teach. After all, this is the business of the Whitebeard pirates, and it has nothing to do with him. He is just a questioner who has no emotional harvesting influence. Teach, who had left from the deck, hurriedly found a place to hide in the cabin, praying in his heart that things would pass quickly so that he could get away. At the same time, the discussion on this issue by the Whitebeard pirates on the deck has basically reached the same conclusion. Compared with the other three conclusions, the first option is more reasonable. As for 2, 3, 4, it's impossible to see Xiaoyu because Dad has already rejected him, and Ace has also considered it, so he won't intervene in the country of 07 alone. He can't help Xiaoyu, and he doesn't have the face to see her. So unless Dad nodded, he probably wouldn't go. And taking revenge for Sabo is a bit unrealistic. After all, it is celestial dragons. Ace is not Luo Ke, and it is okay to shoot against 5 elders. If Ace really shot celestial dragons, then Sengoku should tell all Ace's crimes during the public execution. Attacking celestial dragons is a felony. As for the fourth, it didn't even consider it. With a unified answer, Whitebeard answered. Answer. Hey, Ace is going to see Luffy. Everyone is waiting for this answer. At the same time, in East Blue, everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates was watching the live broadcast. Luffy couldn't believe the answer. If the answer was correct, then Ace was arrested because of him and finally died because of protecting him. Then his guilt would be great. Luffy's always smiling face suddenly became lost. During the live broadcast, Roger heard Whitebeard's answer and gave the answer. The answer is wrong. The correct answer is D. Ace left alone to catch the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates who killed his companions to clear the door. This answer was like a thunderbolt that fell on the heads of the Whitebeard pirates. How is this possible? If this is the answer, doesn't that mean that someone on their ship killed a brother and then fled in fear of the crime? How could someone do such a thing? Anger flashed across Whitebeard's face, and the others were equally furious. Who is it who did such a rebellious thing? How dare you do such a thing by killing your companion? How can it be repaired? I can't forgive it. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and the others did not expect such a result. Marco's analysis just now is convincing, and they have already believed that this is the correct answer. Unexpectedly, as soon as the correct answer was announced, it turned out to be a traitor from the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku was amused by the answer. He had also held a special meeting to discuss this matter with the senior management, but never came up with a possible answer, and they couldn't figure out how Ace was caught by Marine. In the end, they were defeated by traitors? The Whitebeard pirates still have such a character? It should be a character who could defeat the captain of the 2nd Division. Sengoku touched his chin and pondered. Judging from a video, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates who participated in the Summit War seemed to be present except for Ace. If he betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, he would not be in the same boat as the Whitebeard pirates. The band of thieves should attack Naval Headquarters together. Sengoku turned his head to look at Brand New. Show me the previous record of Summit War. Brand New found out the part of Summit War in the prepared materials and left images and photos at that time. Sengoku brought it over and went through it quickly. Suddenly, he found a blind spot. It seems that in this war, among the captains of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, except for Ace who was captured, only 14 of the remaining 15 captains seemed to appear. How about another one? Sengoku compared the identity of the captain who appeared and found the person who did not appear. 4th Division Captain Sachi? Is this the man who betrayed Whitebeard? At this moment, many people are watching the jokes of the Whitebeard pirates, and it is funny to say that there's a traitor in their own pirates. I didn't expect that the dignified 4 emperors would be planted in this matter. Because of this, Whitebeard almost buried the entire Whitebeard pirates at Naval Headquarters. Since people feel ridiculous, but also make people feel embarrassed. At this moment, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates is also looking for who this traitor is and who made their Whitebeard pirates almost wiped out. At this time, Sachi's face suddenly became a little bad, because he discovered one thing as early as a few days ago. That is, when he was watching the video of Summit War, when he saw the scene where the Whitebeard pirates appeared, he subconsciously went to find his position. However, he looked at all the captains around Whitebeard, but he didn't see his figure. At first, he thought that he was being blocked by someone and was not photographed, but now, looking at it this way, it seems that this matter has nothing to do with him. Even a murderer might be him. How is that possible? I wouldn't do such a thing. Sachi instantly threw the thoughts out of his mind, and he knew his own thoughts best. Sachi thought of this and took the initiative to tell Whitebeard about it. Hearing this, Whitebeard frowned. He didn't believe that Sachi would betray the Whitebeard pirates and kill his companions. If it wasn't for Sage, then there's only one possibility, that is Sage who was killed. Marco and the others also thought of this. Hearing that, the other captains remembered what they had done in Summit War, proving that they weren't the one who betrayed them. Who actually shot at Brother Thatch? Ace said angrily. When he first came to the ship, the first person to talk to him was Thatch, and the one who had the best relationship with him was also Thatch. Unexpectedly, someone among them killed Saki. How could he bear it? No wonder he went to catch the murderer. At this time, Rog, who was on the opposite side, opened his mouth and asked the second question. Who is this traitor? The time limit is 3 minutes, and the timer starts now. Because of the mistake in the first question, this makes them more cautious. On the one hand, the reward is related to the answer. They don't want to miss the reward. Last time, Dad got all the correct answers and got the life potion. This time, they are also looking forward to what the reward will be. On the other hand, they also want to find out who the murderer is. Thatch, do you have any suspects? Whitebeard asked, looking at Thatch. If Whitebeard didn't want to face the problem, he didn't even want to suspect that his son would do such a thing. However, it is not a one-time live broadcast. It is clear that what Rog said is very likely to be true. He didn't want to doubt, So he could only leave this question to Thatch and the others to think about. And even Whitebeard was asking himself, if his son and the Whitebeard pirates really did this kind of thing, how would he deal with it? The murderer. Sachi shook his head. I don't know, Dad. I never thought that this kind of thing would really happen. I have a good relationship with everyone on the boat, and I can't think of anyone who wants to kill me. Sachi's words were echoed by others. You must know that Sachi's division of labor in the Whitebeard pirates is a chef who will offend a chef. And Sachi has a good personality, gets along well with others, and cooks delicious food. They really can't think of anyone who would be so mad to kill Sachi. Suddenly someone noticed a blind spot. Don't you think it's a little strange? Thatch was killed. Why is Ace going to catch the traitor? These words awakened everyone in the Whitebeard pirates who were thinking. It has been analyzed before that the murderer is not the squad leader, so it can only be someone else. If someone under the captain did something wrong, the captain should come forward to solve it. Since Ace came forward, the traitor was most likely a member of Ace's second division. Thinking of this, Ace immediately shouted to his teammates. Everyone from the second team stood up. Hearing Ace's order, the pirates of the second division stepped out and stood in a row. Ace stared at each of their faces, but still couldn't figure out which of them would do it. At this moment, Ace suddenly felt that something was wrong. How could he feel that the team lacked a smiley face? This feeling was as discordant as Father Whitebeard without a beard. Wait, what about Teach? Why isn't Teach here? Ace shouted. That's when they noticed that Teach didn't seem to be in the crowd. I just saw Teach here, standing with Sachi. Why is it gone now? Sachi's face suddenly became ugly at this time. He just felt that Teach's expression was not right, but he didn't think much about it. Later, Teach said that he was not feeling well and left. When I think about it now, Teach was obviously normal before, but it was only after hearing the answer to the first question that his face became uncomfortable. At this time, a bad idea suddenly appeared in Sachi's heart. Sachi said with an ugly face, Teach just told me that he was a little uncomfortable, and the room went back to rest. He did not express his doubts, because he can't understand how he has always been so close to him. Teach, who is called a brother every day, will kill him. There must be some misunderstanding here. No, it can't be like this. He must be wrong. There's no way Teach could do such a thing. Someone else must have done this. Sachi could only say so in his heart. Others did not think that Teach would be the murderer of Sachi, but it was really not good for Teach to leave at this time, and it was easy to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. No one thought it would be Teach who killed Thatch, because the relationship between the two was so good, and it was Teach who helped him back to the room when Thatch was drunk just now. How could such a good brother do such a thing? Whitebeard frowned slightly and said to Marco and Jaws, Go and call Teach. Hurry up. Yes, Dad. Marco and Jaws responded quickly. Marco and Jaws hurried to Teach's room to find someone. Others began to look for the culprit from the members of the second division. Fortunately, this is a question-and-answer question, not a multiple-choice question, and Rod gave them enough time to allow them to fully think about the answer. They can also look for clues well. However, neither Ace nor Whitebeard thought it would be the second team members in front of them. There is only one reason. That is, they don't say that they can beat Sachi because Sachi may have been killed by a sneak attack. But they couldn't beat Ace as the captain. If you can't beat Ace, how could Ace fall into Marine's hands? Could it be that Ace was caught by Marine on the way? But it doesn't make sense either. Can Ace run when he can't beat it? Why are you fighting with Marine? He is not here to trouble Marine, but to catch traitors. Did you bump into Marine Admiral on the road? Everyone was puzzled. As they pondered the answer, Marco and Jaws returned. Dad, Teach is gone, Marco said with a somewhat ugly expression. We searched the cabin and found no sign of Teach. Jaws frowned. The words of Marco and Jaws suddenly caused bad thoughts to arise in the minds of the Whitebeard pirates. And Sachi's face was even darker than ink. Originally, he didn't want to believe that Teach killed him anyway. But now Teach has run away and disappeared without a trace at this critical moment, which shows that there must be a ghost inside. Could it be Teach? Sachi suddenly found a blind spot. That is, Zhang, who Teach left, didn't hear the answer to the first question at all. At that time, no one knew that the correct option was the fourth one. However, Teach's face suddenly turned ugly after hearing the option, and then left in a hurry. This means that he knew about it when he heard the option. Yet Teach hasn't killed him yet, so why would he know the answer? A bold idea popped into Sachi's mind. That is to say, Teach was about to do this just now, but was interrupted by the live broadcast, so he understood that if there was no live broadcast interruption, then he had already killed himself. So after hearing this answer, the thief left with a guilty conscience. Why did Teach want to kill him? Sachi suddenly looked at the box he was holding, which contained the devil fruit harvested today. He was about to eat this fruit just now, and Teach was by his side. Could it be that Teach killed him for this fruit? Thinking of this, Sachi felt very sad. His brother of 20 years was not worth a devil fruit. Teach's disappearance, coupled with the fact that he is now looking for a traitor, combined, and it was no coincidence that everyone in the Whitebeard pirates immediately realized it. No way. The traitor turned out to be Teach Long. Why did Teach do this? Is there some misunderstanding? This guy Teach. I will never forgive him for daring to do such a thing. Hurry up and find this guy. In any case, this matter must be asked clearly. Daddy and Thatch are so good to him. Why did he betray us? The members of the Whitebeard pirates scattered in a hurry, and they all scattered to find the trace of Teach. Whitebeard's face was very serious, which had violated his bottom line. Killing a brother and betraying the Whitebeard pirates is an iron law that must not be violated on this ship. Teach's smiling face appeared in Whitebeard's mind. He couldn't understand that Teach would do such a thing. Why on earth would he betray Whitebeard's pirate group? Soon Teach was found and captured. Although the Moby D **K is big, it is only so big no matter how big it is. Now the Moby D **K is blocked by a barrier, and people inside can't get out, and people outside can't get in. The people of the Whitebeard pirates are very familiar with this ship, and they know almost every corner. The whole group went looking for it, and Teach was found after a while. Teach, who was brought back, was still wet. It turned out that this guy thought that he would be found sooner or later when he stayed on the boat, so he dived directly into the sea, waiting for the end of the live broadcast to escape directly from the sea. However, their Whitebeard pirates have murlocs. Some people are looking for them on the boat, and some people are looking for them in the sea. No matter how well Teach hides, they can't hide from the eyes of the murlocs in the sea. After being discovered, Teach did not resist, surrendered obediently, and was caught. He knew very well that no matter how hard he resisted, he would not be able to beat Whitebeard in his heyday. So it was better to surrender before the situation became more volatile. And he has been the son of Whitebeard for more than 20 years. He knows the character of this old man very well. Of course, he also knows the weakness of Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Teach very disappointed, then looked at Rog, and said, "Answer. It's Marshal D. Teach." The answer is correct, Roger readily affirmed. However, this affirmation made Whitebeard angry and sad. He would rather the answer be wrong than see this happening. Seeing Whitebeard's angry eyes, Teach knelt down and said, "Father, I was confused for a while. It was my lord that was blindfolded to have this thought. Damn it, Sachi, I'm sorry for you, but I didn't hold back greed for a while and wanted to do this kind of thing. Daddy, kill me. I committed such a crime. Even death deserves it. I dare not ask for your forgiveness, but in the end, please allow me to call you Daddy again." Teach burst into tears, his face full of regret. Watching the brothers who have been together become like this, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates group present looked sad, both angry and disappointed at Teach. They wanted to say something to Teach, but they couldn't say it after hearing Teach's words, so they could only look at Whitebeard and let him decide. Whitebeard looked at Teach very disappointed. "I never thought that you were the one who did this kind of thing. How can you do this kind of thing to the brothers on the boat? Why on earth is there any bloody feud between you and Saki? You're going to kill him. You were brothers for more than 20 years. How can you do it?" Whitebeard rapped his forehead with a heartache. If he hadn't been healthy now, he would have been dizzy with anger when he heard this. Sachi looked at Teach with an incredible and painful look. "Is it because of this? You want to kill me?" Everyone looked over and saw the box in Saki's hand. The lid of the box was opened, revealing the devil fruit inside. "Just for a devil fruit?" Sachi asked. I was wrong, Sachi, I was wrong. You can beat me up. You can do anything. As long as you can vent your anger, I can. Teach said. Sachi looked at Teach very disappointed, but did not expect that their brotherhood for more than 20 years would be broken because of a devil fruit. If you really want this devil fruit, tell me, can I not give it to you? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Sachi said with a hatred of iron and steel. Teach lowered his head and said, nothing, as if I was a sinner at your disposal. Everyone looked at him, and for the sake of his brothers for decades, they couldn't help but give birth to a trace of sympathy. However, they didn't see Teach's lowered head. After hearing their softened tone, a glimmer of success flashed in their eyes. As a veteran of the Whitebeard pirate group, Teach is very aware of the atmosphere of the group, from the father to the crew. Everyone attaches great importance to brotherhood. Because of this, they were very angry at the betrayal between the brothers and couldn't tolerate it. But the same is true. They can't be completely cruel to their brothers. Papa Whitebeard is even more so. So Teach knew what to do and not to do the moment he was discovered. Rebelling will only make the old man more angry. He only needs to play the role of his son well. For the old man, even the son who made a mistake is still a son that I end the final analysis. He was only motivated by the treasure for a while. He just made the mistake that all pirates would make. This kind of thing is an unforgivable felony in the eyes of ordinary people, but among pirates, it is not a very serious matter. The only serious thing is that he might have killed Sachi. But now, he hasn't done anything yet. How could the old man kill another son himself for the sake of his surviving son? This wave is called retreat as advance. A sly light flashed in Teach's low face. Whitebeard was heartbroken when he knew the reason. He didn't expect it to be because of this reason. It turned out to be a devil fruit that made his son fight each other. He tried to maintain the family love of the Whitebeard pirates for so many years and was defeated in front of a devil fruit. This couldn't help but make him feel sad and depressed as an old father. He looked at Teach, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of helplessness, anger, disappointment, and sadness. He didn't know what to do with Teach, even if Teach did kill Sachi. Facing Teach's remorseful words, he could not kill his son. Just ask Jaws to tie up Teach and wait for the end of the live broadcast before considering how to deal with this guy. Now so many people are watching. No matter how Teach betrays the Whitebeard pirates, that is also their family affair with the Whitebeard pirates. No matter how Teach, damn it, that's his son. Family ugliness should not be publicized. He can't do things that righteously destroy relatives in front of outsiders. This will only make loved ones hate the enemies. I must have had a grudge with the Whitebeard pirate group before or have. How good Jianwan guys. Now, they're all watching his jokes. Just as Whitebeard thought Kaido, Big Mom, Doflamingo. Even the Marines were watching this family drama of brothers reading the wall staged by the Whitebeard pirates. Unexpectedly, as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard doesn't know how to deal with such a thing. But this has nothing to do with them. They're considered to be comfortable eating melons. The Whitebeard pirates, which has always been famous for being brothers and sisters, finally happened today. The so-called unity of the Whitebeard pirates is nothing more than that. Naval headquarters, Sengoku, and other Marines feel a little pity. Unexpectedly, the Whitebeard pirate group actually produced Teach, the second and fifth boy. The so-called strongest fortress was also destroyed from the inside. Originally, there were guys like Teach, and they could also destroy them from within the Whitebeard pirate group. But now this traitor has been investigated. Although they watched a good show, the ultimate beneficiary of this incident is the Whitebeard pirates. But the Whitebeard pirates lacked a potential time bomb crowd. Pity. Others didn't know Teach's thoughts. Luo understood what the other party thought the moment Teach knelt down. How could Blackbeard Teach, known for being a cunning gambler in disguise, surrender obediently? This guy was acting 100% for Whitebeard. But this has nothing to do with Luo Jiang. Whitebeard is soft-hearted. It is Whitebeard's business. He has already pointed out everything. Whitebeard can't be cruel, so the trouble will be borne by the Whitebeard pirates. He is just an emotional questioner, only responsible for explaining the facts, making an impact, and harvesting energy. The name of that devil fruit is dark fruit. It has the ability to invalidate other demon fruit power, absorb damage, and suck things into a black hole to compress and smash. It is a very terrifying fruit. Teach had seen the appearance of this fruit from the Devil Fruit illustrated book a long time ago, and has been waiting for this fruit to appear. He believes that only this fruit can support his dream. He stayed in the Whitebeard pirates for the same purpose, and he believed that the chance of encountering this fruit would be greater if he stayed here. Teach is a gambler. Whether he can meet this fruit in his luck, if he can't touch it for a lifetime, then just stay with the Whitebeard pirates. If he does, he will continue his ambitions. In fact, Teach and Luffy are the same. They both want to become One Piece. It can only be said that as a pirate, his luck is not so bad, but for you Whitebeard pirates, your luck is not so good. After listening to Luo Ke's words, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group finally understood why this guy Teach would kill his brother for a mere devil fruit. It turned out that this guy didn't make a temporary motive, but had an ulterior motive. He had been eyeing this dark fruit a long time ago, waited for more than 20 years, and finally waited for this fruit. However, this fruit does not belong to him, and Teach, who is in a hurry, does not want to miss this hard-won opportunity, so he kills and grabs the fruit. Unexpectedly, Teach, who they had always thought to be a simple and honest person, had such a big ambition hidden under this appearance. One Piece. They never noticed it. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill at Teach. This guy has been pretending to be honest in front of them for more than 20 years. What kind of person can do this level? They were soft-hearted about Teach's birth. Jiang Shi disappeared and replaced him with vigilance. Such a guy is too dangerous. And Whitebeard heard Roger say that Teach thought about staying in Whitebeard's pirates for the rest of his life if he didn't find dark fruit as his son. Without feeling the fate makes people. Teach has been on the ship for more than 20 years and unexpectedly met dark fruit at this time. Whitebeard couldn't help but regret it. If they didn't meet the pirates yesterday and didn't get the dark fruit from the pirates, then such a tragedy would not happen to the Whitebeard pirates. It's all caused by a devil fruit. For 137, Whitebeard thought of this and turned to look at Sachi and said, "Sachi, you can eat this devil fruit now, and from now on our boat, the devil fruit obtained must be eaten on the spot. I will not allow it anymore." Something like this happened. Whitebeard felt that he had underestimated devil fruit's position in the hearts of others. After hearing about dark fruit's abilities, he probably could understand why Teach was willing to take the risk of killing his brothers and betraying the Whitebeard pirates. The powerful abilities really made people crazy. He didn't take this matter to heart before, thinking that it was all the people on the boat and they distributed the food, but after this happened, he realized that even if it is a close brother, he needs to face huge benefits. Cautious. In order to avoid such things from happening again, this matter must be taken seriously. Sachi nodded when he heard the words. He glanced at Teach. Teach was obviously slightly shocked when he heard Sachi's words, but he didn't do anything, still lowered his head and couldn't see the expression on his face. Sachi then took out dark fruit and took a bite. He felt that devil fruit was as unpalatable as he had heard before. After taking one bite, I put the rest aside and felt the power I gained. I saw 2 clouds of black smoke attached to his hands after a while. Marco took the initiative to come over and let Sachi activate his ability. I saw that Sachi stretched out his hand to Marco, and Marco was sucked into his hand by Sachi in the air. At this time, Marco wanted to activate his ability, but found that his phoenix fruit had lost its effect. Sure enough, as Mr. Luo Ke said, my ability has failed. Marco said to Whitebeard. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates were very happy to see this scene, and they were very excited that Sachi had obtained such a powerful fruit ability, which could invalidate the abilities of other abilities, which means that Sachi is now the owner of all abilities. Nemesis. And you must know that the 4 emperors on the scene now are all capable except for the red hair. Shichibukai are all capable except Hawkeye, and Marine 3 Admiral are all capable. This means that another powerful force has appeared in their Whitebeard pirates, and they are even stronger. Hearing their words, Teach raised his head and listened to Sachi's smoky hand and immediately lowered his head. A fiery look flashed in his eyes, This is his dream ability. Compared to the excitement of the Whitebeard pirates, other people who saw this scene had a bad look on their faces. Big Mom, Kaido, and other big pirates have very unpleasant faces. Originally, they were very happy to eat melons, but they saw that Whitebeard has added such a useful person. You must know that their subordinates are basically demon fruit power per capita. The Whitebeard pirates now have one more nemesis. Originally, the Whitebeard pirates were very powerful because of the existence of Whitebeard, and Whitebeard himself has returned to his peak. Now, there is another dark fruit ability, Sachi. Now the momentum of the Whitebeard pirates has already slightly overwhelmed the other four emperors, and the situation is not very good. The same goes for Marine. Sengoku immediately realized the threat of having such a powerful person in the Whitebeard pirates. Immediately increased Sachi's bounty to 850 million Baileys. The current Whitebeard pirates are too dangerous. Not only Whitebeard is back in its prime, but also dark fruit-capable people. In the face of such an enemy, Marine and Admiral are useless. Fortunately, they have Garp on their side. When the incompetent exists, there will be no power to fight back. It's better to let Teach eat it. This will not only cause a split within the Whitebeard pirates, but also be a huge blow to the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku and the others couldn't help complaining. How could this Rog cause them trouble? Is this also your revenge against world government and Marine? Even so, the Whitebeard pirates became Marine's most dangerous enemy. As for Rog, he is the most dangerous enemy in the eyes of the world government. After Dark Fruit was eaten by Teach, Whitebeard was relieved, and finally there was one less point of contention. And now there's only what to do with Teach, but this matter will be discussed after the live broadcast of the answer. Rog also started to ask the third question. What was the real intention of Marshal D. Teach after defeating Ace, who was chasing him, and giving him to Marine in exchange for becoming Shichibukai? Here are four options. A. In exchange for Marine's asylum. B. Collect Ace's bounty from Marine. C. Get permission to go to Impelled Down. D. To provoke a dispute between Whitebeard and Marine and transfer Whitebeard's own hatred. Hearing this question, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group glared at Teach. And Teach also felt their sight and couldn't help groaning his heart. Please, don't give me hatred anymore. I will be all right now. If you pull me, I will really be gone. But Teach didn't dare to say this. He didn't dare to say it in front of Whitebeard, and he didn't dare to offend Roger. He is a man who even dared to refuse to accept 5 elders and went straight to it. To provoke such a guy, is this not fast enough? The dragons that offended Roger last time are probably buried. Teach can only swallow all the suffering himself, and now there's hardship to say he did these things but not completely, but this pot he has to completely recite. The third question, Oct, is easier than the previous 2 questions because it gives more information. Marco thought for a while and said, since it is said that Teach became Shichibukai's real intention, then the intention that can be seen at a glance should be false. Among these 4 options, A and B can basically be eliminated, and the remaining ones are C and D, to gain the permission to impel down and divert the attention of the old man. The answer should be in these 2 options. As expected of Marco, he narrowed it all at once. Everyone couldn't help laughing. In this case, the 4th one should also be eliminated. Ace rubbed his nose and said, "Why do you say that?" Whitebeard asked, looking at Ace. Since Teach has handed me over to Marine, it will inevitably cause conflicts between Dad and Marine. This is also an obvious thing. Since I have to say the true intention, it should be unexpected. Then there's only the 3rd option left to get permission to impel down. I remember that in Summit War, it was mentioned that Luffy came from Impel Down, and there was a group of pirates in prison uniforms with him. They should have run away from Impel Down. Marco continued. All the prisoners suddenly realized something. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face suddenly became gloomy, and he was actually asked by this guy named Teach. Obtain permission to Impel Down. What's Impel Down? It's not clear where he is Marshal Marine. There are pirates captured by Marine for so many years. And in the 6 underground levels, everyone is a big pirate who is extremely sinful and powerful. Even if one is released, it will cause no small disaster to the world. This teach actually calculated both him and Whitebeard. Use Ace to provoke the war between him and Whitebeard, and when Marine's attention is all caught by Whitebeard, he borrows Shichibukai's identity to impel down. Teach, who left the Whitebeard pirate group alone, must have partners if he wants to become the One Piece King. But where one can find a powerful partner at once, of course, it is the advancement of the pirates' gathering. In other words, the entire Summit War was not a conspiracy planned by Sengoku to exterminate the Whitebeard pirates. The real traitor was Teach. From the moment Ace was handed over to Marine, his Marine Marshal Sengoku, the resourceful General Sengoku, and 4 Emperors Whitebeard were all calculated by Teach. They all got Teach trick. Moreover, after the Summit War, the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses and the naval headquarters was severely injured. Damn it, Sengoku's face is very ugly. He was calculated by an unknown pirate, which is simply a shame. Marshal D. Teach, I remember this hatred, Sengoku said coldly. In a live broadcast at the moment, Whitebeard also answered the third question. Answer: C. Get permission to go to Impel Down. The answer is correct. Marshal E. Teach, when Marine and the Whitebeard pirates were fighting at naval headquarters, took the opportunity to come to Impel Down and enter the 6th underground level of Impel Down. He allowed the pirates in the 6th underground floor to kill each other and would only take away the strongest person inside. After a fierce battle, finally taken away from here, such as Shiryu of the Rain, Abelo Pizarro, the Dark Moon Hunter Carlo, the huge battleship San Juan Hungry Wolf, etc., are taken away from here. Man of successfully made up for the shortcomings of the Blackbeard pirates' shortage of manpower. Every time Rog reported a name, it made the faces of those who heard the name more ugly. Except for Shiryu of Rain. These people are big pirates who were once fierce at sea. Teach brought so many powerful pirates together, which is not good news for them. Especially Sengoku was even more ugly after they heard it, and they realized that they had been calculated by the guy Teach. If this incident spreads out, I am afraid that Marine will become the laughingstock of everyone. Being used as a knife, it will also cause Impel Down to release so many pirates and bring even greater disaster to the world. It's so ridiculous. This is not a battle of strength at all, but a crush of wisdom. The resourceful General Sengoku was played by Teach to applause. Marine originally wanted to use this Summit War to execute Roger's bloodline Ace, destroy the Whitebeard pirate group, establish Marine's prestige, and deter the pirates, but did not expect that not only was the huge price paid in Summit War, but also was stolen. On the contrary, more pirates were released. This kind of operation is really a drag. Everyone can't help but sigh that they didn't expect Marine Marshal Sengoku, who has always been famous for the resourceful general, to have such a day. That Teach has a hand. The name Teach has finally been remembered by people all over the world. The guy who could be fooled by Sengoku is destined to not be an ordinary character. It is indeed a werewolf who has been able to endure in the Whitebeard pirates for more than 20 years. At this moment, everyone was staring at the guy who was tied down on his knees and bowed his head in the live broadcast. Teach remembered everything Rog had said in his heart. Impel Down, a gleam of light flashed in Teach's eyes. The third question ends and the fourth question begins. Question: who pierced Whitebeard's chest in Summit War? Here are 4 options. A. Whitebeard pirate foil team Bista. B. Squardo, the spider of the Whitebeard pirates. C. Little Oz of the Whitebeard pirates. D. Blackbeard pirates Marshal D. Teach. The time limit is 2 minutes, and the timer starts. Again, all the people who were watching the live broadcast of the answer who heard this question, as well as all the members of the Whitebeard pirates who were participating in the answer, had their eyes lit up when they heard the question, because they kept thinking about who was the one who seriously injured Whitebeard in Summit War. If it wasn't for Whitebeard's hit, he wouldn't have been hit by Akainu in the back error, adding to the injury. In the end, even Akainu couldn't stop it, causing Ace to be chased and killed by Akainu. It all goes back to the knife in Whitebeard's chest. However, when they heard the answer to this question, everyone was shocked. What's happening here? 3 of the 4 answers are from the Whitebeard pirates, and 1 is an identified traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. In other words, the injury Whitebeard suffered was caused by the Whitebeard pirates themselves. Doflamingo. This old man Whitebeard has failed too much. Why are there so many dutiful sons? Big Mom, huh? Whitebeard can't be a good dad. Unlike me, my kids are loyal to their mom. Speaking of which, Big Mom seemed to think of a certain unfilial daughter he once had, and his face suddenly turned dark. Many people are sighing and laughing at the fact that Whitebeard, the pirate group, has too many sons and fives, and these are the adopted sons whom Whitebeard treats as his son, which is too filial. Whitebeard's face was getting worse. Today can be said to be the worst day in his life. He heard the news of his son's betrayal one after another, and he knew it in front of people all over the world. This mood is more than a bad one. He couldn't help but have some doubts. Is he really qualified as a father? Why did his sons betray him one by two? Seeing the unpleasant expression on his father's face, Marco comforted him. Father, I will talk about the sad things later, and now I will finish answering the questions first. I think there must be something else hidden here. That's right, Dad. I don't believe anyone other than Teach would betray Dad. There must be something wrong here. Whitebeard's face was a little better because they were comforted, at least he still had them, and they were by his side during Summit War. Marco, this question is up to you. Whitebeard shook his head. He didn't want to participate in such a question. Okay, Dad. Marco nodded. Marco glanced at the big guy, then said, Actually, we can rule out several of these 4 options at once. First of all, little Oz. His size is too big. He can't cause such an injury to Dad. Followed by Bista. Bista was helping Dad throughout the video, and until the end of the last video, Bista did not show any betrayal. So both Oz and Bista can be ruled out. All that's left is Squardo and Teach. Here, Marco glanced at Whitebeard, and his face was not very good. But at this time, the Summit War had just started, and Teach should be in Impel Down. So it shouldn't be him who hurt Dad. So there's only one answer. Marco's analysis immediately aroused the suspicion of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. How could it be Squardo? He respects Dad so much. Is there something wrong? Although Squardo is only the captain of our pirate group, his respect for Dad is not weaker than ours. It is impossible for him to do such a thing. The Whitebeard pirates are actually mainly composed of 16 divisions, led by 16 captains on the Whitebeard ship. However, as the Four Emperors group, it also has many vassal pirate groups, similar to Luffy's Straw Hat Big Fleet. There are a total of 43 pirates under the Whitebeard pirates. They all joined Whitebeard because of their worship of Whitebeard. Everyone is called Whitebeard Dad. These pirates do not usually follow the Whitebeard pirates, but if Whitebeard has any orders, they will arrive as soon as possible. They are all gathered by Whitebeard's personal charm, and it can be said that each of them is a fan and son of Whitebeard. But such Squardo would be the one who seriously injured Whitebeard. It made them unbelievable. They originally thought that Teach did this subconsciously, but after Marco analyzed, they had to face it. The real murderer of this incident is very likely to be Sciato. But Squado himself, who saw this scene, was stunned on the spot. He is not on the Moby D***K now, but is watching the live broadcast on his pirate ship. Originally, he was very angry at who dared to betray and hurt his father. After listening to Marco's analysis, good fellow. The traitor is myself. Sciato wanted to deny, Somnian on the spot. I am not, don't talk nonsense. After listening to Marco's analysis, the crew nearby saw that Sciato's eyes were not right. Are you Teach? Sciato wanted to cry, without tears. He wanted to explain to the old man in the live broadcast, but now that others are not there, there is no way to say it. This makes him hard to tell. How could he be the murderer? Who hurt Dad? How is this possible? It must be someone else. However, looking at other candidates, Bista is the old man's hardcore, and he is very brilliant in the video. It can't be him. And Little Oz, with such a small wound, is almost like a toothpick to Little Oz, is not worthy of it. And Teach is impelled down again, and there are no other candidates. Could it be true that his mentality of Quado has collapsed? Why should I hurt my father? During the live broadcast, Marco and the others had no other answer to choose. Only Sciato was left with a suspicious object. In the absence of other clues, Marco answered this answer to Rog. The answer is correct. Luo nodded. Rog's answer directly caused Sciato, who is thousands of miles away, to stay in place. Zero, look for flowers. It turned out that the traitor was really himself. He couldn't believe his ears. The people in the Whitebeard pirates group who thought the same way as Sciato, they all looked at Luo General, wanting to know the reason from him. Not just them, many people all over the world want to know the answer. Today they were an eye-opener. The Whitebeard pirate group, the most loyal among the pirates, exploded frequently. Good guys, filial piety is still your filial piety in the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, how are you collecting your son? You are collecting enemies. The suggestion to continue. I hope that someday I will receive a son who can kill you. Marines think that, and many pirates have the same idea. As the so-called good swimmers drown, those who like to take their sons die on the hands of their sons, and there is nothing wrong with them. Luo Jiang saw everyone from the Whitebeard pirate group look over and understood their doubts, and said casually, Sciato was separated by Akainu in the Summit War, mistakenly thinking that Whitebeard and Sengoku had reached a deal as long as he brought the Whitebeard pirates to naval headquarters to die and accompanied Sengoku to perform a play to show marine strength. Sengoku will release Ace. Originally, Sciato didn't believe it, but Akainu thought Ace was Roger's son, and Whitebeard named Ace as his successor. Compared to Ace, everyone else was unimportant. This statement made Sciato not believe it. And more importantly, Sciato had been wiped out by the pirate king Roger. He had a hatred for Roger, and Whitebeard deliberately concealed Ace's identity, which deepened Sciato's suspicion. So at the beginning of the Summit War, Sciato launched a backstab on Whitebeard and pierced Whitebeard's chest with a knife. Akainu's rebellion was successful, and Whitebeard was seriously injured and could not show his true strength in Summit War. This also laid the foundation for the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates. It can be said that in this Summit War, the Whitebeard pirate group was crushed by Marine's ingenuity from start to finish, and Marine was given a round by Blackbeard Teach. The intelligence of the Whitebeard pirate group was all on Blackbeard's head. It is a pity. This is a traitor. As for Sciato's serious injury to Whitebeard, Whitebeard did not blame Sciato, but after knowing that the other party was calculated, he even took his grudges and forgave him. Akainu, Akainu, Akainu again. For the entire Summit War, how many things do you have to do? It was you who designed to assassinate Whitebeard, you who wounded Whitebeard, and you who killed Ace. Why did the entire Summit War see that you were doing troubles? Did you end there? The Whitebeard pirates were angry with a fire in their heart. They just said, how could their members of the Whitebeard pirate group do such a thing, and not everyone is Teach? It turned out that Akainu was the guy behind. Thinking of Akainu still killing Ace in the Summit War, it immediately aroused the anger of the entire Whitebeard pirate group. Akainu, damn guy, don't die. Why these Marines only think about conspiracies and tricks all day long? It's almost the same as Teach guy. No, there's still a difference. Sengoku and Akainu are both played around by Teach in terms of conspiracy. Don't these Marines have any shame? Obviously, they are fighting head-on. They always have these tricks. They don't even have the courage to face the old man, the so-called Marine Admiral, but that's it. In the future, you should be careful when confronting Marines people. Who knows what tricks these cunning guys will make? The words of the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates group spread to all parts of the world along with the live broadcast. Those who heard these words really felt that the strategy Marine used in this Summit War was indeed powerful. Although it sounds a bit invincible, it is the greatest immorality to deal with pirates and to be moral. But this also refreshed everyone's impression of Marine. They had always thought that Marine was an upright pirate. After all, justice sounds pretty positive. But now it seems that people are not in appearance, and the sea is incomparable. If you regard the justice of others as innocence, then you are a fool. The example of the Whitebeard pirate group is just before the 437. As the people of the Whitebeard pirates said, it's better to be careful. Who knows what conspiracy they will make? There is nothing on the civilian side. Although Marine feels that it is a bit disgraceful to win, after all, it can be regarded as one side. On the pirates' side, they raised their vigilance in their hearts. These Marines were too shameful, and they had no tricks on the table. They accused the current Marines of not talking about martial arts at all and doing all the tricks of sneak attacks and conspiracy. He didn't even dare to fight upright, and he was really getting degenerate. This sea always speaks with strength, and Marine will die sooner or later if this continues. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku, Akainu, and many other Marine generals frowned and looked unhappy as they heard the curse of the Whitebeard pirates. But the more angry the enemy, the more victory they won. It's nothing, but it's unpleasant to discredit Marine in front of people all over the world. What makes Sengoku and Akainu even more unhappy is that they were played with applause by Teach in Summit War. This is the key to their irritation. Even this alone is enough to wipe out Marine's victory in defeating the Whitebeard pirates in Summit War. Akainu, I injured Whitebeard in Summit War. Everyone, but you were used as a gun by Blackbeard. Akainu, I am looking at Ace who killed Roger's son. Everyone, but you were used as a gun by Blackbeard. Akainu, I defeated the Whitebeard pirates on the top. Everyone, but you were used as a gun by Blackbeard. Akainu, Marine paid such a big price, and even the naval headquarters was beaten up. As a result, Blackbeard Teach picked up a bargain and was completely manipulated by others. This is not a victory. It can be said to be a complete failure. Marine's face is not pretty. It can be said that in the normal Summit War, except for the Blackbeard accident, they and the Whitebeard pirates are all losers. On the other side, Skiato burst into tears when he knew the truth. When he knew that Ace was Roger's son, he did complain about Whitebeard, but without Akainu's instigation, he didn't want to betray Whitebeard. However, after hearing Rog said that he stabbed his father gave him a hug and forgave him regardless of previous complaints. This made him both moved and hated his previous thoughts, and if he hadn't complained, Akainu's strategy would not succeed. Now that the truth has emerged, he feels that he has to apologize to his father, and by the way, to clear up his suspicion with Ace. No matter what they were before, they are now fathers of Whitebeard's son. This is the only important thing. Just as the people of the Whitebeard pirates were scolding Akainu for being mean, Whitebeard was angry that Akainu used his son as a breakthrough point for attacking him. Rog asked the fifth question. Question: who killed Whitebeard in Summit War? There are 4 options here. A. Marine Admiral Akainu. B. Blackbeard Pirates Marshal D. Teach. C. 7 Warlords of the Sea Crocodile. D. Beast Pirates 4 Emperors Kaido. Boom. Hearing this question, the whole world was shocked. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group opened their eyes wide, and they were horrified. Naval Headquarters Sengoku stood up directly from his seat. Although he had already expected this result, he didn't fully anticipate this. Alabasta, Crocodile took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart. Defeating and killing Whitebeard is his demon, but when he heard that it was possible, he hesitated. You guy, don't die except me. In the hands of the people, Kaido's laughter came from the ghost island of New World Wanakuni. Is there a copy for killing Whitebeard? It's really interesting. If Whitebeard really died in my hands, then I should have a good drink today. Haha. People all over the world are shocked by the death of Whitebeard. Did the world's strongest pirate really fall in the Summit War? Did Marine win? And who will be the one who defeated him? Everyone stared at the live broadcast, desperate to know the answer. At the same time, the Moby D***K boarded. The atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates is deathly silent. Although they had been mentally prepared for a long time, after all they had seen it before, and Father Whitebeard finally decided to stay for them. When they saw this, they already had bad guesses, but at the moment they knew what happened, they still couldn't accept the result. Is Summit War so tragic? Ace is dead. Daddy is dead. Most of the Whitebeard pirates were killed and injured. The Whitebeard pirates can be said to have broken up and finished. They couldn't accept this ending, and they couldn't imagine it. In this decisive battle with Marine, they eventually lost. They lost miserably. Compared with the heavy heart of the people in the Whitebeard pirates group, because of Whitebeard's death, Whitebeard did not pay much attention to his death. because when he saw the image, he saw that he pushed the Moby D *** K out of the ice and stayed at the moment after the break. He understood his eyes and thoughts at that time. He understood this idea instantly, as he was himself. At that time, he realized that he did not intend to leave naval headquarters alive. In order for his sons to survive and escape the pursuit of Marine, he was willing to die here zero. So when he heard this question, his mood was very calm, and he was more concerned about another thing. That is, what will happen to the Whitebeard pirates after his death? I have to say that the ending of this summit war is really terrible. If this is what happened without Luo will happen, then this is the doomed reality. How would the Whitebeard pirates end without him? How would they survive in the murderous seas of New World? How should they deal with the offensives of other four emperors? All of this is his heart knot. The current Whitebeard is extremely grateful that Rog has exposed all of this. He knew about the future, prevented Ace from being arrested, found out Teach, the unfilial son, in advance, and the killing of Saki was also avoided. Summit War does not seem to happen now, and the Whitebeard pirates will not be in danger of being annihilated. All in all, this is the change brought by Luo Jiang, and Whitebeard is very grateful for this, and forgets all the unpleasant past that happened during the first meeting. The current Roger can be said to be the great benefactor of the Whitebeard pirates, and this kindness he remembers in his heart. Whitebeard looked at Marco and said, "Since this hasn't happened yet, you don't have to be too sad. Now that I'm still alive, I won't let this happen." Compared with these, now is more important to find out the answer to this question. As long as we know the answer, we will know who it is. Marco, what do you think? Marcos shook his head for a while. I don't have a good answer to this question. The first option is Akainu. If it is him, there's no doubt that he wants to kill the old man in his dreams, but he did it. There's also a question mark. As for the second option, Teach, if he appeared in Naval Headquarters, it should have come out of Impel Down, but why did he come to Naval Headquarters specifically? This is a problem. He attacked Impel Down in 2.3 and released so many prisoners. It stands to reason that he has become an enemy of Marine. It is not a smart choice to come to Naval Headquarters. Unless what? Unless he wants the Snipe and the Clam to fight for the Fisherman's Profit, and when we and Marine lose out, kill us and Marine. This analysis caused everyone in the Whitebeard pirates to take a breath. In Naval Headquarters, Sengoku and other Marines also showed solemn expressions. Could it be that their casualties with the Whitebeard pirates in the Summit War were so heavy that Teach, who had just formed the Blackbeard pirates, was so bold? Thoughts? This is too bold. Isn't Blackbeard Teach afraid of being too greedy and throwing himself to death? Or is it that Teach's true strength after eating dark fruit is enough for him to crush Marine San Admiral? Wait, if Whitebeard's dying fight severely injured Marine 3 Admiral, Blackbeard Teach ran over to pick up a bargain, then this is not impossible. This thought made Sengoku more uncomfortable, because it meant that he completely failed in Summit War. They were completely caught in the Blackbeard trap. That Summit War Marine was a complete joke. But soon Sengoku shook his head. No. Even if Marine 3 Admiral were seriously injured in the battle against Whitebeard, there are still many people in Marine, Garp, and other non-demon fruit powers can still cure Teach. So there's no doubt that it is impossible, but there's a problem. So what is Blackbeard Teach doing at Summit War? Sengoku is a little puzzled. Is it true that he came here for the sake of his godfather? Then this Blackbeard is too filial. Meanwhile, on the Moby D *** K, Marco's analysis continued. However, this possibility is relatively small, and even if Marine and us both lose, it is not something that Teach's newly formed Blackbeard pirates can handle. So why did he come, but also with a question mark? Said Marco. Everyone nodded in agreement. The speculation just now really made them jump. If Teach and his Blackbeard pirates really killed Marine, then this is no joke. This means that the whole world is about to change. But as Marco said, it's almost impossible. Even Blackbeard, who ate dark fruit, couldn't do such a thing all at once. This option remains questionable. Marco continued. Then there's the third option, Crocodile. He once challenged Dad, but was easily defeated by Dad. He must have a lot of hatred for Dad. And he also appeared in Summit War. If he attacked while his father was seriously injured, it is not impossible, so he is very likely. As for the fourth option, for Emperor's Kaido, that's something to ponder. Everyone's heart froze when they heard this. Just as Teach might be here to pick up a bargain, why would Kaido do such a thing? Both Marine and the Whitebeard pirates suffer a loss, and the one who would be most happy to see this was the Four Emperors. These two forces, no matter which one is defeated or both are half dead, are meat on the chopping block to them. Everyone wants to be on the outpost. Early arrivals, late arrivals. The summit war must not be hidden from the other four emperors, let alone a public execution. Kaido of the Beasts will naturally know about it. Now that he knows, then inaction is not in line with the character of this greedy pirate. He must act. So, it's also a question mark whether he also got a kick in Summit War. In conclusion, Marco can't be sure who the real murderer is and who killed Whitebeard. After listening to Marco's analysis, everyone could not get a clear conclusion. Ace thought for a while and suddenly said, "Can we think about it based on other information?" "What other information?" Bista asked curiously. "For example, the information we got in other answers, such as the World Summit held, as usual 2 years later, and the 7 Warlords of the Sea were added, which proves that the Marine was not destroyed after the Summit War. So does it mean that Kaido should not have appeared in naval headquarters? Otherwise Marine and 2 Four Emperors will fight at the same time. I am afraid the ending will not be much better than us. Don't forget there are Big Mom and Shanks, New World, and a large group of pirates. If Marine suffers heavy damage, they will be madly backfired next, and 2 years will not be enough for them to recover. I am afraid it will be worse." Ace makes a lot of sense. Marco nodded. Then the fourth option can be ruled out, leaving 3. At the same time, Kaido of New World Wanakuni Oni Island took a sip of wine, and it turned out that he had nothing to do with him. Then it would be all right. "Which of the remaining 3 should I choose?" the crowd asked curiously. "You can only pick the most likely ones, because each of the 3 is possible," Marco said. Whitebeard glanced at Teach, who was bound and kneeled on the ground, and said, "Choose a Kenu, Crocodile. I understand. He really wants to knock me down, but he won't knock me down this way. Although our pirate style of doing things is more ruthless than Marines, most pirates still have their own pride in this aspect, and we are better than Marine in this aspect. So choose a Kainu." Whitebeard didn't mention Teach, because he still had the father-son relationship for more than 20 years in mind. He didn't believe Teach would do this, and came to Summit War to kill him. When the others heard Whitebeard's words, they glanced at Teach and seemed to understand what Whitebeard meant. Now that Dad has made a decision, they have nothing to say. Just listen to Dad. Dad said a Kainu is a Kainu. If we meet this guy a Kainu, we will never forgive him. Summit War will cause him the most damage to us, and we must teach him a lesson when we meet him. Then choose a Kainu. Everyone agreed with Whitebeard's choice. Naval headquarters. Akainu himself had no anger when he heard Whitebeard's words, but a smile on his face. To be able to personally end the life of a Four Emperors, this is a very longing and satisfying thing for him. His goal is to end evil, and the Emperor is the greatest evil in the world. Killing Whitebeard is enough to get him excited. Thinking of killing Roger Ace and Four Emperors Whitebeard in Summit War. It could be described as a lot of military exploits. Even if these things have not happened, it is a proof of his strength and glory. Don't worry, this is not just a prediction. In the future, I will make this a reality. I will stare at the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby D **K in the live broadcast and look at Whitebeard, Marco, Ace, and other Whitebeard pirates. The cadres of the regiment swept their faces one by one, killing intent in their eyes. During the live broadcast on the Moby D **K, Whitebeard reported his answer to Luo Ke. I pick A, Marine Admiral Akainu. Ra gave the answer very directly. The answer was wrong. The correct answer was Blackbeard Pirates Marshal D. Teach. What? Teach, it turned out to be you. In an instant, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates blasted the pot. It was not Akainu who killed the old man, but Teach. Everyone looked at Teach, who is now tied to the ground in disbelief, and emotions such as anger and hatred poured out like spring water. They never expected that Teach actually did such a thing. killed Sachi, grabbed the fruit, and gave ace to Marine, which led to the Summit War. As a result, countless brothers of the Whitebeard pirate group died in naval headquarters. After doing so many things, Teach was not enough. After he came out of Impelled Down, he went to naval headquarters and killed the old man himself. Is this still a person? Daddy Whitebeard is you. Teach is called Daddy for more than 20 years. How can you get it? Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group glared at Teach. What kind of beast appeared on their ship? Teach also realized the seriousness of the situation. Maybe he would be killed in a rage by the ex-brothers of the angry Whitebeard pirates. He hurriedly begged Whitebeard for mercy. Father, I really don't know about this. I have never thought of such a thing. Dad, you have to believe me. If you're angry and want to kill or play, I will recognize it, but I really haven't done these things. No, I haven't even thought about it now, and I don't know why it became like this. Up to now, I don't know what to say to make you believe, Daddy. Just beg you for the sake of more than 20 years. Give me a happy life. Use my life to give you and Saki an explanation. After speaking, Teach knelt to Whitebeard. It was Teach who was also surprised by the news. He actually killed Whitebeard himself. To be honest, he hadn't thought about this kind of thing now, because he knew that even if he ate dark fruit, he couldn't do it. This is why he planned to escape after grabbing the fruit. But soon he realized that this incident should be true. He provoked the Summit War and let Marine compete with the Whitebeard pirates, but this is not the end. He knows himself, if this happens, he should check it out because Whitebeard has what he wants. If he really killed Whitebeard, it would mean that thinking of this, Teach had a look of ecstasy in his eyes, but soon it turned into disappointment, regret, and pity. Because all these are facts that would be formed without the unexpected factor of rock. But now everything has changed. He was exposed in advance, and he was caught by Whitebeard. What's more serious is that dark fruit has now been eaten by Sachi. He could have a dream start, but now it has become a hell mode. Even now his life is at stake. I just hope that the Whitebeard he is familiar with can do what he thinks. Whitebeard looked disappointedly at Teach, who was lying on the ground. He really didn't expect that Teach would really kill him with his own hands. After hearing this, Whitebeard felt disappointed, frustrated, and pained from the bottom of his heart. A father hears that he will be killed by his son. I am afraid that few people in the world can understand the sentiment. Hearing Teach's words, Whitebeard didn't do anything to Teach, but looked at Teach disappointedly. Originally, he thought about solving the dark fruit problem, and then punished Teach, and then looked at Teach's performance before deciding whether to expel him from the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Teach's ambition to become the king of pirates can be understood by Whitebeard, who is also a pirate. Moreover, pirates are not something kind-hearted people can be, and he didn't think that his sons are good people. Although the brothers and friends of the Whitebeard pirate group are very harmonious, they're also ferocious pirates externally, and their kindness is only to their own people. Teach couldn't hold back his greed and attacked his brother, which violated the iron law of the Whitebeard pirates and should be punished according to the regulations. But this incident was discovered in advance, and Sachi was fine. Whitebeard also asked Sachi to eat dark fruit, and the conflict between Sachi and Teach was gone. Moreover, Teach also had a good attitude after 437 was discovered. Whitebeard seems to have realized his mistakes, sincerely admitting his mistakes, and heartbroken, and now it has not caused irreparable consequences, so Whitebeard originally planned to punish Teach afterwards. After that, forgive him, and he still remembered that sentence. If Teach hadn't encountered dark fruit, he planned to stay in the Whitebeard pirates for the rest of his life. In the final analysis, it was all caused by dark fruit. If it weren't for dark fruit, then Teach wouldn't do such a thing. Now that dark fruit has been eaten, he is also willing to believe Teach once and give him another chance. But now he couldn't forgive Teach. Teach even killed his dad. Teach's actions completely cut off the relationship between him and himself. The Whitebeard pirates can no longer tolerate Teach. Whitebeard no longer wanted to see Teach. He was extremely disappointed. At this moment, Naval Headquarters, Akainu heard that Teach, not him, had killed Whitebeard, and the smile on his face instantly solidified and turned into anger. This guy dared to steal his head. He has beaten Whitebeard to the blood. This Teach actually ran out to kill Whitebeard, This be asterisk 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 D. Akainu clenched his fists, and the hot temperature spread across his hands. What made the senior Marines like Sengoku and Akainu more angry is that Marine should have been responsible for killing Whitebeard, but now they have been robbed. And still being Teach this guy. What does this mean? Teach planned the Summit War and asked the Whitebeard pirates to fight against Marine. Teach stole Marine's home and stole Impel down. When the Whitebeard pirates were about to fight Marine, Teach ran out again and snatched Whitebeard's head. This is equivalent to Marine working for Teach throughout the entire process. It is an excellent contemporary worker who pays money and works hard, and give away the family property. It's so stupid. As the fog of Summit War is lifted, it seems that people all over the world are beginning to realize that Sengoku is a group of wage earners. At first they thought it was Marine's victory, but in the end it was Teach's victory. Marine is now the laughingstock of the world. Now Marine is the one who wants to kill Teach more than the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku and Akainu looked fiercely at the big black-haired guy who was tied up in the live broadcast, wishing that Whitebeard would kill this guy for them now. This guy is really damn. People watching the live broadcast couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that Whitebeard would die in the hands of the now tied up, unremarkable, uncharacteristically looking fat man, except for a bit of an ugly fat man. And this guy also played with the resourceful General Sengoku, using Marine as a knife in his hand. This made them deeply realize how classic the sentence is. During the live broadcast, Rog started talking again after announcing the correct answer. 5 questions have been asked so far, and the Whitebeard pirates have now answered 3 questions correctly. And now the video related to this is played, and the next 5 questions will continue after the video is played. After all the questions are answered, the reward will be given out. After Luo Ke's words, everyone's faces were stunned for a moment, and then they became expectant. In the 5 questions just now, there has been very heavy information. For example, Ace was caught and knocked down by Teach. For example, Teach took a large number of big pirates and Impel down. And for example, Teach killed Whitebeard. This is all very important information, but it was only mentioned. When they heard these questions, they were very much looking forward to Rog playing related videos later. They both want to know what happened between Ace and Teach and how Whitebeard died. With this thought in mind, everyone stared at the screen that had been switched to black. Soon the screen brightened, and the screen switched to a different scene. This is a town on an island, and I don't know why I can't see a single person on the street at this moment. On the eaves of a house, a man sat on it, wearing a black hat, a red upper body, a rosary around his neck, and behind him was the New World famous Whitebeard pirates tattooed symbols of. He sat on the eaves and looked down at the few people below. "Who, Captain Ace?" Teach grinned. "Do you call me Captain now?" That's what you would say to someone who will respect you. "Captain Marshall D. Teach of the Blackbeard Pirates." As Ace said, the atmosphere was peaceful, like a reunion of friends. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates witnessed this scene and could not help gnashing their teeth. Sure enough, it was Teach. He had formed the Blackbeard Pirates and betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing how confident Teach looked when facing Ace, everyone realized that Teach at this time probably already had the strength to face Ace head-on without losing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. However, Ace in the image doesn't realize this. Thinking that Ace would be defeated by Teach and then handed over to Marine to start the Summit War and finally die in naval headquarters, they couldn't help but want to stop Ace. However, this is impossible. This is the image. In the image, Ace's ending is already doomed. At the same time, at naval headquarters, as soon as the Blackbeard pirates appeared, Sengoku saw a few people following Teach and said directly to Brand New, "Go and find out who these people are." "Yes, Marshal Sengoku," Brand New responded. At this time, Ace and Teach in the video also began to talk. Teach threw an olive branch to Ace, invited him to join the Blackbeard pirates to win world supremacy, and told Ace his plan. And when Ace heard that Teach's plan was to kill Luffy first and send him to the world government, he was furious. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that Teach did not intend to give Ace to the world government in exchange for Shichibukai at first, but planned to recruit him. His initial target was actually Ace's younger brother Luffy. Garp of Naval Headquarters' already gloomy face became even more ugly after hearing this. If Ace doesn't find Teach, Teach will also go to catch Luffy. That is to say, the target of this public execution is either Luffy or Ace, and both of them are his grandsons. This be asterisk 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 D. Garp exclaimed. After the talks between the two sides collapsed, a fight broke out immediately. The teammates Blackbeard was looking for at this time were simply not strong enough to fight Ace, who had become the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. So Teach asked them to step aside and fight Ace himself. At this time, Teach also explained to Ace the reason why he killed Sachi. Everything was the same as what Luo Ke said. Sachi got what he wanted, so he killed Sachi in order to grab it. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group looked at Teach. If it hadn't been for today, Sachi would have been poisoned by this guy. Then Blackbeard in the video showed terrifying strength. An endless darkness spread from him, and the darkness swallowed everything he encountered. In the blink of an eye, the town that had just been full of houses turned into a flat bottom in an instant, only hearing Blackbeard's release. The house that had just been swallowed fell from the air and hit Ace as if it had been crushed. However, this was instantly burned out by Ace's flames, and then several groups of flames shot towards Blackbeard. The flames burned on Blackbeard and rolled his body on the ground. Teach's performance made people who saw this scene feel a little puzzled. That's it. This is the only strength of the person who controlled Summit War and played with the Whitebeard pirates and Marine in applause? This is a bit too delicious. Even ordinary people who saw this scene thought it was a bit of a dish, because they had seen the battle between Whitebeard and the 3 Admiral in Summit War before, and then saw Blackbeard being beaten by Ace's ordinary attack. To be honest, this is too much. However, something unexpected happened to them. Blackbeard, who was still rolling on the ground, suddenly appeared in black smoke, and the flames on his body suddenly disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by darkness. Blackbeard stood up from the ground again and stretched out his hand to Ace. Ace fell onto Blackbeard's hand as if attracted by gravity. His ability has failed. Blackbeard hit Ace's chest with a violent blow and directly knocked Ace into the air. This time, Ace's Logia Marineford fruit could no longer avoid damage for him. The ensuing battle allowed everyone to see the terrible aspects of dark fruit. All Ace's attacks on Blackbeard were swallowed by Blackbeard with dark fruit, but Ace's proud Marineford fruit ability became his fatal weakness in the battle, being restrained, attracted, and invalidated. Eventually, after the two of them launched their final and most powerful blow, Ace fell. Seeing this kind of battle, all those with abilities can't help but feel shocked. This dark fruit is simply the nemesis of those with abilities. He does not have the elemental effects of those with normal Logia abilities, but restrains all other abilities. The capable person will be attracted, ineffective, swallowed by him, and eventually he will become an ordinary person in front of him. This is not bad for those with strong physical skills. Even if they don't use abilities, they have the ability to fight, but for those who rely on abilities over time, this feels quite bad. People like Crocodile, Moria, etc. felt chills when they saw this scene. Now, they finally understand why Teach thinks that as long as he can get this fruit, he will be able to become the One Piece. Sure enough, it was terrible. It feels worse for Marine, because now the fruit has fallen into the hands of the Whitebeard pirates, not the traitor Teach, which is equivalent to the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, even more terrifying. At this time, Brandy came to Sengoku and reported, Marshal Sengoku, the people next to Blackbeard have been found out. They are Go Security Officer Lafayette, offering a bounty of 42 million Pele, and fighting Champion Giza's badges bounty of 2,000. Wambaliju, Sengoku nodded and said, double their bounty and strengthen the hunt for them. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. At the same time, the screen in the image is switched to another scene. The familiar scene above is obviously Summit War. Soon they saw a familiar face here, Whitebeard. At the moment, Whitebeard was aboard the mobile when a person appeared behind him. Seeing this person, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't help but change their expressions. He was exactly the Skiato mentioned in the question just now, and it was he who stabbed the old man in the back. Is this the situation at the time? In the image, Whitebeard looked back. Skiato, you're okay. I just contacted you. Sorry, father. The pirate group in the rear was badly repaired. Skiato walked to the front of Whitebeard as he said it again, without a trace of abnormal expression on his face, but everyone who saw this scene was heartbroken. Up. At this moment, Squardo, who was drawing his sword to go to the battlefield in front, suddenly turned around, and then saw that he drew his sword and stabbed it directly into Whitebeard's chest. No one reacted to this sudden change. Even the pierced Whitebeard's eyes were full of strangeness. The people of the Whitebeard pirates who were watching the video were very uncomfortable seeing this scene. The first injury that Dad suffered in this war was actually caused by his own people. The damn Akainu used their brother to stab Daddy. Damn it. Damn. Squater, this idiot, actually believed what that guy Akainu said. In the video, after Squardo stabbed Whitebeard, he began to expose Whitebeard's conspiracy to the Whitebeard pirates. That's what Akainu told his Whitebeard to sacrifice their 43 pirates to let Marine let Ace out. At this point, the video cuts to Akainu meeting Squardo alone in the back of the battlefield. I won't be fooled by you, Squardo roared at Akainu. You can't say anything like that anymore. If you think I'm lying, look carefully. The next concentrated attack is to attack the pirates under your banner. We will not do anything against the Whitebeard pirates. And as if to cooperate with Akainu's words, on the battlefield, the 43 pirates under Whitebeard were attacked by Marine, while the Whitebeard pirates were at peace. Such a scene completely convinced Squardo to believe Akainu's statement, so the previous sword of filial piety appeared. However, in the face of Squardo's questioning, Whitebeard just scolded with a sullen face. Squardo, you're a hopelessly stupid son to do something to your own father. After speaking, Whitebeard bent down and hugged Squardo in his arms. Even if you're a stupid son, I'll still love you. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates burst into tears. Dad! Dad! Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at Whitebeard with respect and emotion. This was their father, the man they respected and followed from the bottom of their hearts. He is not just their captain, but a father they believe in and love. Rao is a commoner who saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh that this guy Whitebeard is indeed a qualified father. In order to save his son, he didn't even want his own life, and he chose to forgive the other party when he was stabbed by his son. With such a mind, I am afraid that even many biological fathers could not do it. Too bad this guy is a pirate. On the other hand, Sengoku and Akainu feel quite bad. Obviously, they are Marines, and they're the righteous side, trying their best to destroy the pirates. However, in the video, their performance is the same as the villain, but it makes the father-son relationship of the Whitebeard pirates more beautiful. I can only sigh that the enemy of Whitebeard is indeed a respectable enemy, but unfortunately, it is an enemy. With the reconciliation between Squardo and Whitebeard, the image also switches to another scene. And this scene is also very familiar to them. It is the scene where they saw Luffy's mental breakdown looking up at the sky after Ace's death and Akainu punching him. Finally here, Whitebeard said he glanced at Luo next to him. Rob was also watching the video with interest at this time, watching Whitebeard fight Akainu with the Whitebeard pirates. This feeling is a bit subtle. In the image, Akainu's fist was about to hit Luffy, and at this critical moment, Marco arrived in time to block Akainu's hot fist. Jinbei seized the opportunity and hugged the collapsed Luffy away. And just when Akainu wanted to hunt down Luffy, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Akainu felt bad for a moment. However, before he could react, an angry Whitebeard punched Akainu directly in the face, knocking him to the ground with such a force that it shattered the ground directly. Akainu was directly beaten with blood on his face. However, Akainu didn't fall down. He quickly got up and punched Whitebeard. His fist with the billowing lava brushed against Whitebeard, but he punched Whitebeard again. Whitebeard and Akainu fought a few times, but everyone could see that Akainu was being beaten unilaterally by Whitebeard. In the end, Whitebeard grabbed Akainu and threw it into the air. The light of shock fruit on his left hand appeared. As Akainu's body fell, Whitebeard's crossed fist hit Akainu's side waist. At the moment of hitting, the headquarters building behind Akainu collapsed. The power of the shock fruit shattered the headquarters building and the ground. A bottomless crack appeared on the ground. Akainu, who was hit, spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His body had already lost consciousness. With the inclined ground, he fell into the abyss crack and disappeared. This is the true strength of the Four Emperors Whitebeard. Marine Admiral Akainu was beaten to the ground in just a few rounds. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They thought Marine Admiral would be better against the Four Emperors Whitebeard, at least back and forth. However, I didn't expect that Akainu would be turned over like this. If Whitebeard didn't make up his knife in the abyss, Akainu would have explained it there. You must know that this is Whitebeard who has already suffered from the filial piety sword and aggravated wounds. So Akainu is still crushed like this. Sure enough, even the Four Emperors who were seriously injured could not be a small country, and the Four Emperors who had gone berserk were even more so. Naval headquarters, Akainu's face was very bad, and he felt that his face was punched to the ground by Whitebeard, just like in the image. This kind of performance is really unacceptable to him. He actually lost like this. He now kind of knew why it wasn't him who killed Whitebeard later. His feelings have been cleaned up by Whitebeard, and he has nothing to do with him later. Damn it, Akainu patted the chair, looking very ugly. The others could also sense Akainu's anger, and invariably moved away from him. But they didn't expect Akainu to be so miserable in front of Whitebeard. After being hit like this, Akainu Admiral may not be seriously injured. What makes Sengoku even more unpleasant is that Akainu was seriously injured by Whitebeard. So what should the Blackbeard pirates do when they appear? There is no way that Marine will be abused by the Blackbeard pirates after the fight with the Whitebeard pirates, and Marine's face will be lost. But Sengoku thought about it. Marine still has Ching Xiong, Kizu, him, and Garp here, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if Blackbeard comes, it shouldn't be a problem. But what exactly is Blackbeard coming to naval headquarters at this time? Could it be that he really came all the way to his father? Or has Blackbeard swelled to the point where it's time for a showdown with Marine? At that time, in the video, after defeating Akainu, Whitebeard did not choose to leave. Instead, Whitebeard pirates behind him and Marine troop in front of them used the fruit ability to tear the earth apart, forming a huge gully. Whitebeard himself stood on Marine's side like a god of war, blocking Marine's pursuit, buying time for the Whitebeard pirates to evacuate. At the same time, several figures appeared on the execution platform. As the picture zoomed in, a familiar face appeared in front of everyone. Oh, finally found out. Blackbeard and the Blackbeard pirates, newly recruited and impelled down, a big pirate appeared on the execution platform. Teach looked across at Whitebeard, and laughter spread throughout the naval headquarters. Ha, long time no see. It's good to see you one last time. Daddy. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately realized that Blackbeard Teach had already brought his Blackbeard pirates to naval headquarters. Been watching Marine and the Whitebeard pirates and everyone. The Blackbeard pirates didn't appear until after they both lost. Realizing this, Sengoku and the others' faces became more and more ugly. Shame. What a shame. And as the video played, the members of the Blackbeard pirates also appeared in front of Sengoku and the others. The Blackbeard pirates have grown a lot in addition to the members they showed up when they fought Ace and Blackbeard before. Among them was the huge battleship San Juan Guru, the size of the headquarters building, Evil King Aburo Pizarro, profound Moon Hunter Karendaime, the alcoholic Baschote, and the former impelled-down jailer Shiryu of the Rain. These guys taunted Sengoku as soon as they appeared, and it was at this time that Sengoku in the video finally realized that he had been tricked by Blackbeard. Sengoku outside the image has the same expression as Sengoku inside. Damn it! Sengoku fumed, his face smashed. Teach's appearance certainly drew Whitebeard's wrath. Whitebeard threw an air shock directly at Blackbeard's group on the execution platform, directly forcing the Blackbeard pirates to the ground, facing Whitebeard head-on. Black smoke billowed from Blackbeard, and darkness spread from under his feet. As he released the darkness, he said to Whitebeard, "Sage is dead, and Ace is dead too. Daddy, I respect you from the bottom of my heart and admire you, but you're too old, and now you can't even save a man from being executed. I even beat him to death on Bonero Island. Teach's mockery of Whitebeard in the video aroused the anger of the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby D***K. They couldn't vent their anger at Teach, who was kneeling on the ground. Is that what you think? Teach, Whitebeard said flatly. Dad, no, I didn't. For 37, Teach wanted to deny it, but in the video he was still pulling hatred, which left him speechless. Teach secretly complained, don't say it, and I really won't live to your time. However, Whitebeard ignored him and continued to look at the picture in the video. At this moment, when he heard Teach's words, Whitebeard was really furious, and the light on his hand appeared to face Teach and swept his fist. Teach is not afraid at all. After obtaining the dark fruit, he is no longer afraid of any ability, and he shouted, "Dark water!" Afterwards, he went up to him directly. As Teach expected, Whitebeard's airshock was directly swallowed by the dark water, and the aftermath did not hit Teach at all. Just when Teach taunted Whitebeard for being powerless, Whitebeard held Song Yunxia in his right hand and stabbed Teach's shoulder with a knife. If the ability is invalid, then use swordsmanship. Teach, who believed too much in dark fruit, didn't expect Whitebeard to come out like this. He was directly slashed in the shoulder and blood burst out. Whitebeard grabbed Teach's head, and the mask of Shock Fruit's ability appeared in Whitebeard's hand, as if it would shatter Teach's head in the next second. Confidence, young and arrogant, that's your weakness, Whitebeard said coldly. At this time, Teach also seemed to realize that as long as Whitebeard made this move, he would be dead. At this critical moment, Teach shouted, "Dad, stop it. I'm your son. You really want to kill?" Teach's words made Whitebeard's face change slightly, and he hesitated for the movement of his hand. Instead of killing Teach, he threw Teach out. However, the next second, I heard Blackbeard yell, "Do it!" All the members of the Blackbeard pirates rushed towards Whitebeard. The sound of pistols, swords, and various weapons sounded, and all the attacks fell on Whitebeard, accompanied by Blackbeard's laughter. Whitebeard fell in a memory like a revolving lantern. The screen switched to another peaceful environment. Under the sakura flower tree, One Piece Roger and Whitebeard sat on the ground, a BCD, with several huge wine bottles beside them. "You're dying?" Roger, Whitebeard asked. "Yeah, I won't live long." Whitebeard, "Let me tell you how to get to Raftel," said Roger. Whitebeard shook his head. "You told me I'm not going back either, and I'm not interested in going." Hearing Whitebeard's words, Roger laughed, and he said to Whitebeard, "Do you know what the world government calls me recently? They call me Golden Roger." Roger laughed. "No, I'm Gordy Roger." Whitebeard said, "I sometimes run into people with a D in their name, and I have a name here called Teach that also has a D in it. What does the D mean? You want to know? I'll tell you." Roger smiled drunkenly. The conversation between the two was broadcast live all over the world, and it was unexpected that Roger would say these things to Whitebeard. Raftel, that's where One Piece is. The Raftel that Roger said actually exists, and he almost told Whitebeard where it is. This event made people around the world widen their eyes to hear what Roger and Whitebeard had to say. That's where the great treasure One Piece is located. After Roger opened the era of great sailing, countless pirates followed the trend and set off a bloody storm on the sea. However, no one reached Raftel in the past 20 years to find this great treasure. More and more people have expressed doubts about whether One Piece really exists, and now few people believe it anymore. They only regard it as Roger's lies before his death. However, when they saw the private chat between Roger and Whitebeard, they suddenly realized that this might be true, otherwise he would not have said these words to Whitebeard. But when they tried to hear where Raftel was, they couldn't. There's also a later statement about what D is and does not continue. The video is all back to Summit War, and many people sighed when they saw this scene, feeling that they had missed the opportunity to know the truth. However, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and other Marines' expressions changed drastically. They seemed to have guessed what Whitebeard was going to say, but they couldn't do anything now. "Shut up, shut up," Sengoku yelled. Sengoku is in a hurry. This kind of thing has already happened once, Is it possible that it will happen again? Then his summit war would be a complete laughingstock. A performance that wants to demonstrate marine justice and deter pirates to eliminate the four emperors. Is it going to evolve into... Sengoku looked at the image nervously and anxiously. However, in the video, Whitebeard didn't shut up because Sengoku stopped him. After the rounds of bombing by the Blackbeard pirates, Whitebeard was still standing there, and the voice slowly said from his mouth, "The things that happened a long time ago were definitely not you, and the person Jia was waiting for was definitely not you. Just like someone who inherits Rogers will one day will also inherit Ace's will. Even if the bloodline is cut off, their flame will not go out. One day in the future, there will be a man who will challenge the world with all the history of hundreds of years. Sengoku, your world government has always been afraid that one day there will be a huge war that is enough to call the whole world in, although I'm not interested. But when someone finds that treasure, the world will be turned upside down. That day will surely come." Immediately, Whitebeard raised his head and shouted, "One Piece is real." After speaking, Whitebeard stopped moving, as if a statue was standing there. As soon as Whitebeard's voice fell, there was a deathly silence all over the world. Then the voices gradually rose, one after another, and finally the noise, the excitement. The silent midnight suddenly became more lively than the downtown area. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. What did they just hear? Whitebeard says One Piece is real, and if someone finds him, the whole world will be turned upside down. In other words, can this sentence be understood as someone who finds One Piece will be able to overthrow the world government in the future? Realizing this, many people who heard this sentence suddenly boiled. This means that One Piece is not an ordinary treasure, and those who get it even have the opportunity to challenge the world government. That is to say, become the king of the new world after subversion. No wonder the world government has been obstructing others to find One Piece. It turns out that they do not want anyone to subvert the world government. Many people's desire to find One Piece, which had been suppressed before, was ignited again. In front of the video, many people are eager to move, not just looking for treasure and profit. There are also many civilians who are dissatisfied with the world government. Ever since seeing the royal nobles of the allied nations behave inappropriately and the celestial dragons treating everyone else as lowly pariahs, many have been craving change, and why should they wait for someone else? Celestial dragons are nothing more than nobles in a larger kingdom after all, and even the five elders can only stare blankly in front of the more powerful Luo Ke. Rog's appearance greatly broadened their horizons, and also pulled celestial dragons down from the altar. However, there is nothing they can do when the giant world government is placed in front of them. Marine strength in Summit War made them even more unable to resist. Now everything is clear. There is a king in the world government, and Marine is the sword in this king's hand. Anyone who dares to oppose the world government will be destroyed by this knife. So many people can only hold their anger and dissatisfaction in their hearts. But now a hope seems to appear in front of them. Not only civilians, but even the eyes of many kings of the allied countries are shining. After the last live broadcast, many of them were very dissatisfied with the world government. This kind of behavior of boiling frogs in warm water and silently devouring their country is a form of deception and plunder for them. However, they can't do anything. The world government is too big. They know this and can't do anything. Now, this image gives them hope that maybe they are not powerless. At this moment, Sengoku's face was ashen. It was still said by Whitebeard. He knew very well what it meant. 20 years later, a new era of great sailing was coming. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This damned Rog even announced this kind of thing at will. However, Sengoku soon realized that this is not Rog's problem. Even if Rog does not appear, once he's calculated by Blackbeard and launches the Summit War in the future, this kind of thing will still happen. And then, they'll be more passive because Marine and the Whitebeard pirates were both lost. Summit War. Sengoku has brought together 100,000 elites from all over the world of Marine. This war will undoubtedly hurt Marine's vitality, not to mention Blackbeard stalking behind and letting the impelled down pirates go. The world is more chaotic compared to what really happened in the Summit War. Now that it's been announced, Marine has nothing to do, and they can handle the impending chaos with full health. This has been a fortune in misfortune. What makes Sengoku even more ashamed is that Summit War has failed completely. From realizing that this is a game calculated by Blackbeard, it has failed, and now it has been a failure to open a new era of great sailing by Whitebeard. Failure. He could be said to have lost the fight completely to Blackbeard Teach and also to Whitebeard. I will keep this moment in my heart, and I will never let this happen again, Sengoku thought while staring at the statue of Whitebeard and the smiling Blackbeard in the image. At the same time, in East Blue, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, looked at the dialogue between Whitebeard and Roger in the video, as well as Whitebeard's last words thoughtfully. If One Piece really has the means to overthrow the world government, then their Revolutionary Army must get it. Although he doesn't have time to do this kind of thing, but he still has a son, doesn't Luffy always say that he wants to be the Pirate King? Luffy is also a member of the D family, so let Luffy try what Roger said. At the moment, the world is causing quite a stir because of Whitebeard's remarks in the video. On the Moby D***K, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates burst into tears when they saw Whitebeard's death. Their dad died, just like that, at naval headquarters for them. And it was killed by that D Teach. What made the people of the Whitebeard pirates even more angry was that Dad didn't kill Teach even in the end, and Teach not only didn't remember the grace of not killing, but also killed Dad in return. This guy should kill him. On the spot, someone wanted to go and end up with this traitor. When Teach saw the scene in which he killed Whitebeard in the video, he felt a chill in his heart. Seeing the murderous ex-comrades around him, Teach quickly ran to Whitebeard to beg for mercy. He knew that the only one who could save him now was Whitebeard. Dad, I was wrong. I really knew I was wrong. But Whitebeard ignored him. He was completely disappointed with Teach, even because he was already mentally prepared. When he saw the scene where Teach killed him, he didn't even feel much anger. He just felt sad. He never took One Piece and One Piece to heart. Roger tell him he's not interested either. All he cared about was family. Unexpectedly, he had a son with such strong ambitions for One Piece and One Piece. He waved his hand. There is no other person to kill Teach. This is their home. Brothers' cannibalism. He does not want to happen on the Moby D***K. Even if Teach betrayed him, he is the one who has been his son for more than 20 years, and they have been brothers for more than 20 years. He didn't want to see them get their hands dirty and guilty of killing their brothers. Something Teach could do, but he didn't want anyone else to do it. Whitebeard used Teach while ignoring him, and he would not talk about his handling of Teach until the live broadcast was over. He was more curious about another thing. What was the purpose of Teach coming to naval headquarters? Just come to kill him? Just hate him so much? However, the image has stopped since it was placed here, and only the figure of him who died but stood there in battle can be seen. And Blackbeard's laughter when he hears that One Piece is real. It didn't take long for live broadcasts around the world to switch to the Moby D***K. Rog looked at the audience in front of the screen and said, "Welcome back. The above is the video related to the first 5 questions. I hope you can like it." Now, back to the live broadcast of the answering questions. We continue to start the next answering questions. Now there are 5 questions left. Question: what is the real intention of the Blackbeard pirates in Summit War? There are 4 options here. A. Eliminate Marine. B. Destroy the Whitebeard pirates. C. To prove their strength to the world. D. Capture Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. The time limit is 2 minutes, and the timer starts. Finally asked Whitebeard and Sengoku, and a lot of people are very curious questions. They were wondering about this before. What is Blackbeard Teach doing in naval headquarters at this time? Doesn't he really think that naval headquarters can be wiped out after a vote of impelled down? If it were that easy, Whitebeard wouldn't have been killed. And they look at Summit War. Seeing the whole Summit War now, they discovered one thing, that among the high-level combat power on Marine side so far, it seems that except for Akainu, this guy is trying his best to fight, and he was seriously injured by Whitebeard. Beyond life and death. It seems that other people don't seem to have any power at all. Marine Admiral Kazura will not talk about it for the time being. This guy has already been like an ape when he dealt with Luffy before, and he almost has a stone hammer. Others, such as Akiji, seem to have little movement except for the Ice Age, and after a fight with Whitebeard at the beginning, one has to wonder if this guy is fishing. 3 Admiral is the same for 2 of them. Others, such as Sengoku, seem to have never seen him take a hand except for one hand when he hit Luffy, and Garp was hit by Luffy to the ground, and there was no movement. And looking at it this way, it seems that the main combat power in Marine is still there. I dare to ask you, how sure is Blackbeard teach to come here to make trouble? Is it for fear that Marine doesn't know that you have caused misfortune to impel down and deliberately took the few big pirates who were locked into naval headquarters for a walk, taunting a wave of Sengoku? Don't you be afraid that the Blackbeard pirates that you formed with great difficulty is here to explain it? Everyone had such doubts for a long time, but they never figured out what Teach wanted to do. But they always feel that the purpose of this guy here is not simple, because it has been proved before that this guy can calculate even Sengoku, and he will not do things without a purpose. Since he is here, there must be his purpose. Everyone couldn't help thinking about the options Ra gave. A. Destroy Marine. It must be wrong without thinking about it. The advanced combat power of naval headquarters still retains its strength, and Blackbeard takes the lead to destroy Marine. B. Destroy the Whitebeard pirate group. This is possible. They ran to naval headquarters to kill Whitebeard when they saw Blackbeard. Some people have wondered in private whether it is too frustrated to be a son for Whitebeard for more than 20 years. Normal people who are sons of others are not their fathers. Teach, a guy who wants to be the One Piece, must be extremely arrogant in his heart, taking this incident as his own shame. 0. Ask for flowers. So after gaining strength, Isshin wanted to wash away the shame he suffered in the past, so Isshin wanted to kill Whitebeard. There are many people who believe in this speculation, so they think that Blackbeard's visit to Summit War is indeed very likely to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. And this is also to get rid of future troubles. Blackbeard killed Ace. If the Whitebeard pirate group is not eliminated, then he will not think of peace in the future. I will be chased by Whitebeard for the rest of my life. So this time I came with the idea of never having trouble. As for the third option, to prove his strength to the world, this is naturally possible. This is a public execution. If Blackbeard can show the strength of penultimate in this war, then he can also show strength in one fell swoop after Summit War. It is also a good choice to use this as the scene of his personal debut. As for the fourth option, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and many others who heard about this option were all in doubt. What does it mean to take Whitebeard's shock fruit ability? Could it be said that Blackbeard Teach can take away Whitebeard's shock fruit ability? This thought immediately shocked everyone. As we all know, each person can only have one devil fruit ability. It is impossible to have a second one. There is no person in the world who has truly achieved double fruit ability. Even the pacifists developed by the Marine Scientific Corps are just installing the corresponding weapons on the modified people, and these modified people are not the real demon fruit power. Therefore, when they heard about the ability to capture Whitebeard's shock fruit, they quickly rejected this conjecture and turned to another conjecture. After the ability person dies, the devil fruit ability on his body will leave the ability person and randomly find a fruit attached to it to turn into a devil fruit. The person who eats this fruit will become the ability person. This kind of thing is not a secret. Many people know it. Sengoku and Doflamingo immediately thought of this. However, there are many accidents in this kind of thing because the birth of the new devil fruit is random. Otherwise, hunting for demon fruit power to obtain devil fruit will become a trend. If Blackbeard really wants to seize shock fruit's ability, it means that he is very sure that he can do it. At this time, they all thought of a little Blackbeard Teach fruit ability, dark fruit. Can this fruit ability be able to do this kind of thing? Suddenly Sengoku was shocked, Doflamingo was shocked, and many people all over the world were shocked. This is not an ordinary thing. If this thing is true, then capable people all over the world will become prey. Originally, they only thought that dark fruit had to restrain them from walking around a little bit, but now they just wanted to get far away. Is there such a terrifying ability in this world? But other people don't know Teach, but the people in the Whitebeard pirate group know Teach very well. They all know one thing. That is, the body of Teach is different from ordinary people, and the biggest abnormality manifested is that Teach does not need to sleep. The people on the boat joked that Teach has several times more time than them, which means that Teach is still awake when others are sleeping. If Dark Fruit really has the means to plunder Devil Fruit, Teach's special body may really be able to seize Shock Fruit for his own use. Whitebeard glanced at Teach. Is this your real purpose? You captured Ace in exchange for Shichibukai, planned the Summit War, started the war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, and let me die with Marine. Teach, is your real purpose the Shock Fruit on me? What a big game of chess. Whitebeard said to Rog. Answer, D. Go for the ability of Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. Hearing Whitebeard's answer, everyone looked at Luo Jiang, looking forward to Roger's answer. Rog nodded slightly and said affirmatively. The answer is correct. Again, affirmative answer, and there is an uproar all over the world. Unexpectedly, Dark Fruit can really do this kind of thing. Then in the future, don't the capable people have to walk around when looking at the Whitebeard pirates? Otherwise, it will really bring warmth to people's door. Although Dark Fruit is no longer in the hands of Blackbeard Teach, it is still in the hands of Sachi of the Whitebeard pirates. With the 4 emperors and Dark Fruit, the defeated abilities will be completely eaten and wiped out. Suddenly, the pirate who was about to go to New World immediately dispelled the idea of challenging Whitebeard. You can't do things that go into the mouth of a sheep. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and their faces are also very solemn. If this is the case, then Marine 3 Admiral will have to pay attention to the Whitebeard pirates in the future. Marine 3 Admiral. Each Devil Fruit ability is a terrifying existence. Whether it is lava, ice, or sparkling fruit, it can be said that they are the existence of Logia Fruit ability. If this kind of fruit ability falls into the hands of the enemy, it will be a huge blow to Marine, and the ability is plundered, which also means that the capable person is dead. The enemy has one more powerful Logia capable person, and they have one less Admiral, which is even worse. In the future, to deal with the Whitebeard pirate group, at least 2 or more Admirals must be dispatched, and they must be equipped with strong ones who are not capable. Otherwise, if you're caught by Dark Fruit and Whitebeard seizes the opportunity, then even Marine Admiral can't do anything in this situation. After hearing this news, Marine felt worse than the Bigman pirates and Beast pirates. Basically, their entire group has no fellows who are not capable persons, and capable persons per capita. Now the Whitebeard pirates has such a thing, and can also plunder their fruit ability, which makes them feel that they are the meat on the chopping board. The only good news is that this Dark Fruit can only invalidate its abilities. Unlike Sea Stone, it does not incapacitate the capable. Their physical skills are not bad, and they are not completely incapable of coping. But this is still very unfavorable to them. Whitebeard is already troublesome enough now, and it's really annoying to risk someone with Dark Fruit ability. On the Moby D **K, Rog continued. The true purpose of Blackbeard Teach planning Summit War is to capture Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. His body is different from ordinary people, and he can have multiple fruit abilities. After obtaining Dark Fruit, a defensive fruit that can neutralize the capable, absorb various attacks, and swallow various damages, Teach has always wanted to obtain the strongest offensive fruit ability. In this way, he can be both offensive and defensive with no dead ends. Throughout the world, the most aggressive fruit is Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. So there is Summit War, which uses Marine to weaken the strength of Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirate group, and gain the opportunity to kill and plunder the Whitebeard Shock Fruit. At the same time, he also proved his strength to the new pirates who joined the Blackbeard pirate group, and completely stabilized his position as the captain. So after killing Whitebeard, Blackbeard Teach plundered the Shock Fruit in Whitebeard's body into his own body, and became a Dark Fruit, Shock Fruit, dual fruit ability person. And the first thing he needs to do after acquiring Shock Fruit is to use his newly acquired Shock Fruit ability to destroy Naval Headquarters Marineford. The body is abnormal, and can hold multiple devil fruits. Became the dual fruit ability of dark fruit and shock fruit. After acquiring the shock fruit ability, the first thing to do is to destroy the naval headquarters Marineford. Rog's words contain a huge amount of information. Many people find it hard to believe that this is actually true, that someone can become a dual fruit person, and that someone can have both the terrifying dark fruit and the terrifying shock fruit at the same time. If someone really could have these two kinds of fruits, would that be great? Marines such as Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and others were shocked by this news. Instead of destroying 4 emperors, Summit War created a dual ability with dark fruit and shock fruit. This can no longer be said to be a failure. It can be said to be an enemy. After defeating 4 emperors who were too old to live long, a young pirate with even more terrifying abilities came out. This is where stealing chickens can't lose rice. This is losing your wife and losing your soldiers. They thought that Teach Dark Fruit would loot the shock fruit for others to use it most. Unexpectedly, Blackbeard Teach could actually become a dual fruit power user. What kind of monster is this guy? One hand dark fruit, one hand shock fruit. It's a bit scary to think about. Previously, Sengoku and the others were still thinking that it would be better to take the dark fruit to teach and weaken the Whitebeard pirates' combat power. Now they feel that this situation is unexpectedly more acceptable. And this guy Teach is much more difficult to deal with than Whitebeard. At least this guy Whitebeard has no ambition, rules, and not so much scheming. And that Teach planned the Summit War in order to plunder the shock fruit, playing everyone with applause and doing whatever it took to achieve the goal. If this guy really achieves his goal, then the world will have a much more dangerous pirate than Whitebeard. Fortunately, all of this was exposed because of Luo Ke's appearance, and Teach plan fell apart before it even started. But what they're more curious about now is Teach's body. What is the structure that can become a double fruit ability person? If there's a chance to take it to the scientific team for research, maybe they can find a reason. Of course, this is just a thought, and now they are in the hands of Whitebeard. At this moment, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates completely understood the reason for the Summit War. This was all Teach's conspiracy, for the sake of Dad's shock fruit ability. This wolf-hearted thing. Teach couldn't help feeling distressed at this moment. After waiting for so many years, he finally got dark fruit, and his dream was about to come true. It turned out to be what it is now. What hurts him even more is that he heard that if there is no accident, he will take away Whitebeard's ability and become the only dual fruit ability person in the world. When I think of shock fruit on my left and right and dark fruit on my right, this powerful feeling is like an explosion. But now all this is in vain. Teach has this hatred and regret in his heart. However, he did not express all these emotions. He was very clear that as long as he survived, everything was possible, and this was definitely not the end. And it's not completely without good news for him. That is, he is sure in 2.3 he can have multiple devil fruits. He was only guessing and could not be sure before. But now he can be sure that this is true. As long as he survives, there is still a chance. Whitebeard glanced at Teach, but heaved a sigh of relief. At least Teach didn't kill him because he hated his father for not doing well, but because of pure ambition. In this way, he can also rest assured he was still wondering if this old man had failed too much, which led to the betrayal of his sons. Now it seems that it's not that he's doing a bad job, but that his presence hinders Teach's ambitions. He also has no psychological burden. At this time, Rog also raised the 7th question. Question: who came forward to end the Summit War? Here are 4 options. A. Blackbeard Pirates Teach. B. Big Mom Pirates Big Mom. C. Red Hair Pirates Shanks. D. Beast Pirates Kaido. The time limit is 2 minutes, and the timer starts. Everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard Rog's question. They thought that the Blackbeard Pirates and Naval Headquarters would continue their war next. After all, Blackbeard Teach just got Whitebeard's shock fruit, becoming the world's only dual fruit ability. At the same time, it has dark fruit's ability to nullify and shock fruit's combat power that can destroy the world. Not to mention, the first thing Blackbeard does after acquiring the shock fruit ability is to destroy Naval Headquarters Marineford. They thought it was destined to be a war between Marine and the Blackbeard pirates. Sengoku and the others also thought so. Although they didn't think Marine would lose, Even if Blackbeard had gained such power, there were also the great pirates of the time brought out from Impelled Down. However, these pirates have just come out of Impelled Down, and their strength has not recovered to their best state. And Blackbeard just got shock fruit. Devil fruit is not something you can control if you get it. Otherwise, the two concepts of fruit development and fruit awakening will not appear. Even though Blackbeard became the only person with double fruit ability in the world, he also acquired the shock fruit ability of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, which can destroy the world. However, it is impossible for the Blackbeard pirates to destroy Marine when they have just acquired their abilities and have not yet fully mastered them, even though Marine has already had a bloody battle with the Whitebeard pirates. But as Sengoku had thought before, Marine's high-level combat was largely preserved except for Akainu. Even if Blackbeard has the dark fruit ability of restraining people, there are still strong people in Marine who are not demon fruit power, such as Garp. Even Garp, who had just lost his grandson Ace, would not sit by and watch Blackbeard destroy naval headquarters. With Garp, Sengoku, Akiji, Kazuru, and other top Marine forces, plus 07 plus the headquarters elite Vice Admiral and the remaining Marines, it is basically impossible for Blackbeard to destroy the naval headquarters, unless he wants to be the second Whitebeard to die here. And even if Blackbeard doesn't want to destroy naval headquarters, Sengoku won't let him go, whether it's because he used Marine to achieve his goal or he got shock fruit. If he let it grow, he will soon become the next Whitebeard, and it's Whitebeard with the ability to double fruit. So in Sengoku's prediction, Marine and Blackbeard will have a fight after that. However, Rog raised this question, which means that the war did not continue, and someone stopped the war. Jean listened carefully to the options Roger said. Blackbeard pirates Teach, this is obviously impossible. After Teach got shock fruit, his strength expanded and his mentality became even more expanded. He cannot wait to fight against Marine to prove his strength. Let him end this war unless he wins it. And the few remaining options made Sengoku look a little bad. For Emperor's Big Mom, for Emperor's Redhead, for Emperor's Kaido. What's the matter? Only one 4 Emperor's Whitebeard was defeated, and now there's still a Blackbeard pirate group. Could it be that another 4 Emperors is coming to naval headquarters? That would probably make the situation even worse. And how does this end? Did it help Marine defeat the Blackbeard pirates and end Summit War? Or help the Blackbeard pirates defeat Marine and end Summit War? Or did the Blackbeard pirates and Marine lose both and end Summit War by defeating both? Sengoku is in a very bad mood. That's why he easily doesn't want to fight with these 4 Emperors. The mantis catching the cicada Oriole is behind. Do you think it's over? It is very likely that there is still Lion Majesty behind the Oriole. There is a snake camp behind Lion Majesty, and there are hunters behind the Snake Police. After you are injured, anyone can come up and bite you. Which of the 3 remaining 4 Emperors is coming? Sengoku thought about these 3 options carefully. If Kaido and Big Mom came, it would be a big trouble. These 2 guys are so greedy that it is definitely not a good thing to come. In another red-haired Shanks, Sengoku thought of someone in the Summit War appearance, thoughtfully. People all over the world at the moment are talking about several options that have come up. The reason why they were amazed and undecided was that 3 of the 4 options here were 4 Emperors. The war has come to a dead end. Marine has already fought 1 round with the Whitebeard pirates, and now has a 2nd round against Blackbeard. As a result, another 4 Emperors came later. Wouldn't it be the 3rd round? Is this still over? Marine won't be completely wiped out in this war. And they also realize the significance of this war. If Marine is really lost in Summit War, the world will be in chaos. Although they were dissatisfied with the oppression of the allied countries by the world government and celestial dragons, they regarded civilians as life-threatening. However, they had to face the reality that Marine couldn't fall. Otherwise, the world would be even worse without order. The world government can be overthrown, but it must be overthrown by a person or force who can replace him to maintain the world order and maintain peace and stability. And such people should never be characters like Blackbeard or Kaido or Big Mom. Otherwise, their ordinary people's lives will be over. Hey, at this time, they thought of the man who lost an arm in order to save Luffy in the previous image, and then very gently saved Luffy, the Four Emperors' red-haired man. Could it be you? This result is what they are more willing to see. Compared to other Four Emperors, they feel that this Four Emperors is more like a person. If it were him, Summit War should have had a relatively good outcome. And for them, this image is not a simple image, and it will be over after watching the movie. This is actually a future that has yet to happen. That is, something that could happen. But it didn't quite happen, and they can't be sure it won't happen at all. So they will hope in their hearts that things are going in the right direction. In this way, they can also feel more at ease. Maybe one day in the future, if something similar really happens, things will develop in a good direction. This is something that will affect the world, and they can't ignore it. In this case, many people have begun to blame Marine, blame Sengoku. Is this guy the resourceful general? Is this title worthy of a name? How come this guy was played with applause by the pirates from beginning to end, and he almost brought the whole world into chaos? Is such a martial Marine really okay? Is it really possible to entrust the stability of the world to such a person? After seeing the video of Summit War, there are many people who have this idea. If in the end, the order of the world is still maintained by a pirate, then this is too funny. New World, Big Mom and Kaido are rekindled, and they all know what it means. If they can really seize the opportunity to eliminate Marine in one fell swoop, then without Marine shackles, they will gain more territory and seize the power of the world government. However, for them, it is a pity that this incident seems unlikely to happen, and now they can only pass the eye addiction. Now on the Moby D***K. The members of the Whitebeard pirates also began to discuss the answer. Dad, according to what A said before, the World Government World Summit will continue as usual 2 years later, which can be understood as the world order has not been destroyed, and Marine should be fine after the Summit War. So Summit War should end in a relatively peaceful way. It seems that after this, it should not be Kaido and Big Mom who came here. If they were, they would definitely tear a piece of meat off Marine. So if I'm not mistaken, the people who came should be redheads, and they stopped the war. Whitebeard nodded when he heard the words. It's also like what the red-hair guy would do. Whitebeard looked at Luo Jiang and replied, Answer, it's C, red-hair pirate Shanks. Rog nodded. The answer is correct. It is the red-haired Shanks. Shanks noticed Kaido's movements after learning about Summit War. After Whitebeard naval headquarters were about to go to war, Kaido assembled the Beast Pirates to snatch the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. However, this matter was stopped by the Red Hair. After stopping the Beast Pirates, the Red Hair came to the naval headquarters again and stopped Sengoku and Blackbeard, who wanted to continue the war on the top. Whoever wants to fight will continue to fight with their Red Hair pirates. In the end, everyone gave me a face and ended the war. The war ended when Redhead took Ace and Whitebeard's bodies for burial. After this war, the Red Hair also got a title, known as the man who ate the fruit of face. After he activates his abilities, either Marine Marshal Sengoku or Blackbeard Teach have to give him face. The answer was expected by many, although the Redhead kidnapped the grandson of Marine hero Garp, leading a promising teenager to go astray. However, many people felt much less disgust for the Redhead after seeing the scene where the Redhead saved Luffy. When I heard about this again, I felt that this guy was one of the few good people left among the pirates. He stopped the war from continuing, and even collected corpses. It was a very remarkable thing to be able to do such a thing. If this matter is put on Big Mom and Kaido, it is estimated that sitting on a mountain to watch the tigers fight, to reap the benefits of the fishermen, to fall into the trap, and to take advantage of the fire is indispensable. But he prevented the war between the two sides for the sake of the world order, which makes people feel that this guy is not quite like a pirate. In contrast, Marine's performance was much worse, and he had to rely on a pirate to prevent the situation from getting worse. Marine's performance in Summit War was really bad. On Sengoku's side, their faces are very ugly. Whether they were calculated by Blackbeard or stopped by the Red Hair at the time, Marine was too passive in it and completely lost the authority that Marine should have. Look at a pirate. This really makes Sengoku unhappy. However, reason tells Sengoku that this is the best outcome of this war. Marine did not suffer any further losses due to the ensuing battle with the Blackbeard pirates. No other four emperors came, and Marine did not have to follow a third wave of war. After 3 consecutive waves of wars, I am afraid that even if the battle is over, Marine's remaining 437 battle strength will be very low. You must know that Summit War can dispatch Marine elites from branches all over the world, and this wave is equivalent to directly crippling Marine. It would be a blessing in disguise that Marine's worst ending to Summit War wasn't on the air. If Marine was really destroyed because of this, even if it didn't happen, the Marshal would be to blame because it had proved his failure. Redhead, what do you want? Although the appearance of the Redhead did relieve Marine, Sengoku still wondered about it. From Luo Ke's words, it can be seen that the Red Hair did 2 things before the Summit War started. One was to stop Kaido of the Beast from attacking the Whitebeard pirates, which was considered to help Whitebeard to relieve his worries. The second is to stop Summit War from getting worse. Obviously, he can take this opportunity to expand his sphere of influence, and he can also take this opportunity to weaken Marine's power, but he didn't do it. What is the purpose of this guy doing all this? A look of inquiry flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Compared to Sengoku's research, the Whitebeard pirates were unexpectedly grateful. Unexpectedly, the Redhead actually helped them do so much in the Summit War, and also buried Ace and Dad for them. This is a big boon to them. Dad. Marco looks at Whitebeard. Whitebeard understood what Marco was going to say. He nodded. I know, we owe Redhead a favor this time, and there was anger in Whitebeard's eyes. Kaido took advantage of the situation. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. He has written down this hatred. The last time Ace asked him to help drive Kaido away from Wanakuni, he didn't agree. But now this has to be reconsidered. New World, Wanakuni, Oni Island. Kaido saw Whitebeard's angry look in his eyes and cried out in his heart. He didn't want to fight Whitebeard at this time. He wanted to be a fisherman, but he didn't want to be a flipping frog. Especially now that the strength of the Whitebeard pirates has greatly increased. Whoever competes with Whitebeard now is shabby. You have to guard against him first, so as not to be caught off guard by this guy. And somewhere in the New World, as the center of the discussion, the Redhead himself was joked by his companions because of the face fruit ability. The Redhead also laughed. But after laughing, his eyes fell on Luo Jiang, who was in the live broadcast. His eyes were full of curiosity and scrutiny. Who is this person, and why does he know so many things? At the same time, Luo Ke's 8th question arrived as scheduled. Question: what title did Blackbeard teach get after Summit War? The time limit is 2 minutes, and the timer starts. The atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates, which had calmed down a little because of the Redhead's help in a critical moment, suddenly became agitated. Rog did not give an option for this question, but everyone present, including those watching the live broadcast, knew what the answer was. There is no doubt about that. Because Whitebeard pirates Whitebeard died a lot. This former Four Emperors regiment no longer had the strength it had before. Without Whitebeard, they would not be able to keep the status of the Four Emperors. So there is no doubt that this name will be taken away by others. Now, after hearing Rod's question, they still don't know what the result is. The Blackbeard pirates, who have captured the ability of Whitebeard shock fruit, possess the ability of dark fruit and shock fruit, and attracted a large number of ferocious pirates, will inevitably become the new big pirates in the New World after the Summit War. And after Whitebeard, the Four Emperors died, Blackbeard, who killed Whitebeard, would become the most powerful contender for the title of Four Emperors. So the answer is obvious. For Emperors Blackbeard teach, he has become the new Four Emperors. As a result, the people of the Whitebeard pirates were very angry. Blackbeard teach killed Dad and Ace, and they killed the Whitebeard pirates. As a result, they became the Four Emperors of the New World. It's like stepping on the corpse of their Whitebeard pirates. Became the only winner in Summit War. That's right, the only winner. The Marines of Naval Headquarters were equally angry with the Whitebeard pirates. It can be said that they were also stepped on the body by Blackbeard teach, but Whitebeard was completely dead, and they only had some casualties. As the main participants of the Summit War, they and the Whitebeard pirates have all become the losers of this war, which makes them happy. This is Marine's disgrace. Without much deliberation, Whitebeard gave the answer to the question. Answer: for emperors. The answer is correct. It is the 4 emperors. The Whitebeard pirates lost their strength after the Summit War, and their strength was greatly reduced. In addition, they suffered heavy losses during the Summit War. Their strength is not as good as it was in the past, and they could not maintain their former power. The Blackbeard pirates achieved tremendous development after the Summit War, replacing the Whitebeard pirates as the new 4 emperors pirates of the New World. So please listen to the next question and ask, what happened to the Whitebeard pirates after the Summit War? This is a multiple choice question. There are 4 options here. A. Whitebeard, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, ace, captain of the 2nd Division, and a large number of members died in battle. Only the remnants were successfully evacuated. B. After the Summit War, Marco led the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to seek revenge against Blackbeard, and they failed miserably. After the defeat, the Whitebeard pirates disintegrated and disappeared. C. Shichibukai Edward Weibel, as the son of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, wanted to receive Whitebeard's inheritance and wiped out the 16 pirates of the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop, and set his sights on Whitebeard's hometown. D. Edward Weibel, who inherited Whitebeard's estate, killed Blackbeard Teach to avenge his father. When Rog mentioned this question, everyone from the Whitebeard pirates and people from all over the world listened intently. This was the final outcome of the Whitebeard pirates. They all wanted to know what kind of outcome a once brilliant and powerful 4 emperors group would have after the death of 4 emperors Whitebeard. Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the first option. Fortunately, his death was not in vain. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates managed to escape. At least not all died in naval headquarters. However, when he heard the next option, his face sank. The Whitebeard pirates lost to Blackbeard and fell apart after the defeat. Does this mean that the Whitebeard pirates have disappeared? This ending made the people of the Whitebeard pirates very uncomfortable, and their once brilliant Whitebeard pirates just disappeared. They didn't want to admit the answer, but reason told them it was most likely true. Marco will definitely go to Teach to avenge his father, but at that time Teach was already a dual fruit person, and there was a powerful Blackbeard pirate group, and the remnants of their Whitebeard pirates were definitely not opponents. This ending is obvious. Realizing this, the Whitebeard pirates are very fortunate that their father is still safe and sound, and he has returned to his heyday. As long as the father is there, the Whitebeard pirates will not go to that point. However, when they heard the next option, everyone was stunned. Not only the Whitebeard pirates were stunned, but also the naval headquarters, people from all over the world, and Whitebeard himself. Edward Weibel is Whitebeard's son. Whitebeard has a son too. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at Whitebeard in astonishment. I have a biological son. Is this something I don't know? At this time, Whitebeard was also confused, but when he heard that Edward Weibel had wiped out the 16 pirates under the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop, his face was filled with haze. Who is this Edward Weibel? He had heard the name before, but didn't care. There are very few people with the same surname in this world, but they are all called Edward. Moreover, he has never met this guy before, so he is not familiar with him at all. As a result, this guy wanted to inherit his legacy in the name of his son after his death, and also destroyed his 16 pirate groups. 16. Such a huge number made Whitebeard's veins burst. Where the hell did this beast come from? How dare he recognize his father? Although Whitebeard was a good father all his life, he recognized all the sons he received. This guy who suddenly appeared and did such an unforgivable thing, Whitebeard was angry. And what made him even more angry was that this guy had his eyes on his hometown. Others may not know it, but everyone in the Whitebeard pirates knows it. The old man is actually a very frugal person. Most of his harvest is brought back to his hometown and distributed to the people in his hometown. He has no wealth. Is the hometown so important in Whitebeard's eyes? Edward Weibel dared to attack his hometown, which has already touched Whitebeard's bottom line. Kill his pirate group and focus on his hometown. Who is this guy? Edward Weibel? I want to see who you are, who dare to behave like my son. Whitebeard said angrily. Hearing what Whitebeard said, others realized that this was not Whitebeard's own son, but an imposter. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group also breathed a sigh of relief. They really thought that Dad had a son out of nowhere. The Whitebeard Pirate group has always not used blood as a bond, but is linked by the identity of a son of a righteous son. If the father suddenly has a son, they really don't know how to deal with it for a while. But in this case, this guy pretended to be his father's son, killed their brothers, and focused on his father's hometown. These sins could not be forgiven. Father, I must teach this guy a lesson. Yes. I don't think he was at ease. He deliberately used his father's surname. He probably had already made up his mind to do such things after his father was gone. To deal with such people, he must interrupt his thoughts as soon as possible. I can't forgive our brother for being such a big killer. Whitebeard nodded when he heard their anger, not to mention that he was planning to make trouble with this Weibel. But soon they heard Luo Ke's fourth option. Edward Weibel killed Blackbeard Teach and avenge his father. The eyes of all the people present suddenly widened, including Teach, who lowered his head, and his heart was shaken. Is there anything like this? Is there any mistake? He is a person with the ability of double fruits, but shock fruit and dark fruit. Why was defeated by a Shichibukai? Blackbeard was full of disbelief. If it really was so easy to be defeated, why did he take so much effort to fix this? Isn't it mixed with Whitebeard? Blackbeard lowered his head and waited for the answer. In Naval Headquarters Sengoku, they were all surprised by this option. That Weibel has such strength? Sengoku looked at the others in surprise. But they are also not sure about Edward Weibel's specific strengths. Akiji said at this time, he should have some strength to cut off Teacher Zay's arm. Hearing Akiji's reminder, everyone's face changed slightly, and they remembered what Weibel had done to Zephyr, and his future name was Shichibukai. This is embarrassing. The man who cut off Zephyr's arm became Shichibukai. It doesn't mean that they feel uncomfortable. What should Zephyr think when he knows about it? Everyone fell silent. Sengoku also thought of this headache. Zephyr knew that this incident would definitely be a big blow. Zephyr has made so many contributions to Marine, but he doesn't even consider his feelings. However, if Edward Weibel really has such strength, it is possible that the world government will enlist him as Shichibukai. Then, this is difficult. How should Zephyr explain the level? Considering Zephyr's contribution to Marine shouldn't do this kind of thing, it's a pity that he doesn't have the right to decide on this kind of thing. Sengoku sighed and hoped Zephyr won't do anything extreme because of this. The current translation method is no longer the Zephyr of the past. The Admiral who does not kill has changed drastically. The current Zephyr hunts pirates every day. Zephyr was already very dissatisfied with Shichibukai's system. When he heard that Edward Weibel, who had cut off his arm and killed one of his boat students, became Shichibukai, Sengoku couldn't imagine how Zephyr would react. Headaches since Rog appeared. Sengoku felt that his brain almost didn't hurt. So troublesome. At the same time, in a place in New World, Edward Weibel and his mother miss. Barkin also saw this scene. Edward Weibel looked at Ba Jin's silly and asked Whitebeard his father and mother. But miss. Ba Jin's face changed drastically, and she realized that they seemed to be in trouble. Whitebeard and Marco thought for a while, and thought that the fourth option was still impossible. Edward Weibel is only a pirate offering a reward of 400 million Baileys, and he is only alone. Blackbeard has an entire Blackbeard pirate group. Whether it is personal strength or the strength of the pirate group, Weibel is not enough to compete with the double fruit. Blackbeard is on par. Rog said it was a multiple-choice question. Zhao, that just said multiple choice. Not all of them were right. So after considering it for a while, they felt that except for the fourth option, the other three should be the correct answers. And neither the members of the Whitebeard Pirates nor Whitebeard himself can accept the counterfeit to avenge his father. Whitebeard can't accept it. Neither can the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Their revenge against the Whitebeard Pirates had to be repaid by a counterfeit, which was too humiliating. They couldn't choose whether it was in self-esteem or thinking. Answer: ABC, 3 items. Correct answer: 1 year after the Summit War, Marco led the Whitebeard Pirate Remnant Group to fight with the Blackbeard Pirate Group. After the Whitebeard Pirate Group was defeated, The Whitebeard pirate group completely fell apart, and the officials were missing. Marco returned to Whitebeard's hometown as a doctor, guarding the people here for Whitebeard. When Whitebeard heard the words, he glanced at Marco with great relief. However, during this period, a woman named Miss Barking claimed to be a Whitebeard woman and gave birth to a son for Whitebeard. This son was Edward Weibel. After Whitebeard's death, she asked Weibel to take back his Whitebeard's inheritance, and in the process eliminated the 16 pirate regiments under the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment. Later, he focused on Whitebeard's hometown, where there is the last legacy of Whitebeard guarded by Marco. In the process, Weibel did claim to kill Blackbeard to avenge his father, but it didn't come true. Miss Bajin. This time the members of the Whitebeard pirate group were blinded, not only the son, but also the lover. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Daddy. What's going on? They originally thought that someone maliciously pretended to be Father Whitebeard's biological son to do this kind of thing. As a result, there's not only a son, but also a mother who claims to be a Whitebeard woman. Then this is different. Could be the romantic debt that Dad owed when he was young, and now people are coming to collect the debt? Whitebeard laughed angrily at the little 8 trigram's eyes from his sons. He has no such scandal. If he is really a romantic person, then there will not be a bunch of adopted sons on his boat now. But like Big Mom, the whole boat is full of sons. Don't think about those messes. It's absolutely impossible. The one named Miss Barkin has nothing to do with me at all, and the one named Edward Weibel can't be my son. Whitebeard said, "You stupid sons. Don't you even believe what your father says?" Whitebeard said so. How dare they not believe it? Dad said it wasn't. Then it definitely wasn't. What are those 2 guys trying to do? They actually pretended to be the father's woman and son. They can't be allowed to behave like this. They have to be stopped. Whitebeard was also P***********D off by these 2 guys named Miss Bajin and Edward Weibel. How can there be such a person? What's the use of taking his name out? Do you think that the rules of the pirate world are the same as those of those kingdoms 437, that a son can get something? That ace is still Roger's son, and there is no one peace title for him to inherit. Not to mention his 4 emperors. Even if the Whitebeard pirates disbanded, they couldn't just listen to a guy who appeared out of nowhere. People can encounter anything in their life, which is really bad luck. Whitebeard shook his head. I'll let this guy named Miss Barkin and Edward Weibel explain this. Besides, I don't have anything left for him to inherit. My Whitebeard's greatest treasure is you and the people of my hometown. My family is my most precious treasure. You are not an inheritance that can be inherited. You are all free. Even if I die, no one can order you. You are always yourself, no matter what others say. Dad! Whitebeard's words made everyone in the Whitebeard pirates excited. We always only have you a dad. Dad, you are the person we cherish the most. Whitebeard is full of family harmony and affection. Others were a little disappointed because they didn't eat the melon. They thought that there was something between Whitebeard and the woman named Miss Bajin. The 8 trigrams of the 4 emperors could not be eaten all the time. And Miss Bajin immediately became anxious when he heard Whitebeard's words. Bad. He was targeted by Whitebeard. She originally thought about waiting for Whitebeard to die in the future, borrowing the name of Whitebeard's son to successfully grow up to receive the Whitebeard pirates, so that they can easily obtain a powerful pirate group. However, the matter was exposed before it even started, and Whitebeard was offended. Too bad. You have to leave New World first to avoid the limelight. No matter how powerful Weibel is, he is not the opponent of the Whitebeard pirates. The 2 of them left in a hurry. Up to now, 9 of the 10 questions in this live broadcast have been answered, and now only the last one is left. The Whitebeard pirates and others from all over the world also emerged from Whitebeard's 8 trigrams, staring intently at Roger, waiting for the final question. Don't know what the problem will be. Now there are 9 questions, and Whitebeard answered 7 correctly, and now there's only the last question left, to see if the Whitebeard pirates can answer correctly. They were very curious as to what the reward for this live broadcast was. Rog then raised the last question. Question: after the Summit War, Marine Marshal Sengoku resigned from his position as Marshal, and World Government Commander Sora accepted his resignation and retained him to stay in Marine to train new recruits. Before leaving, Sengoku recommended Akiji as Marshal Marine. So, who will be the next Marshal Marine? The time limit is 2 minutes, and the timer starts. This news is not unheard of. This is related to the appointment and removal of the next Marshal Marine. The Whitebeard pirates haven't responded yet. Naval headquarters was shaken by this. All Marines looked at the people in the main seat in the main square. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Admiral Akainu, Marine Admiral Akiji, Marine Admiral Kizuru, and Marine Hero Garp. The atmosphere of this place suddenly changed because of Luo Ke's words. Marine Admiral Akiji felt a little strange when he heard that he was recommended by Sengoku as the next marshal. Compared to Akiji's surprise, Akainu's face was shocked, angry, and dissatisfied. He never thought that Sengoku would recommend Akiji. Is this guy confused? Can't see who is more suitable for Marshal Marine? How could that lazy guy from Qingxiong be fit to be a marshal? If he became a marshal, what would Marine have? There was a fire burning in Akainu's heart. He was a person with the ability of lava fruit. When he got angry, the temperature around him rose. Seeing this, Akiji frowned slightly, and cold air came out of his body to offset it. The performance of the two was seen by everyone, but no one intervened. This was related to the ownership of the next marshal, and it was not something they could manage. Akainu looked at Sengoku with angry eyes. He needed an explanation. He felt betrayed. He had always thought that Sengoku favored him more. Sengoku's style is closer to his style, and he is even more than Sengoku, whether it is the iron blood of means or the attitude of justice, which is far more than Akiji's slack and Kizuru's old fritters. He thought Sengoku would choose him, but he ended up choosing Akiji. And to make Akainu even more angry, it was Sengoku's decision after Summit War. And the performance of Marine Admiral in Summit War is also shown in the video, and it is impossible for Sengoku to not know. Throughout Summit War, this guy Kizuru has been fishing, and this guy Akiji has been fighting with some minor characters. Unlike him, he wholeheartedly carried out Sengoku's plan, convincing Squard to backstab Whitebeard. He also seriously injured Whitebeard himself again. He even killed Roger's son Ace himself, for which he was nearly killed by Whitebeard. He worked so hard in Summit War that he risked his life, and Sengoku changed his hand to recommend Akiji to be the marshal after Summit War. This directly made him explode with anger. This feels like playing a 5v5 team. For teammates hang up, you finally beat all 5 of the opponent with one operation, and the 5 kills are just in front of you. Then your teammate who is fishing runs over and grabs 5 heads and completes the 5 kills. The mentality exploded directly. Akainu's mood at the moment is like this. He doesn't agree. Why not choose him and choose Qingxiong? I need an explanation. Akainu suppressed his anger and said to Sengoku. He thought that the position of marshal was already in his pocket. The 2 guys, Akiji and Kizuru, were competing with him. Anyone with a discerning eye would know who is more suitable for Marine Marshal. However, Sengoku thinks Qingxiong is more suitable than him. He can't understand and can't accept it. Hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku also frowned. He doesn't know why he chooses Qingxiong. In fact, Qingxiong and Akainu are 2 people, and he values Akainu more now. As for Kizuru's role as Ape, in the last Summit War video when he played the role of Ape, Sengoku had already been blocked from the position of the marshal candidate. Get out of here, be ***************. D. He really likes Akainu, and he also sees Akainu's performance in Summit War. It can be said that Akainu is the best among the 3 admirals in Summit War. However, he recommends Akiji, which is interesting. What the heck happened that I didn't know about that made me change my mind? Sengoku thought. Sengoku couldn't understand it, and Akainu couldn't understand it. He would do the hard work, and Akiji would get the cheap things, which made him a fool. Sengoku looked at Akainu's angry and dissatisfied expression and said flatly, I can't give you the explanation you want. If I recommend Akiji, it can only prove that he is more suitable than you. I believe my choice will not be wrong. Sengoku doesn't understand why he recommends Akiji, but since he recommends it, there must be a reason. And Akainu obviously couldn't accept this answer. He glanced at Sengoku and Akiji indignantly, and then slumped back to his seat, clasping his arms fiercely, with lousy displeased brightly written on his face. Akiji looked at the performance of Akainu and Sengoku a little helpless. Why did no one ask his opinion? Although he is also very interested in the position of marshal. As for Kizuru, he watched their performance with a funny face, and his funny face showed a look of regret. But unfortunately, he thought he could see a terrible scene. It didn't turn into chaos, which made the Marines who were watching secretly on the side breathe a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Akainu, who had a bad temper, turned against Marshal Sengoku after hearing about it, and something happened. Although nothing has happened now, it can be seen that he has turned his face. Akainu Admiral's dissatisfaction was written on his face. But everyone is also very curious. Obviously, Akainu Admiral style is closer to that of Marshal Sengoku, and Akiji's style of doing things is more like Garp Vice Admirals. Why did Sengoku choose Akiji as a successor? Kind of weird. But what they are more curious about now is the answer to this question. Marshal Sengoku resigned and recommended Akiji as the next marshal. However, the question is, who is the next marshal? It's obviously not that simple here. And the candidate who can succeed Marine is obviously among the 3 Admiral Marines. Kizaru Admiral will certainly not be a candidate. Even if they are fools, they can see that Sengoku is very dissatisfied with Kizaru after the ape incident. And even if there is no such thing, Kizaru Admiral is not in the consideration of Marshal Sengoku. It can be said that the position of Marine Marshal is basically between Akainu and Akiji, 2 Marine Admiral. Since the title gave the information, Sengoku recommended Akiji, but then asked who the next marshal was. Could it be that the actual marshal was not Akiji, but Akainu? The idea surprised everyone, who could think of how Sengoku and Akainu could not. Sengoku frowned and thought about what happened, while Akainu had a sneer on his face. After all, the position of the marshal is still his. Sengoku is blind, and the people above still understand people who understands better fit to be a marshal. At this moment, the 4 emperors of the New World and the pirates of the Grand Line have been given the heartstrings by this question. This is a big event closely related to them, and who Marshal Marine is basically determines how Marine will behave and treat them in the future. This guy Akainu is more extreme and belligerent than Sengoku. If he is made handsome, then their sea will be even more dangerous. On the Moby D*****K, the Whitebeard pirates were thinking about Luo Ke's problem. They were also surprised that Sengoku recommended Akiji, because it was Akainu who impressed them more and hated them more in Summit War. And Akiji has basically no sense of existence in Summit War except for the tsunami and the freezing of the sea with his hand. Although they are enemies, it can be said that Akainu is the main force to defeat their Whitebeard pirates. They were a little surprised that such a person did not become the next marshal in Sengoku's mind. They thought that Sengoku would pay more attention to Akainu. After all, they saw in the video that Sengoku and Akainu planned and executed Tsukuya together. There's so many backstabs of the old man, it is really strange that such a tacit subordinate does not choose. However, this is a welcome thing for the people of the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing Akainu performing so hard, but being used aside by Sengoku, no matter how you look at it, it feels funny. The Akainu family must have died of anger when they heard this. He worked so hard in Summit War, but Sengoku didn't choose him as the marshal, and this guy was doing his work in vain, performing for the donkey. I just don't like this kind of despicable villain. If Marine makes such a person a marshal, then Marine is just like that. This Akainu has never done anything human. Whether it's inciting Squard to stab Daddy, or staring at Daddy's wound while fighting with Daddy. In addition to that, even Ace has to sneak up on Luffy while fighting, forcing Ace to attack Luffy. To block the fist. This is not like what a strong man would do, even if it is a pirate. Only those despicable pirates can do it. The real powerhouse is always one-on-one head-to-head, and for that alone, Akainu is a piece of trash in my heart. That's right. Even I feel disdain when I see it. He is strong enough, but his character is not good. It makes sense for Sengoku not to choose him. This guy deserves. The comments of the Whitebeard pirates on Akainu were broadcast live all over the world and resonated with many people. Although Akainu did his duty as Marine and did his best in the battle, these methods are really uncomplimentable, and other things could be said. It could be said to be a strategy. But attacking people who are weaker than himself is too limitless. This is not at all like a Marine Admiral can do. No one with the heart of a strong man can do such a thing. Many people think that this guy Akainu may be a Marine Admiral, but such a character is a Marshal. As the saying goes, the upper and the lower are effective. And with such a Marshal there, wouldn't the Marines follow Akainu's behavior after that? That kind of Marine, this kind of justice is really a bit ugly. So when they heard that Sengoku recommended Akiji instead of Akainu, they felt a little bit different, but they understood it. Akainu really wasn't their ideal Marshal Marine. And this comment from the Whitebeard pirates made Akainu of Naval Headquarters look extremely ugly. He was originally dissatisfied that Sengoku didn't recommend him, and now the Whitebeard pirates are really picking stones out of his eggs and picking out his faults. Makes him look like he really doesn't deserve to be Marshal Marine. It has already made him angry to the extreme, and these words will be broadcast to all parts of the world through live broadcast. If people don't think he's worthy of being Marshal Marine, then he's going to be Marshal Marine, and that's a shame. These bastards. Akainu glared at him. The temperature that had just subsided suddenly rose again, and the hot breath made the Marines around him complain. Anyway, angry is angry, dissatisfied is dissatisfied. Though, look for flowers, but the topic cannot be chosen arbitrarily because of emotions. In fact, this question Rog has almost given all the required information and now only needs to make a decision. It's an either-or gamble. Dad, the title deliberately told us that Sengoku recommended Akiji. I feel like this is to mislead us into believing that the next Marshal is Akiji. If you look at it this way, then the result is definitely not Akiji. Marco analyzed. I think so too. Many of the previous questions have proved a point, and often the most likely answer is not the answer. Ace also followed. But what if this is also a pretense thrown by Luo Ke? In case he made us think so, formed this idea, and then deliberately did the opposite, let's choose another answer. Bista said, pinching his beard. Marco and Ace couldn't help nodding when they heard the words. I can't rule out this possibility. So, Dad, it's up to you to decide whether it's Akiji or Akainu. We all listen to you. Ace looked at Whitebeard and said. The members of the Whitebeard pirates all looked at Whitebeard and handed over the decision to Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded slightly, thinking for a moment before making a decision. He looked at Luo Ke and said, Answer, Akainu. Although Whitebeard didn't want Akainu to become a Marshal, he was the culprit who killed Ace and directly caused his serious injury and the Whitebeard pirates' defeat in Summit War. If it wasn't for Akainu, the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't necessarily have lost so badly in Summit War. Maybe he will die in the naval headquarters, but Ace may survive, and in the future, the Whitebeard pirates may be able to thrive again under the leadership of Marco and Ace. The ending won't be so bad either. Thinking of the tragic ending of the Whitebeard pirates, and the fact that Akainu became Marshal Marine after the Summit War, this made Whitebeard very disgusted and hated. But reason told him that the position of Marine Marshal should be Akainu's, not only because of his performance in the Summit War, but also because Akainu's character is more suitable for Marine Marshal, or Marine Marshal in the eyes of the world government. After fighting with Marine for so many years, he also knew something about Marine and the world government. What the world government wants is not peace, but stable rule, and justice is not the value they value. Justice is worthless to the world government. If the world government really cares about justice, then celestial dragons won't do much bad things, and the world government has done less dirty things. So world government, or the five elders, they value obedience and execution, and Akainu showed that perfectly in Summit War. He perfectly executed Sengoku's orders, and killed Ace and Luffy in the Summit War without taking any face, which Akiji and Kizuru couldn't do. Qingxiong was brought out by Garp. If Akiji is the Marshal, in the future, Marine still doesn't know how much water to put in against Luffy and Drago. Maybe the world's sea level will rise because of this. Only this guy, Akainu, can put the five elders at ease. The appointment of the Marshal, Sengoku only has the right to recommend, and only the five elders really make the decision. The results are obvious. Whitebeard made his choice. The answer is correct, Rog said. Rog's answer immediately set off a wave around the world. Many people had hoped that someone other than Akainu would become a marshal. In addition, Akainu's virtues really do not deserve to be a marine marshal, and Sengoku also recommended Akiji as a marshal. So they recognized Qingxiong even more. However, it was Akainu who became the marshal, and this result made them somewhat unacceptable. Many people couldn't accept it, but Akainu smiled with satisfaction. No matter what you think, he will eventually become the marshal. Akainu looked nowhere. Sengoku's face at this time couldn't see anything. He was neither surprised nor happy when he heard this answer. He was very calm. What he cares more about is that this result goes against his intentions. This means that he and five elders do not agree on this issue. Akainu is the person five elders fancy, and Akiji is the person he fancy. So it is very likely that he made this decision not for Akainu, but for five elders. What happened to cause his dissatisfaction with five elders? Sengoku thought. Akainu will become Admiral in the future, which makes Naval Headquarters people all look at Akainu. Their eyes are different, and they don't know what they are thinking. The pirates all over the world looked ugly. The character of Akainu was heard by the pirates in the sea. Cruel, ruthless, and scrupulous, and will not show mercy to the pirates. It can be described as killing 100. This means that in the future, after Akainu takes office, Marine's arrest of pirates will be more severe, and the sea will be more difficult to be confused. For the big pirates like the Four Emperors, this is also not good news. Sengoku is still a sane guy anyway. He knows what is important, and he won't attack them easily. But the guy Akainu has a bit of a stubborn head. The concept of justice is even more extreme than that of Sengoku. Maybe that day he pointed at them and said that evil is worth fighting, and then went to war with them. Such radicals really give them some headaches, and the ending of the Summit War Whitebeard pirate group is ahead. They also don't want to go to war with Marine easily. The two sides live in peace, and it is not beautiful to make a fortune together. I hope that Akainu will mature a bit after becoming a marshal. Don't keep thinking about killing them all. See the reality clearly. On the mobile, Rog continued. After the Summit War, Sengoku resigned from the position of marshal and recommended Marine Admiral Akiji as the next marshal. On the mobile, Rog continued. After the Summit War, Sengoku resigned from the position of marshal and recommended Marine Admiral Akiji as the next marshal. But this idea was rejected by five elders. Five elders valued Akainu more and felt that Akainu was more in line with their martial personality. So Akainu and Qingxiong fought a battle around the ownership of Marshal Marine, and the battle location was chosen in Punkhasset. The two sides fought for 10 days and nights. The contest between the frozen fruit ability and the lava fruit ability directly transformed the terrain of Punkhasset into a half-magma and frozen ground environment. As a result of the battle, Akainu won the position of marshal. Akiji suffered severe burns to his right body during the battle and lost his left leg. He withdrew from Marine after the Battle of the Marshal. This result was unexpected to everyone, including the two protagonists Akiji and Akainu in this battle. They never thought that the battle for the Marshal was so fierce. The two Marine Admiral directly lost one. Although the loser did not die, his body was severely burned, his left leg was missing, he became disabled, and even quit Marine. This is Marine's highest combat power, Marine Admiral, and it was consumed internally because of such a thing. Hearing this news, many people feel sorry for it. You must know that this was only after the Summit War, and Marine went through such a big war. It was just at the time of hiring that the highest combat power was directly missing, which was too outrageous. And Akainu was promoted to the position of Marshal. Akiji left Marine. Then Marine 3 Admiral directly appeared 2 vacancies. Marine had to find two suitable candidates this time. Compared with the pity of the commoners, the pirates are amazed and amused. You Marines are too ruthless. I used to think that you were cruel enough to the pirates, but now you're not soft at all when it comes to fighting your own people. For the position of a marshal, he directly beat his companion into a disability and his legs were broken. This made them realize Marine's ruthlessness and ruthlessness. Ruthless to others, even more ruthless to yourself. Such a Kainu became a marshal, and in the future, those who became pirates would have no good fruit to eat. On the naval headquarters side, everyone looked at Akainu and Akiji in shock. Are you really here playing so much? Sengoku didn't expect that. He recommended Akiji straight away, but he still thought that even if he retire, there are still 3 Admiral Akiji, Kizuru, and Akainu and Marine who can stand. He and the old guys like Garp just have to watch and nurture the new ones. How could it be expected that, just after he resigned, Akiji also followed? What should Marine Admiral do with 2 vacant? And Akiji didn't expect that he was recommended by Sengoku as a marshal, which was a surprise, but in the blink of an eye, his leg was interrupted, and he left Marine. This sounds too miserable. Ching Xiong scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Seeing the sympathetic eyes cast by everyone, Akiji could only helplessly spread out his hands, expressing that he didn't know how it could be like this. Akainu, on the other hand, was first shocked that Akiji was repelled by Marine, but after the shock, he felt happy. I just heard that Sengoku recommended Akiji. He is already very dissatisfied with Sengoku and Akiji. Why should Akiji compete with him for marshal? Just a lazy guy. Hearing that Akiji and him were interrupted in their fight for legs, he didn't have the slightest sympathy in his heart, but felt that it was right for him to be the marshal. Qingxiong's skills are not as good as others, and being defeated is a matter of course. On the contrary, it also proves that he is stronger than Akiji, and he deserves to be a marshal. This result made him feel comfortable all of a sudden, and he has the support of the 5 elders. The 5 elders also think that he is more suitable to be a marshal. With the support of the 5 elders, he even defeated Akiji. He is also a marshal and deserves his name, no doubt. Facts have also proved that Sengoku's choice was wrong. If he hadn't recommended Akiji, Akiji would not have such a result. It's not his fault. The fault is that Sengoku chose Akiji. Fight! He's the real marshal. Sengoku doesn't know anyone, and Summit War is Sengoku's fault. This guy is old, and it's time to step down from the position of marshal. Marine's future belongs to him, and he will lead Marine to greatness again. Akainu squinted Sengoku with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, holding his arms fiercely, with a confident expression on his face. Sengoku ignored Akainu's provocation and had to reflect after seeing the end of the battle between Akiji and Akainu for the marshal. If this causes Akiji to quit Marine, it's not what he wants. Maybe it's time for him to reconsider the ownership of a marshal. When everyone in the Whitebeard pirates heard that Akainu had become the marshal, they couldn't help but look angry. This ending really made them dissatisfied. The 2 people who caused the collapse of the Whitebeard pirates, one became the marshal and the other became the 4 emperors. They are all on a rise. Only their Whitebeard pirates have collapsed. Compare with this, how can one be angry and sad? Fortunately, Dad's answer was correct, and they also successfully answered 8 questions this time. I don't know what kind of reward I can get this time. All of them looked at Rog. Rog also started the established procedure. Now that all 10 questions have been answered, according to the regulations, the next 5 related videos will be played. Hope you like it. Start playing now, Summit War 3. Screens around the world instantly went black, then switched to another screen. Everyone was instantly attracted by this scene. Here's the scene behind the scene, just after Whitebeard's death. Seeing this, everyone immediately remembered one of the issues mentioned by Luo Ke before. That is, the real purpose of Blackbeard Teach's coming to Summit War is actually to plunder Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Thinking of this, their eyes widened. Can anyone really do such a thing? The ability to plunder others for your own use? In the video, Whitebeard was killed, screams and cheers came from the naval headquarters, and people from each faction showed different expressions on their faces. At this moment, Blackbeard and his party who had just killed Whitebeard were all guarding Whitebeard. Whitebeard stood up straight, even though he was dead. Blackbeard and the others covered Whitebeard's body with a black cloth, and Blackbeard laughed excitedly. Oh, okay, let's get started. Marine and the Whitebeard pirates watched the Blackbeard pirates in shock and anger, not knowing what they were trying to do. I saw Blackbeard said mysteriously, "Thief, I'll let you see the best performance." After speaking, Blackbeard walked into the black cloth alone. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates stood guard outside. Ding, ding, ding. No entry here. I'm really looking forward to it. Are we going to disband if we fail? In front of the video, everyone watched this scene nervously. Can Blackbeard really do such a thing? Become the world's only shock fruit who robs Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Seeing this scene, many people swallowed nervously. They couldn't imagine what it would be like if these two terrifying abilities appeared in one person. Big names from all over the world are staring at this scene. Sengoku, Akainu, Kaido, Big Mom, Doflamingo, Hawkeye. Everyone was waiting for that moment to come. At this moment, the black cloth was pulled away, and the figure of Blackbeard Teach appeared in front of everyone, and everything was the same as before the black cloth was covered. I saw Blackbeard laugh. "Marine, let you see my power? I'm going to be your enemy again. Thief, haha." After speaking, black smoke rose from Blackbeard's body. Dark cave. The darkness devoured the Marine in front of him, and Blackbeard said excitedly when he heard Marine's exclamation, "This is the power of my dark fruit." Immediately afterwards, he took another stance. Seeing this stance, everyone outside the image widened their eyes. Blackbeard raised his hand, turned it outward, and then sent a horizontal punch to his side. Immediately after his fist, the space seemed to be split apart by the shock, which was Whitebeard's air shock. The direction of the air shock is the dilapidated headquarters building. With Blackbeard's punch, the headquarters building couldn't hold up any longer, and it was directly torn apart. White 2.3 Beard's shock fruit ability is back in the hands of Blackbeard Teach. At this moment, everyone is not calm, but it was really done by Blackbeard. He got the ability of Whitebeard. Before seeing this scene, many people were skeptical about it. After all, devil fruit can only eat one thing for sure. It's not that no one has tried to eat two. However, the result of eating two is terrible. If people can have two devil fruit abilities, they thought that Blackbeard just used other means to achieve double fruit, not the real double fruit, and this method is not without weapons such as eating devil fruit. However, the ability that Blackbeard just showed completely proved one point. He really has shock fruit, and he has become the only dual fruit ability person in the world. In the video, Blackbeard looked at his hands excitedly, and black smoke and masks appeared on his left and right hands. Thief, ha ha ha. The dark gravity that can make everything return to nothingness. The earthquake that can destroy everything. I got this. Then no one can be my enemy. I'm the strongest. Speak clearly to the world. Peace-loving, boring commoners. Marine, world government, and the pirates. The future of this world has been decided. Thief, haha. That's right, the future is. Blackbeard screamed in the sky. Lousy era. Everyone can feel the evil, madness, ambition, and greed of Blackbeard in the image, even across the screen. Summit War. Marine tried every means to defeat the Whitebeard pirates and released a demon that was greedy and evil many times more than Whitebeard. Blackbeard, who has gained the power of Whitebeard, is destined to bring greater disaster to the world in the future. Seeing this scene, no one could laugh. Whitebeard had already shown the power of shock fruit, and Blackbeard plundered shock fruit and became a dual fruit power user. Such a guy, coupled with such ambition and desire, his existence must be the scourge of the world. Marines from Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and others looked at Blackbeard with gloomy expressions. Blackbeard's piercing laughter, each taunting Marine, whose stupidity helped him achieve his goal and gain the power he is now. This made the whole Marine a joke. At this time, they saw the conversation of the people in the video. Blackbeard, who detonated this war because he caught Fire Fist Ace, got the power of Whitebeard. What will this world be like? This sentence slapped all Marines' faces like a slap, and even more slapped on the face of Marine Marshal Sengoku. Because of their mistakes, they brought greater disaster to the world. In this summit war, Marine not only failed to bring victory, but also became the center of the world. Sengoku looked at the Blackbeard teach in the video with a livid face. Damn Blackbeard, he will never spare you. Countless people were amazed, shocked, and afraid of the power that Blackbeard obtained in the image. They couldn't imagine how powerful such two powers would be in one person. The only good thing is that all this is just prophecy, not reality. Now Teach has been caught by Whitebeard, Dark Fruit has also been eaten by Sachi, and now Blackbeard has no such day. None of this will happen again. This made everyone feel fortunate and broke into a cold sweat, but fortunately, all this was stopped. With Blackbeard's crazy and ambitious eyes, almost everyone who sees it will believe that this guy will never be a 4 emperors in the new world like Whitebeard and the others. This guy definitely wants to control the whole world. If he really gets such power, then the world will be in trouble and no one will have peace. In addition to being fortunate, they complained again that Marine could be smarter, not to be played around by pirates, and it took so much effort to help people gain so much power that they almost killed them. In addition, I hope that Whitebeard will kill the dangerous Blackbeard. Such a guy must not let him live any longer. Even if he doesn't have Dark Fruit and Shock Fruit, if he gains other powerful Devil Fruit with the dual fruit ability, someone like him is still a disaster to the world. After watching Teach use his own moves, Whitebeard's mood was a little complicated. He glanced at Teach with his head down and looked up from time to see the powerful and eager eyes of Teach after he obtained the abilities of Shock Fruit and Dark Fruit in the video. Is this your real purpose? Return to the dark gravity of nothingness, the power of the earthquake that destroys everything. Strongest? Is this the real purpose of your Moby D***** K on board? What a terrible ambition, but unfortunately, you can't get it all. Blackbeard continues in the video. After the fruit ability of Or, Teach announced his first goal. First of all, sink Marineford first. Hearing this sentence, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, Akainu, and other Marines all changed their color. You dare Sengoku to split. If Teach really sinks Marines' iconic Naval Headquarters Marineford that has stood for hundreds of years, then Marine's face will be completely lost. Just then, Sengoku's eyes lit up. In the video, Sengoku turned into a golden Buddha, which was a shock wave to the Blackbeard pirates, directly hitting the entire Blackbeard group to vomit blood. Former Marine Admiral, now Marine Marshal, Sengoku's strength is shown in this move. At this time, many people realize that Marine is not only 3 Admiral and Marine hero Garp. Marine Marshal Sengoku, although old, but still top-notch. But at this time, they couldn't help thinking of the scene where Sengoku beat Luffy before, and their faces suddenly became strange. Why do they think Sengoku is not strong? That's because, while on the execution stand, Luffy went to save Ace and had a fight with Sengoku. Luffy picked up Sengoku with his big belly. Nothing happened, then rescued Ace and slipped away. Why doesn't it feel right? Originally, they didn't feel anything before, but compared with this video, the problem came out. Playing Luffy, I'm a no-brainer. Playing Teach, I'm hitting hard. Everyone, the Whitebeard pirates, was a little confused, and Teach, who was tied there and peeking in the video, was also a little confused. At Naval Headquarters, the surrounding Marines also looked at Sengoku with strange eyes. Kizaru half-smiled. Ching Xiong scratched his head a little embarrassedly, Akainu glared, and Garp looked at Sengoku like a good brother. If you translate their eyes, that's it. Kizaru, it's not just me playing the ape. Ching Xiong, I don't know anything. Garp, good bro. Akainu, dog thief, you all play me. At this time, Sengoku also noticed their eyes and suddenly understood something. Sengoku was taken aback by their eyes, but the marshal's airs kept him from showing anything. His face was flat, pretending that nothing happened. Just like Kizaru before, looking up at the image at a 45-degree angle, this was a wonderful fight, as expected of me. This scene refreshed 2 perceptions of Marine Marshal Sengoku for everyone watching the footage. First, Sengoku is actually very strong. Second, he is also an acting ape. This time, many people immediately understood why Summit War was so discordant, and when they watched this war before, they felt that something was not right. It seems that they only see Akainu fighting hard in the video all the time, and the others have no role at all. It can't be said that there is absolutely no. It can only be said that there is almost no. At first, they thought it was Marine who retained his strength against possible future enemies, because it is very likely that there will be people from other forces who are thinking of taking advantage of it. If Marine and the Whitebeard pirates fight to lose both, it will be over. Facts also proved that a lot of people did come from behind. The Blackbeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates both came. They also began to believe that Marine was indeed retaining his strength. Marine 3 and Admiral 2 were retaining their strength, and Marine Marshal and Marine Hero also did not shoot. However, when they saw Sengoku's efforts to suppress the Blackbeard pirates, they understood. Feelings even Marine Marshal Sengoku is pouring water, so it's fine. The Marshal Sengoku is pouring water, and the other people are also doing normal operations. Compared with these normal people, Akainu, the person who is working hard in the audience, is not normal. They couldn't help feeling sympathy for Akainu, the guy who fought alone. He was the only one who didn't see the situation clearly, and was almost killed by Whitebeard. His teammates didn't come to help, and he was thrown aside by Sengoku afterward, almost taking advantage of Elgin. And no wonder the 5 elders chose Akainu to be their next marshal, and they didn't dare to hand over the position of marshal to these bastards, Marine pills. However, it also made them aware of Garp's popularity in Marine. Everyone should give Garp face, and you are the one who has the ability to bear the fruit of face. Of course, this ability is invalid for Akainu, a stunned young man. The episode of Sengoku's release of water was quickly forgotten as the battle intensified in the video. Sengoku did not bring down the Blackbeard pirates, and the battle continued. And, at the other end, Akainu rushed out of the abyss and continued to pursue the unconscious Garp's grandson Luffy. Now the battlefield is more anxious. Marine continues to pursue the Whitebeard pirates, and Blackbeard uses the power of shock fruit to cause Marineford's land to collapse. And that's not the end. The impact of shock fruit has even been felt at the Sabeti archipelago, far away from naval headquarters. Panic appeared on everyone's faces. Apart from killing Ace, the war did not achieve any of Marine's goals, but the fighting couldn't stop. The brutality of the war was vividly revealed at the end. Marines and pirates were constantly killed and injured in the process. Many people looked at this scene with pale faces, and their eyes were full of unbearable. If we continue, I am afraid that few people here will survive, and the impact is not only this. Shock fruit has caused people in the nearby Sabeti archipelago to take refuge. Now people are really starting to realize the power of Whitebeard, the world-destroying shock fruit. At this moment, a voice spread throughout the naval headquarters, and everyone heard the sound and looked over. A young Marine opened his hands to block Akainu and said loudly, "Enough. Don't fight anymore. It's a waste of life." Every soldier has family members who are waiting for them to go home. We have achieved our goal, and we are still fighting against these pirates who don't want to continue fighting. As long as this time is spent on treating wounded soldiers, many of them can be saved. Continue to fight. Just like a fool, right? Seeing this young Marine rushing to Akainu to say such words, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Who is this? Is he crazy? Moreover, at this point in the war, it would be too naive to say such words. This is not something that can be stopped if you want to. And stand in front of this Akainu. Naval headquarters, Akainu frowned at the young Marine in the video and asked what Akainu asked in the video. Who is this guy? Garp's eyes widened, looking at the young Marine's face. Kirby, who was watching the video in the crowd, was also frightened by his sudden action. Huh? Many people looked at him and found that this was the young sailor who stopped Akainu Admiral in the video. In the video, Akainu did not stop because of Kabi's obstruction, raised his hand, and his lava fist was about to smash at Kabi. I wasted a few seconds. Marine doesn't need soldiers who don't do it right. Everyone watched as the young and innocent soldier was about to die under Akainu's fist when a man blocked Akainu's fist with a sword. This person is exactly red-haired Shanks. For Emperor's red hair really appeared in Summit War. I saw the red hair blocked Akainu's fist and said lightly, "Young sailor, you have done a good job. No matter how good or bad the few seconds of courage you spent with your life are good or bad, it has just changed this. The fate of the world." The redhead picked up Luffy's straw hat and said, "I'm here to end this war." Hearing the redhead's words, many people who were watching the impact were all relieved, even Sengoku and the others. The development of this war has exceeded their expectations. The naval headquarters and Blackbeard pirates and Whitebeard pirates will fight this war to the end if no one really comes out to stop it. Marine will chase down the Whitebeard pirates, but equally, Blackbeard will also sink the naval headquarters Marin at this time. Even if Blackbeard can't take out the Marine admirals like Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, as long as he is determined to use Shockfruit's ability to sink Marineford, he can do it. This also means that in the process, many people will fall into the sea together, sink to the bottom of the sea, and be swept away by the tsunami, and there are probably not many people who can survive. And this war has gathered 100,000 Marine elites. The price is too high. Even if the person who stopped the war was a redhead, Sengoku had to say, "It came just right. This war really shouldn't go on, and if it continued, Marine's power would be exhausted. Once Marine loses his power, then the world is in chaos." In the video, the redhead hands the hat to Buggy and asks him to return it to Luffy, while Luffy is given the hat by Trafalgar Law and the others and leaves. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo of Dre 437 Strasse widened his eyes. He didn't expect that this guy Luo also participated in this war and also rescued Luffy. After sending Luffy away, all the red hair pirates come on stage to face Sengoku and all the Blackbeard pirates. Redhead said loudly, "Continued fighting will only continue to cause more damage to both sides. And if anyone wants to do it, come on, let's be your opponents." The redhead looked at Blackbeard sullenly and asked, "How?" "Teach no, Blackbeard. You're getting more and more manly. Red hair, that scar is for you." Then the picture cuts to the scar on the red-haired eye. People who saw this scene were a little puzzled. Why did they suddenly mention the scar? Have these two guys dealt with each other before? They look familiar. At this time, they found that the screen cut to another place, and the place that was still very familiar was the Moby D **K. Just when they thought the video was over, they found out that this was not the current Moby D **K, because there were two people sitting opposite each other in the video. It's Whitebeard and Redhead. With a huge wine bowl in front of the redhead, he stared at Whitebeard and said, "I've been through all kinds of battles and suffered countless scars, but now this scar is the only one that hurts. This injury was neither risky nor eagle-eyed. It was your Blackbeard teach who left me with this wound." As soon as the red hair said this, the whole world was shocked. The wound on the redheads turned out to be Blackbeard's. What made them even more concerned was that the redhead had come to warn Whitebeard before the Summit War that Teach was dangerous. Teach, who was bound, saw a strange look in his eyes when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that he had been seen by the red-haired guy for so many years. The red-haired words in the video continue. "Do you know what I want to say? Whitebeard, that guy has been waiting for the opportunity, neither competing for the position of captain, nor seeking fame and fortune, quietly hiding himself, and has been hiding in Whitebeard's place until now, below the loud name. Then accumulate strength and wait for the opportunity. He will eventually fight for the top with his own consciousness, and sooner or later he will come back to fight for your throne." Seeing what the redhead said to Whitebeard, and seeing what Blackbeard did in the current video, they knew that what the redhead said was right, but obviously the warning of the redhead did not take effect, which led to the subsequent Summit War. It seems that Whitebeard also bears half the blame for Summit War, and it is not without reason that the Whitebeard pirates will have this ending. The screen cuts to Summit War. Blackbeard stopped the red-haired words and laughed. "Forget it. Anyway, now I have what I want. Now is not the time to fight with you. Let's go, brothers." The Blackbeard pirates turned and retreated, the red-haired looking at Sengoku again with a solemn expression. Everyone present will look at my face. The spirit of the four emperors' red hair is fully displayed here. Everyone who saw this scene was amazed by this. And this time, even civilians and Marine couldn't help feeling that this guy was different from any pirate they had ever seen before. Strong, confident, and peace-loving. Peace-loving, the thought came out of their minds and felt a little strange, but redheads gave them that feeling. It seems he was trying his best to prevent this from happening even before Summit War started. And now he is trying to prevent things from getting worse. What is the purpose of this man? What exactly is he planning? Everyone looked at the man with a determined face in the video and couldn't help but have this question in their hearts. No one knows the answer except the redhead himself. But Summit War did end there. Marine began to rescue the wounded, and the Whitebeard and Blackbeard pirates also evacuated. Then the influence cuts to another scene. Apparently, it's been some time since Naval Headquarters. Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard pirates, and Redhair pirates have all left. Sengoku sat on the ground, covered in bandages. Brand New came to report. I confirmed the status of impelled down. Is Magellan all right? Sengoku asked. He was beaten badly. I heard that he was dying. The medical class is currently treating him with power. He is a very serious man. So, I heard that he has always mentioned that he is responsible for changing himself, and his body is still able to move, so he may commit suicide. Mental state. Sengoku interrupted Brand New. Never let him do this kind of thing. What the hell is going on in prison? Brand New told Sengoku about the situation in the prison. In short, Blackbeard took away the elites in level 6, but many more prisoners disappeared from level 6 than expected. This news gave Sengoku a headache, and he immediately ordered Brand New to keep the news down and alert the world to these pirates. However, Brand New told Sengoku something that made Sengoku angry, and the world government wanted to hide it because it would lose the world government's face. Stop making trouble. The picture stayed on Sengoku's angry face. Seeing this scene, people all over the world were immediately angry. The world government and Marine were not optimistic about Impelled Down. They fell into the trap of Blackbeard and let the big pirates of Impelled Down run away. As a result, they didn't even announce the incident, and they had to keep it a secret. How much harm this will cause to civilians like them? At least if it is announced, they can take precautions in advance. But even if it is such a remedy, the world government is unwilling to do it. The reason is that it is ridiculous and detrimental to the face of the world government. Although they had known for a long time that the world government did not value their lives, they did not expect to do such a thing. The mistakes made by the world government and Marine have to make them bear the consequences. They can't accept it. Immediately, many people scolded. Looking at the angry look on Sengoku's face, they suddenly understood why the Marine Marshal resigned. The world government is too impersonal. When Sengoku saw himself in the video, he suddenly understood why he recommended Akiji. Sure enough, there was a reason for his choice, but when he thought about the ending of Akiji, Sengoku's face sank. This image was also seen by the 5 elders of Mariewa. This could not help but arouse the anger, dissatisfaction, and helplessness of the 5 elders. Until now, they still have no clue about Rog's whereabouts, and the last encirclement and suppression did not find Luo Ke's body. They have long realized that if they continue to let Rog go on like this, the world government will have more troubles. Sure enough, in the live video, the world government was once again smeared. They knew without even thinking about what kind of anger and disgust the public would get when the video was spread. I can't let him go on like this anymore. He must be arrested as soon as possible. No matter death or life, as soon as possible. And on the screen, the image continues. In a flash, the image switches from Sengoku's angry face to another scene. A man with a pineapple head was sitting on the grass, with his hands on the grass behind him, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds. This person is Whitebeard's first team leader of the pirates, Marco. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates suddenly became refreshed. Is it finally here? What exactly happened in the ending of the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard, Marco, Ace, and Joe's all stared at the image, and even Teach, who was tied there, raised his head secretly. In the video, Marco opened his mouth with sighs and memories. After Summit War, we thought to at least stick to what Dad was guarding, but Blackbeard invaded and started a battle to end it, and everything was taken away. As soon as Marco's voice fell, the screen switched to another island. Blackbeard Teach stood on a hill, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates looked at each other. Immediately after the Whitebeard pirates launched a charge, Blackbeard used Whitebeard's signature move. In an instant, the air was blasted, darkness enveloped everyone, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates fell one after another. The picture returned to Marco, who continued, "I wanted to startle the white-eyed wolf, Dad." Speaking of which, Marco seemed to remember the past with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Dad is actually very stingy. He always wants other people's wine, and he never invited me to drink in the store. Tears condensed in Marco's eyes, because all his own treasures have been sent here. In fact, everyone knows it. At this time, the picture shows the appearance of the nearby village. People live here peacefully and peacefully. There is no war or disturbance here, and people live happily and peacefully. The cat-like guy next to him said, "In other words, this is Dad's last relic." Marco nodded. "Yeah, the redhead also helped build the tomb near here." The picture cuts to two graves, one with a large knife stuck in it, which is Whitebeard's Tsung Yunshio, and the other with Ace's hat and pistol hanging on it. Seeing this, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates finally couldn't hold back. When they saw Marco talking about the Battle of the Knot to the Cat Pit Viper alone, an unspeakable sadness hovered in their hearts. Seeing the captains collapse in front of Blackbeard one by one, all clenching their fists, and seeing Marco holding back tears and talking about Dad, sobbing sounded on the boat. Until the two tombs appeared, they all cried. If there is no live answer, this will make their Whitebeard pirates the final end, and Father Ace, and will become these two tombs to rest here. The thought of Marco being alone with Whitebeard and Ace's grave made everyone feel sad. Never let this happen, absolutely not. This idea popped into everyone's mind at the same time. "Thank you, Marco," Whitebeard said to Marco in the video. With sadness and self-blame in his eyes, it was really dereliction of duty to let his son face such a situation alone. But from now on, he won't let that happen, swears in his Whitebeard name. In the video, Marco continues to speak. Speaking of which, there's a guy named Weibel in Shichibukai, who claims to be the biological son of his father and is attacking people related to the Whitebeard pirates. Between men and women, I can't say anything. It is said that the woman was in the same boat as my father decades ago. I don't know. Marco's words made the faces of the Whitebeard pirates change slightly. Some people really claimed to be the son of the father or his wife. They couldn't help looking at Whitebeard, and by how Gujiao was also a little angry. These monsters and monsters actually came to ruin his reputation after his death. And judging from Marco's performance in the video, they're not sure if that's true or not. This was too irritating, but at that time he died and couldn't even refute the rumor. But it seems to be for the inheritance. Even if I say no, they probably won't believe it. I'm still here, and one day I'll be targeted. Marco Taoists. Cat Viper nodded. So that's the case. That really can't leave here. And after this scene, Edward Weibel, who has been talking all the time, finally revealed his true face. I saw a man who didn't look very smart and had many suture scars appeared in front of everyone. With blonde hair and a half-circle beard on his lips, he looks a bit Whitebeard. If only based on these, is indeed somewhat similar to Whitebeard. However, other than that, in terms of appearance, temperament, or eyes, there is nothing similar to Whitebeard, the strongest man in Summit War. Is this really Whitebeard's biological son? Suddenly, people from all over the world stared at the man who appeared in the image. Many people laughed when they saw Weibel's appearance. Can this guy really be Whitebeard's son? How does it feel like there's no resemblance at all except for the beard and hair color? This looks too stupid. Looks like a big fool. This guy is really a big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions? How could this guy be Whitebeard's son? Although that guy is a pirate, he has to say that his temperament and appearance are very attractive, but this guy really has a beard and doesn't resemble Whitebeard at all. I think so too. Indeed, there was a lot of discussion, and everyone in the Whitebeard pirates vomited when they saw Weibel's bounty. so they were too embarrassed to say that it was their father's son. Weibel and the others had not heard of it before, but they hadn't looked at it carefully before. After all, they were the Four Emperors Regiment, and not everything could arouse their concern. Even when Ace, whose bounty was 100 million higher than Weibel's, came to challenge Whitebeard, they didn't take this guy seriously, just a little brat. The Four Emperors Regiment is so confident. Therefore, many of them had little impression of Weibel, and when Weibel's true face was put in front of them and looked at them carefully, they were speechless. Just this appearance, let alone they dare not recognize it. I'm afraid even the father can't recognize it. Can this be his biological son? The old man is very handsome, and he doesn't say how handsome he looks, but he is also above average. Coupled with the temperament of a strong man, he is full of charm. Otherwise, he would not be able to conquer so many pirates willingly be his son. And this Weibel, who is about the size of a frog, with dull eyes and snot in his nostrils, looks like a mentally retarded child. Could this be the father's son? I'm afraid it's not a variant. If you say this, even if they believe it, others will not believe it. Whitebeard looked at Weibel even more furiously. He was not someone who valued appearance. Otherwise, there would not be so many different-looking sons in his collection. However, this Weibel looks too outrageous. It is a complete personal humiliation for him to say that he is his own son. In the video, Edward Weibel was talking while walking. They said in unison that only the Whitebeard pirates are the sons of Whitebeard. Mom, I'm Whitebeard's son, and my beard is white too. That's right, you are. An elderly female voice said 437. You are the only biological son who inherited the bloodline of Whitebeard, the strongest pirate in the world, and then I am Whitebeard's beloved woman. At this time, an old, wrinkled, small, fashionable old lady wearing a leopard print Madara dress with a cane appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's jaw dropped when they saw her. This is Whitebeard's beloved woman. If this is really Whitebeard's woman, then Whitebeard's taste is too bad. And this body type is too bad. Can this really be Whitebeard's woman? Whitebeard is a guy who is over 6 meters tall, and this woman is only over 1 meter tall. Could this be a pair? Many are skeptical. And at this moment, Whitebeard was also provoked by these two, his beloved woman, his biological son. What the hell were these two bastards going to do after he died? He was famous all his life, and after his death, he was so smeared and humiliated by these two clowns. This humiliation must be repaid. Then Weibel's next sentence in the video made Whitebeard's face green with anger. In the video, Weibel said in surprise to a piece of paper, "Allah, is this a mirror?" Miss Bajin held up the paper and denied. "No, this is Whitebeard's photo." "What? I thought it was a mirror," Weibel said, scratching his chin. These two bastards. A powerful aura erupted from Whitebeard, who had never suffered such humiliation before. As far as Weibel's appearance is concerned, looking in the mirror when looking at his picture does not mean that he and Weibel look exactly the same. Is he exactly like the mentally retarded Weibel? If it spreads out, I am afraid it will become the laughing stock of the whole world. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates saw that Dad understood this, and Dad was really angry. They could not have imagined that such a thing would happen to Dad. It was so outrageous that they were all laughed at by the big fool in this image. But now they probably understood what was going on. In fact, this guy Weibel is indeed a fool. Not only looks like a fool, but also thinks and speaks like a fool. It was his mother, Miss Bajin, who really made such a mess. After answering the question, Oct, I'd like to ask this Miss Bajin who is the most beloved woman she is. Whitebeard said with a cold face. Originally, this incident would not make him angry, but what these two guys did has exceeded his bottom line of tolerance. If it was just impersonating his son, if this kind of thing didn't have a big impact, he wouldn't bother with these guys. However, Weibel and Miss Bajin, these two guys not only impersonated his woman and son, but also attacked the Whitebeard pirates. Such a guy can't stay. He must get it quickly, so as not to give birth to unnecessary children in the future incident. This scandal about Whitebeard has given people around the world watching the video a good meal. It also relieved the tension when watching the tragic summit war earlier. especially when they saw Weibel looking at Whitebeard's picture as a mirror. Almost everyone who saw it laughed. I don't know how Whitebeard himself felt when he saw this scene. It's fun to think about. There is no one who touches this porcelain, and it can be hit hard. And this guy Whitebeard has really suffered disaster. This incident has also become a joke among people during this period of time, and it has not been able to dissipate heat for a long time. However, many people in Naval Headquarters looked at Weibel's fool-like performance and did not laugh, but looked at him with hatred and anger. It was this guy who slaughtered teacher Zephyr's boatload of students and also chopped off one of the teacher's arms. Teacher Zay's FA meeting became what it is now, and it was all caused by this guy. They wanted to catch him to avenge Zephyr Sensei, but thinking that this guy would become Shichibukai in the future, they couldn't help being silent again, and their mood was especially complicated. But soon they were caught up in the new influence. Because after Weibel's image, the screen switches to another place, Mariehua. In one room, Marine Marshal Sengoku and World Government Commander Sora are having a face-to-face conversation. Even though I've kept him, Garp has actually resigned, Sora said, holding his chest. The straight-to-the-point statement made everyone at Naval Headquarters stunned. They thought it was the resignation image of Marshal Sengoku, but they did not expect that even Garp Vice Admiral resigned. Everyone looked at Garp, but Garp was not surprised at all. If Ace was really killed by a Kainu, he would definitely be hit hard. Sengoku also looked at Garp and sighed slightly. In this case, the Summit War will hurt Marine too much. Both he and Garp resigned. Akiji quit Marine, and Zephyr Weibel became Shichibukai. Zephyr will not remain indifferent. In other words, after Akainu takes office, Marine's power will be lost again after the Summit War has suffered losses. In this case, the older generation of Marines will basically retreat. I hope that the future Marines can grow up and maintain the stability of the world. Sora continued, but I want him to keep his title and stay in Marine in order to train the young Marine. He looked at Sengoku and said, if you're going to assassinate Marine as Marshal, then you must at least do so, Sengoku. Okay, I accept this request. This kind of retirement life is not bad. The era of pirates is about to change. How can we rely on us veterans? Justice is a value. There is no way to surpass the times. Mr. Sora, I recommend Qingxiong for the next Marshal Marine. Sure enough, Marshal Sengoku still recommended Akiji, as he said in the previous question. Since he had known the news before, Marine who was present was not too shocked, and Akainu just looked at Sengoku dissatisfiedly. Anyway, the final result was that he became the Marshal. Neither Sengoku nor Akiji can stop this. The corners of Akainu's mouth lifted slightly, and a victor's smile appeared on his face. In contrast, the faces of Sengoku and Akiji are not very good. They don't want Akainu to be the Marshal. It has nothing to do with the position. They feel that letting Akainu be the Marshal will only make Marine go in a direction they don't want. Developing. What's even worse for Ringo is that he failed to defeat Akainu and was instead broken by Akainu. The position of Marshal seemed destined to be Akainu's. At this moment, the image in the screen switched to another scene, which seemed to be Jinbei's memory. The figures of Akiji and Akainu appear in the background. They are facing each other, and behind them are the iceberg and the sea of fire respectively. Usually Akiji doesn't seem to be motivated, but he strongly opposes Akainu taking over as Marshal, so the two confront each other. The unprecedented struggle between the two admirals finally developed to a duel on an island. Since the four could not intervene, the two sides agreed that the loser would not intervene at all, and the winner would command Marine. Jinbei said to the Straw Hat Pirates with a sullen face, the 10-day battle to the death has now become something that people all over the world are talking about. Although the strength of the two sides is equal, but in the end the winner is Akainu, so Marine's new Marshal is him. Speaking of Akainu, Luffy felt pain in his chest. Akainu. What about Qingxiong? Is he dead? Jinbei said. Akainu saw his former colleague fall in front of him and still didn't kill him. But Qingxiong didn't want to accept Akainu's command and left Marine. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately realized that this was a conversation between Jinbei and Luffy 2 years later. Sure enough, In the end, Akainu became Marine Marshal. They all looked at Akiji with regrets in their eyes. Since Akiji opposed Akainu's takeover of Admiral and did not want to accept Akainu's command and left Marine, it meant that there was no summit war. When Marshal Sengoku retires, Akiji Admiral will also leave Marine, which seems to be doomed. This result is something they don't want to see. Akiji, knowing the result, are you still opposed to it now? Or do you still want to fight with me before leaving? Akainu asked Akiji, holding his chest. He didn't want Akiji to leave Marine. After all, he was the marshal in the future, and Akiji was equivalent to his younger brother. Although Akiji's strength is not as good as him, he is still good. He doesn't want to let go like this, and he just leaves as a marshal. Akiji has no face. What the future is like, I have to wait until later. I can't answer you this question, but you're not the marshal now, and no one can guarantee whether you will be in the future. Qingxiong looked at Akainu calmly. Akainu didn't say any more. He could see that Qingxiong didn't want to just give up the position of marshal. Since then, there is nothing to say. If he wants to fight over there, Hisakazuki is not afraid. Sengoku frowned when he looked at the smell of gunpowder between the two. He hasn't resigned yet. You two will treat him as if he doesn't exist. Have you started discussing who will be the marshal? However, whether the next marshal will choose Akiji or Akainu is indeed a problem. Originally, he wanted to choose Akiji. If Akainu takes office, Marine will be less like Marine and become a running dog of 5 elders. Justice will be paler by then, but the results showed that Akiji couldn't compete with Akainu. At that time, it would not be worthwhile for Marine to lose a member of Admiral like Akiji. Just as Sengoku was thinking about how to choose, the image changed. At this time, the video came to another scene. Akainu was sitting on a luxurious sofa with a cigar in his mouth. The decoration of the wall behind him gave people a very familiar feeling. At this time, Akainu has a few more scars on his face and a beard around his mouth compared to 2 years ago. He looks tougher and more mature than 2 years ago. It can be seen that his battle with Akiji is not the slightest. Lossless. The Akainu in front of the video couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly when he saw this scene. He really sat in the position of a marshal. It seems that he is now more of a marshal's temperament and style than he is now. It is him. In the video, Akainu suppressed his anger with a dissatisfaction and said to the person in front of him, "Why do you have to make the whole world go round for the sake of a small doflamingo? If this happens again in the future, will I still have face as Marshal Marine? Don't do this kind of thing anymore." Akainu's words brought a lot of information, and people all over the world watched this scene with wide eyes. Doflamingo, let the world go round and round. What happened made this Marshal Marine so angry. And if Akainu can suppress the anger, there should be no other people in this world. Looking at the decoration of this room, the answer follows. This is the Hall of Power, and the one in front of him should be 5 elders. Doflamingo, who was watching the video, immediately straightened up and stared at the video. What happened to him? Akainu of Naval Headquarters also showed a hint of curiosity. What is it that makes him so angry? In the next second, as people expected, 5 elders appeared in the video. 5 elders sat on the sofa. Faced with Akainu's angry questioning, 5 elders was very calm and said faintly, "Don't rant, Sakazuki. What is your face?" For a moment, Akainu, who was happy to be a marshal just now, froze in his seat. Not only Akainu, but the other Marines had strange expressions on their faces when they heard the 5 elders' words. What did they just hear? What is your face count? So even Marshal Marine was so shameless in front of the 5 elders? Everyone couldn't help but look at Akainu, and Akainu also felt the gazes of others. After he became a marshal, he was so reviled by others, and he was looked at by other Marines, which made his face a little uncomfortable. Akainu suppressed his dissatisfaction and continued to look at the image. You Marines are just the face of the outer layers of the world government. This matter is fully handed over to the CP directly under the world government. In the video, Akainu has a sullen look in his eyes when he hears the words of the 5 elders, but he is also powerless to oppose the decision of the 5 elders and can only complain. In short, You have also been ridden on the head and reduced to celestial dragons. Puppet, keep your mouth shut, Sakazuki. The five elders snap, the Kuzan thing. How's it going? Seeing this scene, Akainu's excitement about becoming a marshal disappeared immediately, replaced by suffocation. What kind of face is your face? Marine is nothing but the face of the world government. These two words literally trampled on his personal dignity and the honor of Marine's justice. Is this the Marine Marshal he's always aspired to be? Is that all the Marshal can do? He originally thought that the five elders chose him as Marshal Marine because they valued his ability more and he valued him more. As a result, this is it. Akainu looked at the image with a gloomy expression. The feelings of other people don't need to be much better than Akainu. The sentence Marine is just the face of the outer layer of the government, and it directly puts the things that they've been working hard to maintain and believe in their hearts to nothing. Is this the five elders? Is this the Marine in the eyes of the world government? Depression and anger linger in their hearts. Then they heard the five elders talking about Kazan, also known as Akiji. Everyone looked over curiously. They were very curious about what happened to Qingxiong after Admiral left Marine. They heard that Akiji broke his leg, so he should be fine. Akiji himself looked over curiously. In the video, the five elders continued. With such a strong fighting force now standing on Blackbeard's side, what is the dignity of Marine talking about? As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the entire naval headquarters. Not only that, the faces of people all over the world who saw this scene were full of confusion and shock. Marine Admiral Akiji left Marine to join the Blackbeard pirates after losing the Battle of the Marshals. How can this be? However, what they saw with their own eyes and heard with their own ears, the five elders said this sentence, which means that after Blackbeard became the four emperors and got a Marine Admiral as a subordinate, the strength of the Blackbeard pirates is still good? Immediately, everyone looked at Qingxiong. They never expected that Akiji Admiral, the most friendly among Admiral, would join the Blackbeard pirates. Even if he lost to Akainu, he couldn't do such a selfish thing. Akiji was also confused at this time. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing? He never thought that he would become a pirate, and he also followed the Blackbeard guy. How is this possible? Sengoku also looked at Akiji with a shocked and solemn expression. Why? Qingxiong scratched his head with a wry smile and said, I also want to know why. Kazan, even if you're dissatisfied with that kind of being the marshal, you can't do such a thing. If you do this kind of thing, this old man will definitely be the first to arrest you and impel down. Then don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Garp also warned Akiji with a serious look on his face. I know, Mr. Garp, if that's really what I did, then I'll ask you to stop me. Akiji nodded, his head now sluggish. I just competed with Akainu for Marshal, and then I went to Blackbeard to be a pirate, Marshal Marine, and a pirate. This span is too big. This contrast almost didn't twist his waist. You'd better remember this. No matter what, I don't want to see you go astray. Garp warned that Akiji was on his warship back then, and the two were both teachers and friends. He didn't want to see it. Akiji went down this road of no return. Sengoku also gave Akiji a deep look, wondering what he was thinking. Akiji's words also made the surrounding Marines breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't want to believe that Akiji Admiral would become a pirate, which was too outrageous. In the video, Akainu's response continues. That idiot is no longer Marine, and it has nothing to do with us where he wants to do anything. At this time, the image switched again and came to a large bathroom where a man with fluffy hair was taking a bath. And when those who were watching the video saw clearly what the person inside looked like, they immediately recognized who it was. Marine Admiral Akiji. He stretched out his hand and said to the person in front of him, Ling, long time no see. At this time, the screen opened and other people in the bathhouse appeared in the image. It was Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro, but there was a strange skeleton inside. The Straw Hat Pirates were taken aback by Akiji's sudden appearance, and they all jumped out of the bathtub. Meanwhile, in East Blue, the Straw Hat Pirates are watching the video. At this time, they watched their future self and Shigwa falling from the bathtub to another bathtub. This made Zoro and Sanji blush. This image was seen by people all over the world. Doesn't it mean that people all over the world have seen it? Fortunately, the key parts of them have been mosaicked in this image, and the details can't be seen clearly. Otherwise, the whole world will know their length. But Luffy didn't care too much about it. What he was more interested in was that there was a skeleton with them in the bath, and the stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. So funny. Will a skull bath boil the bones into soup? Will this Mr. Skeleton be his future partner? The appearance of Luffy and the others surprised everyone. It was unexpected that Aokiji would meet with Luffy and the others after leaving Marine. Is there a problem? Or is it that Aokiji was ordered by Blackbeard to catch Luffy and the others? Everyone looked at the past curiously, wanting to know what would happen next. Luffy and the others confirmed that it was Marine Admiral Aokiji who was bathing with them, and they were shocked. Hastily made a defensive posture. However, Ching Xiong just lazily said to them on the bathtub, "I won't catch you anymore. I'm not a Marine anymore. Though, look for flowers. I'm not Marine Admiral anymore." Hearing this, the people at Naval Headquarters couldn't help but look at Aokiji. As expected, Qingtan left Naval Headquarters as they knew before. This is what they heard from Aokiji. Is it true that Aokiji joined the Blackbeard pirates? Everyone looked at Aokiji solemnly, and Aokiji felt bad at the moment. He couldn't understand how he joined the Blackbeard pirates. The skeleton in the video asked, "Who are you then? Who is it?" Aokiji thought for a while. "Although I don't want to be asked like this by the skeleton, I'm a partner of justice who resigned from Marine Admiral." "No, what am I?" Hearing Aokiji's words, many people in front of the video were silent. Unexpectedly, Marine Admiral would turn his back on justice. "That's it. I don't want to care about your nostalgia now. Just think about it. If I want to take care of you, I won't be waiting for you in a hot spring where I can't use my ability." "Wait for us," Sean asked. Ching Xiong did not answer, but said, "Zero. I don't want to soak anymore." As he said, Aokiji stood up from the hot spring, showing his wounded right half in front of everyone. What shocked them even more was that Ching Xiong's right leg was empty when he stood up, and ice spread from his broken calf, forming a prosthetic limb made of ice, which would not make him unable to walk. When Aokiji's appearance after fighting with Akainu appeared in front of everyone, they were silent. They did not expect that the battle between Akainu and Aokiji would be so fierce. Even if they heard about it before, they couldn't believe it until they watched it. Come to this scene. Could it be that Aokiji abandons the army and becomes a thief because his leg was interrupted by Akainu? Want to take revenge on Akainu through the Blackbeard pirates? Many people have such thoughts in their minds. When they saw Ching Xiong's injury, the thoughts were particularly strong. Even Aokiji himself began to wonder if this was the case. Maybe there is something I don't know. Aokiji shook his head. Since then, the videos on the 10 topics have been broadcasted. Everyone is waiting for Luo Jiang to give out the rewards. They don't know what the rewards will be this time. Unexpectedly, after Aokiji, the picture changed and then switched to another place, which was the Hall of Power, where the face of 5 elders appeared in front of everyone. Then there was a knock on the door, and a man in a black robe walked in from the door. 5 elders looked at the incoming person and said, "What's the matter? Came here on purpose. Now it's World Summit. From a standpoint, you shouldn't be involved in politics. Because it is you we have free time." People who saw this scene are wondering who will 5 elders meet. However, a word from the visitor suddenly changed the face of all the people in front of the images. The civilians, Marines, and pirates all stared. This familiar voice, could this person be? "I know. Thank you very much." Immediately afterwards, the black-robed man sat down, and his face appeared in the image. This person is no one else. It is New World's 4 emperors, Captain Red-Hair Pirate Shanks. It's about a certain pirate. The picture stopped abruptly on the red-haired face. This short tens of seconds of images instantly exploded all over the world. Countless people were dumbfounded, and their brains suddenly turned into mush. They don't seem to understand. What happened? Are they delusional? They actually saw the 5 elders hosting the 4 emperors? The 5 elders received the 4 emperors, which did not mean that the world government was hosting the 4 emperors. Marine Superior is the world government. and Marine's mission is to fight and catch pirates. And the Four Emperors' red hair is a pirate. Marine catches the pirates, and the world government entertains the pirates. All of a sudden, the turn was too big, and many people didn't turn around all of a sudden. What's going on here? Can anyone tell me? Everyone was blinded. The commoners were blinded. The nobles were blinded. The kings of the allied countries were blinded. And even Marine was blinded. Marine worked tirelessly underneath, fighting bloody battles with pirates. The result is good. The top of your world government and the four emperors, the top powerhouses among the pirates, are sitting in the same room, coexisting harmoniously. What is this called? This scene is really 450, so that they can't accept it. What secrets are you hiding? You have to meet and chat in private? Marines such as Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, Akainu, and others looked at the video with serious expressions. They never thought that such a situation would actually happen in reality. The five elders would go to receive redheads and be so polite. At this time, they couldn't help but think of the five elders' attack on Akainu before. It was like a dog under his command. He didn't have any rules. As a result, it was the redheads' turn. The five elders are deliberately taking time out, and they are polite. This treatment is completely different from that of Akainu. If you put in the eyes of people who don't know, then others think that the redhead is the five elders' own, and Akainu is the pirate. Akainu was even more mad when he saw this. What did these old guys think of their marine? Treating the enemy is so humiliating, and treating one's own people is so disrespectful. What exactly is marine? And the red-haired guy is a pirate, and he is also the four emperors among the pirates. What is their relationship? Position? Politics? What the hell are these guys planning? And that pirate, who is it? What the hell are the five elders and the redhead trying to do? All kinds of doubts lingered in these marines, making them feel very bad. This kind of feeling is like the younger brother is working hard, and the big guy above sits together drinking tea and chatting. Don't take the lives of the people below seriously. This kind of feeling will not feel good for anyone. Sengoku also looked very bad, and soon he realized that the five elders may have had some deal with the red hair behind his back, and this is probably not the first time they met. This made Sengoku's face even more ugly. The Marines didn't know about this kind of thing. They had been fighting against the four emperors, but the five elders had made a deal with the four emperors, which made them feel like clowns and didn't know anything. Still nervous and excited. After the impelled down incident, he saw clearly the five elders. Marine was just a pawn in the hands of the five elders, and Marine's justice was not the justice of the five elders. This is also the reason why he chose Yoshio over Akainu, because Akainu is too cold and indifferent to life, which is the ideal knife for the five elders. He didn't want Marine to lose justice and lose himself. The current scene made him realize that even more, Marine was just a knife to the five elders, and they only saw politics, not justice. Sengoku was full of anger, but there was nothing he could do. He was Martial Marine, but only Martial Marine. In the video, the five elders scolding toward Akainu is actually the same as Akainu's being there. The real powers of the world government and Marine are the five elders, who are at best a subordinate. After getting angry, Sengoku thought about their conversation. Redhead came to five elders to discuss a pirate, and the pirate Sengoku guessed his name without much thinking. Blackbeard Teach. 2 years later, if you want to say that the pirate in the world is the most conspicuous, then Blackbeard Teach is beyond doubt. The newly born four emperors, Marine Admiral Akiji, all defected to him. And the performance of the red hair all the time shows that he looks very uncomfortable with Blackbeard. And I don't know if it is because of the eye injury. Whether Ace went to the Whitebeard ship to remind Whitebeard when he went to catch Teach, or later went to Summit War to stop the war. It seems that all his actions are related to Blackbeard, and there are many secrets hidden in him. What is his deal with five elders? What is the purpose of this man? Sengoku remembered that the red hair got off Roger's boat. After thinking about it for a long time, Sengoku didn't think about what it was, so he could only give up. At present, even if he knew this, it was meaningless. They couldn't change anything. But Sengoku looked at the screen in midair. Maybe they could learn more hidden secrets that they didn't know through this live answering question. The secret between 5 elders and the red hair soon spread. Many pirates couldn't help being surprised. A traitor among us? Many of them had a good impression of red hair. What this man did was very hockey and charming, especially the sentence that gave me face during the Summit War. This kind of momentum has harvested many fans among pirates. However, at this time, they suddenly discovered that this guy was unclear with the 5 elders of the world government. Many pirates can't help but start to doubt that there will be no inner ghost from the world government and the 4 emperors of their pirates, right? This is too outrageous. The ghosts are all mixed into the 4 emperors. Why don't you become the One Piece? Both of them are from your world government. So what about playing this? This kind of thinking is quite common among pirates, and even Big Mom and Kaido are taken aback. You have red hair and big eyebrows, and you didn't expect to be confused with 5 elders. This guy won't bring Marine to grab territory with them in the future, will he? This kind of thing will not happen, will it? The 2 former Rock pirate crew suddenly remembered the red-haired former Captain Roger, who brought Marine to beat their Captain Rocks. Could this be the tradition of the Roger Pirates? Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group was also taken aback by this scene and couldn't figure out what was going on. Where does this red hair come from? However, Whitebeard and Marco also heard the redhead's purpose to meet 5 elders. It is probably because of Blackbeard. Maybe Blackbeard Teach is doing things in New World. Redhead wants to team up with 5 elders to kill him. But in any case, these dozens of seconds of video have been broadcast to all parts of the world through live broadcast, which has caused a lot of repercussions all over the world. There are endless speculations about the identity of the redhead. Some suspect that the ghost of the world government is actually the insider, and some speculate that he wants to join 5 elders to kill Teach in order to avenge the scars on the eyes. In any case, the identity of the red-haired, face-fruit powerful person is confirmed. Not only the marshals of Summit War Marine Sengoku and Blackbeard Teach gave him face to stop the war, but now even 5 elders gave him face to talk to him in a friendly manner, which is a leverage. In contrast, people began to wonder if Akainu is also a double fruit ability, and whether he ate the faceless fruits in addition to the lava fruits. Summit War was beaten down by Whitebeard, and later was shaved off by a young Marine. Later, Hong issued a wave of face fruits, and 2.3 Akainu was completely faceless. Then Sengoku recommended Akiji as Marine Marshal without giving him any face. In the end, what I didn't expect was that it was hard for someone to support Akainu as Marine Marshal's 5 elders. But he didn't give Akainu face so much behind his back. This guy didn't eat the fruit without face. It would be too bad. After the video was played, the screen cut back to the Moby D*****K. Rog reappeared in front of everyone. Welcome back. The video of Summit War 3 has also been played, and this answer comes to an end. Participated in the answer this time is the Whitebeard Pirates, the Question Plus channel, a total of 8 correct answers. The correct rate is 80%. Please wait a moment. Let me prepare for this reward. All over the world, everyone is staring at Roger, looking forward to what the reward will be this time. Roger has already produced too many good things. What will it be this time? Rog's system started to settle. This answer is over and settlement begins. There are 10 questions in total. 8 are answered correctly, and the correct rate is 80%. Optional rewards. 1. Get Spirit Potion *8. 2. Get Healing Potion *8. 3. Random resurrection of one related member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Next is the owner to get the reward. Master, get Spirit Potion Enhanced Edition. Master gets Healing Potion Enhanced Edition. The owner obtains Phoenix Feature, the undead feature extracted from Marco's Phoenix Fruit ability. Unless the soul is annihilated, the body can recover itself regardless of any injury, and there is no Devil Fruit side effect. Unblocking Progress, plus 10%. Rog glanced at his reward. The unblocking progress has actually gained 10%, which is simply the biggest gain, which means that Luo Ke's unblocking progress has reached 25% so far, a quarter of which has been unblocked. It only takes a little more effort, and it won't be long before he can regain his freedom. Looking at other rewards, the effect of spiritual potion is roughly to enhance spiritual power. While Haki in Pirate World is actually a kind of spiritual energy, spiritual potion can directly enhance spiritual power and enhance the strength and quantity of Haki. For people who have not awakened Haki, they can increase the probability of their awakening, help them awaken Haki, and increase it, while those who have mastered Haki will directly increase it. As for the effect of a healing potion, no matter what kind of disease or wound it can heal, the enhanced version is equivalent to a panacea. As for the characteristics of the Phoenix, there is no need to say more. In short, it is Bloodlock. Ra glanced at the reward and nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Whitebeard and said 07. I have already thought about your rewards. I can offer you 3 kinds of rewards, but you can only choose one of them. Choose one of 3. Immediately, the people of the Whitebeard pirates became interested, and other people from all over the world also widened their eyes. As for Marine, he was curious and prayed not to send welfare to the Whitebeard pirates. They were about to be heaven-defying, and if they gave any magical items, it would be troublesome. Not only Marine thinks this way, but Big Mom, Kaido, and other big pirates also think this way. If it goes on like this, Whitebeard doesn't have to find Raftel at all. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates alone is enough to crush others to become a powerful One Piece. Luo Ke went on to say, the first reward is a spiritual potion. You can get 8 bottles by answering 8 questions correctly. The function of the potion is to enhance the spiritual power. In other words, it can enhance Haki. The Haki here refers to the simultaneous enhancement of Conqueror's Haki. With Haki's enhancement, without Haki can help awaken. Even Conquerors have a chance to awaken. The second reward is healing potions, which are also 8 bottles. The effect is to cure all diseases and injuries, but don't think about it, such as missing arms and legs and only a head. Only more potent healing potions can be effective. The third type is to randomly resurrect one of the Whitebeard pirates. Choose one of 3, you choose. The Whitebeard pirates and those who were watching the live broadcast listened intently to every word that Roger said. When the first reward was announced, everyone around the world was already jealous. The potion that can enhance the spiritual power enhances Conqueror's Haki. The focus is Conqueror's Haki. The arm color, the sight color, and the Conquerors can all be enhanced. And what's the most important thing? The most important thing is that even Conqueror's Haki can awaken. Conquerors is a potential that can only be produced among millions of people, the qualification of a king. This kind of potential is innate and cannot be acquired through acquisition. It is a qualification that countless people want but cannot obtain. However, as long as you drink this spiritual potion, you can get the chance of awakening Conquerors. Not only that, but also can help the awakening of knowledge and arm colors, and increase the strength of Conqueror's Haki. They thought that what Luo Jiang had brought out before was good enough, but they did not expect that this time they would come up with something that would make them crave even more, their desire stronger. If you want to become a top powerhouse in New World, the most indispensable thing is Haki. Conqueror's Haki is the threshold of the top powerhouse. The current 4 emperors, each one is such a powerhouse. What's even more terrifying is that there are actually 8 bottles of such spiritual potions. Now people all over the world can't sit still. 8 bottles. Isn't it heaven-defying for the Whitebeard pirates to get these 8 bottles of potions? Recreate the legend of the Rocks pirate? Naval Headquarters Sengoku and others have solemn faces. New World Big Mom, Kaido, and the others are also wide-eyed. How can the Whitebeard pirates obtain such a thing? How can they compete with the Whitebeard pirates in the future? Greed, worry, shock, longing, all kinds of emotions linger in everyone's heart. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates swallowed their saliva when they heard Luo Ke's first reward. The reward was unimaginable. They're even regretting it, knowing that they should be all right. Maybe it would be better if they could get 10 bottles. Then they heard Rog's second reward option, a healing potion that can cure all diseases and injuries. It can be treated except for a severed limb rebirth or only one head left. And what shocked everyone who heard this option most is that Luo Ke said that to treat these potions, more potent life is needed. The underlying meaning of this sentence is that this kind of potion Luo will have. This news made everyone crazy. Even one head can be healed. Is there anything more heaven-defying than this? And even if it is not this kind of more powerful medicine, the healing potions that Luo Ke presents are already attractive enough to treat all injuries and diseases in other words, it is 8 lives. 8 lives. This value is not even weaker than the life potion that Whitebeard took. Everyone was jealous again, and the longing eyes were about to condense into substance. The eyes of the people in the Whitebeard Pirates group also lit up, and now they are a little hard to choose. One side is a mental potion, the other is a healing potion, the other is to become stronger, and the other is to help. They all want either. However, Roger only gave them the opportunity to choose one of them. This makes them very entangled. When they were entangled in which one to choose, Rod reported the third option and randomly resurrected a member of the Whitebeard pirate group. Everyone around the world was shocked. Naval Headquarters Sengoku even got up from their seats. Cake Island and the cake in Big Mom's hands were shocked. On Ghost Island, Kaido couldn't help holding a hip flask. Hardly, the wine gourd was crushed. Exclamations rang out from all over the world, and everyone couldn't believe their ears. What did they hear? Resurrection. Is this really something that humans can do? In the Hall of Power, 5 elders all got up from the sofa and looked at Roger on the screen in disbelief. Can this man resurrect the dead? What kind of fruit is he? How can you even do such unpredictable things? 5 elders faintly felt that the situation was a bit beyond their imagination. On the mobile, Luo Ke looked at the people of the Whitebeard pirate group and asked, "So, which reward do you choose?" Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group was shocked by the reward of the third option thrown by Roger, resurrected. Can even this kind of reward be available? Mr. Luo Ke, what does the random resurrection of the third reward, the Whitebeard pirate group, mean? Whitebeard looked at Luo Jiang and asked, as the name suggests, it is to resurrect a candidate related to the Whitebeard pirates. For example, Roger pointed to Sachi, and everyone else looked at Sachi. If he was killed by Marshal D. Teach today, then if you choose this option, you may make him come alive. Of course, this is only a possibility, because it is random, so the resurrected person may be a previously dead member of the Whitebeard pirates, or maybe a family of one of you, such as your Whitebeard's parents, or maybe one of your friends who has died, etc. Of course, no matter how long they have been dead, they can be resurrected. Luo's words made the people of the Whitebeard pirates take a breath, and like them, people from all over the world invariably took a breath. In an instant, the world was one step closer to global warming. At this moment, Rog has become the focus of the world, which is more noticeable than when the questions were answered live. They couldn't even think of resurrecting the dead, but Roger actually said he could do it. Who is this guy named Luo Ke? Is he a god? This kind of thinking spreads in many people's hearts, but 5 elders does not include them, because 5 elders are celestial dragons, who claim to be descendants of gods, and this is the root of their supremacy. If you think Rog is a god, it is tantamount to opposing themselves, because they have chosen to stand opposite Luo Ke. If Luo Ke is a god, it means that they have been abandoned by the god, and their foundation will be shattered. They make every effort to shape the sacred and supreme status of their descendants of God, thereby castrating the idea of usurping by the commoners. Once this foundation is shaken, then what awaits them will be perish. So in any case, they will not all think that Roger is a god. He can only be a pariah who eats special devil fruit. And they didn't believe that there really existed gods. This was just a lie they made to deter civilians. How could they believe it themselves? Everyone looked at Roger in the live broadcast, waiting for Whitebeard's choice. Whitebeard is also an entanglement at the moment. I don't know which one of these 3 options is better. The first 2 are already very attractive. Whether it is a mental potion or a healing potion, which one is very important. However, the third type has exceeded the value of the first 2, resurrection, this kind of thing that only a miracle can happen. Whitebeard thought about his parents, but couldn't even remember their appearance, and couldn't help but smile. He looked at his sons to see what they thought, and then he saw the complicated look on Ace's face. Suddenly, Roger's face appeared in front of him, and Whitebeard looked at Luo Jiang and asked, "Mr. Luo Ke, is Roger selected among those who may be resurrected?" "Maybe," said Roger. "Roger is your friend and the father of your 2nd Division Captain, Ace, and a related candidate for the Whitebeard Pirates." As soon as the words fell, Ace's eyes widened instantly, and the Whitebeard Pirates remembered the sound of inhalation. And now people around the world can no longer sit still. "Roger, can One Piece Roger be resurrected? That sinful man." Countless people looked at the live broadcast in shock, horror, fear, and worry. How could such a thing happen? In naval headquarters, all the Marines suddenly stood up and looked at Roger. Resurrecting One Piece Roger? No way. How can this man be resurrected? How much damage he has done to the world before. How can he let this man come back to life? If Roger revives the world, it will be troublesome. Sengoku, Akainu, and Qingxiong all looked at Roger with serious, dignified, and nervous faces, praying that this doesn't really happen. And the 5 elders of Marineford have turned ashen at the moment, and even Roger is among the candidates for resurrection. How can a guy who knows so many secrets come back to life? Absolutely not. However, Rog's next sentence made everyone's face change. It's not just Roger. You should also have quite a few friends in Whitebeard, such as your former Captain Rox, who should also be considered your related personnel. Luo Ke said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. What? People all over the world were startled. Even Whitebeard was startled. New World, Big Mom and Kaido had solemn expressions in their eyes when they heard Luo Ke's words. If anyone in this world wants the Rox resurrected the most, besides Marine and the world government, they should be counted as members of the original Rox pirate. When Rox was alive, they were Rox's younger brothers. But the Rox are dead, and they have become masters of the sea. In any case, they didn't want to be younger brothers again, or compete with that careerist on the same stage. At this time, the expressions of Sengoku and the others could no longer be described as solemn, and they could already be said to be ugly. Now, the 4 emperors at sea are enough for them to have a headache. If the Rox who once dominated the sea were resurrected, the future would be unimaginable. Everyone is praying in their hearts not to let this happen. Even if you Whitebeard choose the first 2 rewards, they all recognize them. Don't choose the 3rd one. However, Roger and Rox are relatively powerful guys, and it is more difficult to revive them. The probability of selecting them should be quite small. So are you willing to try? Besides them, there are quite a few people who can be resurrected. Parents, brothers, etc., sisters, friends, etc., etc. Rog looked at everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. So, which reward do you choose? Luo's words brought some relief to the rest of the world, but they were still not completely relieved because Whitebeard hadn't made his choice yet. Whitebeard glanced at the others, then at Ace, recalling all the past, and then looked at Roger and said, "I choose the 3rd reward." This sentence instantly caused a storm all over the world, and countless people opened their eyes wide, their eyes bulging like copper bells, and stared at Rog. On the one hand, they are terrified and worried about the resurrection of Roger and Rox, and on the other hand, they are curious and looking forward to whether Roger really has the ability to revive people. If Rog really has this ability, does it mean that they will have the opportunity to revive their important people in the future if they answer the questions correctly? At this moment, people all over the world are staring at this scene. Grand Line, on the submarine, a man wearing a Madara Point hat looked at the screen with bright eyes, and there was a big white bear standing beside him. In the city in the oasis, a dark-haired woman flashed memories in her eyes. In the house on the edge of the cliff, a man who only wore a t-shirt clenched his fists excitedly. Many people around the world are eagerly waiting to see this happen. Then, as you wish, the 3rd reward is to randomly revive the relevant personnel of the Whitebeard Pirates. Rewards now issued. As Luo Ke's voice fell, a circle of light suddenly lit up on the deck in front of Luo Ke, and then a figure appeared inside, too bright to be seen. After a few seconds, the strong light dissipated, and the people inside were fully revealed in front of everyone. It was a woman with long blonde hair, not the Roger and Rox they were afraid to see. They didn't even know who this woman was. But soon they realized who this woman was. Because the 2 lines of tears on the face of Portgas Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, couldn't stop falling from the corner of his eyes. I saw Madara, the finches on the woman's face that were similar to Ace's, and the H-shaped facial features. There is no doubt that this woman is Ace's mother, Roger's wife, Portgas Rouge. Seeing this woman, many people couldn't help but remember what they had heard about her before and respected her. In order to protect the child in her womb, she has been patient, and it took 20 months of her pregnancy to give birth to Ace, and she died of exhaustion. Whether or not she gave birth to the abominable Roger's son, she was admirable for her kind of motherhood alone as a mother. The newly resurrected Luo has yet to figure out what happened, because she remembers her last moment as entrusting the newborn Ace to Garp. He should be dead. How can he still be alive? Where's this place? Luo looked around and found that she was on a boat, and the people on the opposite side all looked fierce and looked like pirates. The tallest of them all looked familiar, especially his half-moon beard, much like the old Whitebeard Roger had told him when he was alive. However, before she could think about it, a young pirate among the pirates on the opposite side took 2 steps forward, and she couldn't help but look over. However, he found the other party's face full of tears. His eyes looked at himself stupidly. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Luo's eyes fell on Ace's face as if they were still, and her pupils instantly enlarged. Looking at the familiar face of the other party, Luo asked in disbelief and anticipation, "Ace." Ace was the name of the child she had previously negotiated with Roger. Ace if it was a boy, and if it was a girl. After Ace was born, she failed to grow up with Ace, and died after naming Ace. Now, seeing the young man so similar to her, and with a little shadow of Roger looking at her with tears, the idea that he is Ace came into her mind instantly. Hearing that her mother recognized her at a glance and called her name, Ace couldn't hold back. He knelt down in front of Luo, sobbing in his mouth, and said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Ace has always had mixed feelings about her parents. For his father Roger, he was full of hatred, thinking that he had put himself in such a situation, that Roger had killed his mother, but at the same time he longed for his father to accompany him, so he was willing to do it after Whitebeard sincerely accepted him. Son of Whitebeard, cherished the big family of Whitebeard pirates. As for her mother, Ace is most guilty. Her father Roger killed her mother Rouge, but he was the one who directly killed Luo. If it wasn't for him, Luo would not have died of exhaustion after giving birth to him. He couldn't forgive himself, and with such guilt, he had always wondered whether he should not have been born, and whether it would be better if he had not been born. Now that he sees his mother, he can finally express the apology that he has hidden in his heart for many years and has not been able to say it. Seeing Ace's performance, how could Luo not understand that she guessed right? This is her son Ace. Hearing Ace is sorry, Luo quickly ran to Ace and hugged her. "Don't say sorry, don't say, Ace. It's me who should say sorry, because I failed to fulfill my duty as a mother and leave you alone." The mother and son hugged each other and cried, and apologized to each other. 20 years later, the 2 people who were originally separated from each other forever actually met again and apologized to each other. This touching scene made everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates soar their eyes and shed tears. Not only Whitebeard's pirate group, but people all over the world have seen this mother-son reunion. And when they heard Luo shouting Ace's name with expectant eyes, they couldn't hold back. When the 2 embraced each other at the back and couldn't cry, they also wiped away their tears. I didn't expect to see such a touching scene on the live broadcast. How many people can't help but think of their relatives who can never see each other again? It would be great if they could meet their dead relatives again like Ace. Even if they can't be resurrected, seeing each other will make them have no regrets. In addition to being moved, what shocked them even more was that the resurrection that Rog said actually came true. Ace's mother, Luo, who died 20 years ago, actually appeared in front of them. They couldn't believe it was a fact, but the mother and son, who were embracing and crying, couldn't help but make them believe it. There really is a way to bring the dead back to life. Who is Roger? Is he really a god? There are different opinions all over the world. Some suspect that Rog is a god, and some suspect that Rog can witchcraft and magic, but more people doubt whether Rog has the ability to travel through the past and the future. After all, Luo Ke had already produced images of the past and the future, and this thing was just like the scene. If it wasn't for the scene, how could there be these images? Therefore, some people suspected Luo Ke's fruit ability to travel through time and travel to the past and future. But the idea was so terrifying that no one dared to believe it. But now that Lu has been resurrected, they are now beginning to believe. Resurrection out of thin air is completely inexplicable. The corpses of people who have been dead for 20 years have turned into white bones. How can they be resurrected to their current appearance? Unless Luo Ke is a time fruit person. He went to the past when Lu Mei was about to die and brought Lu Mei here. As for the state of Lu's death and dying due to exhaustion, this problem is not a problem. Luo Ke's hand, there are many magic potions in it, and the treatment is a breeze. That would perfectly explain how Rog was brought back to life. No matter how they guess, there is one thing that is unquestionable and believed, that Luo Ke really has the ability to bring people back to life. Marines such as Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, etc. breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not Roger or rocks that Luo repaired. Otherwise, this sea would cause another bloody storm. If they really want to resurrect these two people, they really don't know what to do. Fortunately, only Ace's mother, Lu, was resurrected. This woman did not pose any threat to Marine at all. His only value was Ace's mother and Roger's wife, nothing more. But even so, the solemnity in Sengoku's eyes did not diminish at all, because Lu's resurrection proves that Rog's method of resurrecting people is indeed true, and he can really resurrect the dead. Then this is a big trouble, because there are many people in this sea. They managed to solve it with great difficulty, and there are many people who do not want them to appear in the sea. If Rog intends to fight against the world government, and specifically to resurrect these guys, then the trouble they will face is far more than what they are facing now. Now, both Marine and world government are deeply aware of this. The real threat to them is not the young Whitebeard, or even the Roger who may be resurrected. The real trouble is this man, Roger, who has incredible abilities and means that are not controlled by the world government. He is the real threat. If this person cannot be dealt with, then the rule of the world government may really be shaken by this man. This possibility and change made them deeply worried and nervous. That's what Whitebeard is saying in the video, and someday what they're afraid will happen, right? At this moment, the whole world caused a huge disturbance because of the resurrection of Ace's mother. Many people are beginning to look forward to the resurrection of their relatives and friends. At this time, the Moby D **K boarded. Ace and Lu Mei, mother and son, also came over from the surprise of reunion. Lu didn't understand why she appeared here. She should be dead already. Could it be that Ace is also dead at such a young age? Just when Lu was panicked, Ace explained the situation to her. She only knew that 20 years had passed since her death, and that Ace had grown up in 20 years. She herself was resurrected by others. Lu Mei quickly expressed her gratitude to Rog and thanked him for giving them the opportunity to see each other again. She has always regretted that she could not grow up with Ace. Although Ace has grown up, she can still fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. But his own wish. Ace also expressed his gratitude to Luo Ke, and being able to meet with his mother can be regarded as closing his knots all the time. Rog just nodded slightly. These are all rewards you won for answering the questions correctly. Now that the rewards have been distributed to me, this live broadcast of answering questions should be over. Rog looked at the audience before the live broadcast and said, "Thank you for watching this live broadcast of the answer. Now that the program is nearing its end, let us look forward to the next live broadcast. So who will be the next time the answer live broadcast will be? Who will have the opportunity to receive these rich rewards? Well, stay tuned and see you next time." Rog smiled, made an exit gesture, and disappeared aboard the Moby D **K. At the same time, live broadcast screens around the world have also turned black, shrunk, and disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Although they are missing, the impact of today's live broadcast is destined to be explosive. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes tonight, it would be hard for them to believe that so many incredible things would happen. The Whitebeard pirate group produced a Blackbeard teach that not only played with Marine to applause, but also killed Whitebeard and seized the shock fruit ability to become a double fruit ability. He wanted to rule the entire world. What is the secret collusion between the four emperors and the world government? Someone touched the porcelain four emperors Whitebeard and said that they were the woman and son of Whitebeard. And Marine's most strenuous struggle is that a Kainu Admiral turned out to be a person with no face and fruit ability. He did the most hard work. He was the most ruthless with 450. As a result, he never lost face. However, he became Marine Marshal with his own efforts, although he still has no face. What is inconceivable is that Akiji, who was competing with Akainu for the position of Marshal, left Marine and joined the Blackbeard pirates after his leg was interrupted. An admiral ran away angrily and became a pirate. This is probably the most outrageous they have heard. Things are up. This incident was incredible enough to make them shocked and apprehensive. However, this is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that Luo Ke, who suddenly popped up to live the answer questions not long ago and had a lot of treasures in his hands, unexpectedly played them a new trick. Before, I only took magical items such as life potions and stamina potions, but now even the dead have been resurrected. Today, this incident was enough to make a sensation in the whole world, but a series of things were exploded like diarrhea. All of a sudden, it made them feel dizzy and swollen, and even the three views were shattered. What kind of world is this world? And why the world they see in reality is completely different from the world they see in the live answering questions. They even wonder if they live in another world, and then watch so many outrageous things happen in the other world. This is destined to be a sleepless night, and everyone is deeply shocked by the eye-popping news received today. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, and other Marines still did not leave after the live broadcast, but held an urgent meeting to discuss today's affairs. What happened today is closely related to the future of Marine. We will not mention Summit War for the time being. This is something they have known for a long time. They knew that this was a wrong decision and should not have started this war. However, what happened today, Qingxiong Admiral ran away to become a pirate. Akainu took over as the Marshal, re-evaluating red hair pirates. They must discuss things, and the more important thing is Roger. Everyone is clearly aware of this. What happened today is just the beginning. There will be more things happening because of this person in the future. Things about this person must be investigated quickly before everything has changed. Before bad. The biggest victims of this live broadcast are actually two. One is Blackbeard Teach. This guy was dismantled before the incident. His ambitions have gone bankrupt, and they are now in the hands of Whitebeard. On the other side, world government and Marine have to be counted. Marine lost face in this live broadcast. It can be said that he lost all his previous face today, while world government was due to the impelled down incident and red hair. The collusion incident caused dissatisfaction, anger, and mistrust among the public and even Marine. This makes everyone realize that what Luo Jiang said in Marineford is just the beginning. This is not a joke. Now this is the follow-up, but it is not the end. 5 Elders is naturally a headache for this, but the top priority now is to catch Roger. As long as he doesn't catch Roger for a day, nothing will be useful. After the live broadcast, the Whitebeard pirates first held a banquet for the resurrection of Ace's mother to celebrate the reunion of Ace's mother and son. Luo Ke also learned from Ace what happened after her death, such as being adopted by Garp, forming brothers with Luffy and the others, and later went to sea to become Whitebeard's adopted son, and the Summit War that will happen in the future will be killed by Akainu. Wait for things. Hearing that Luo Ke felt sorry for Ace, but also thanked Rog and Whitebeard who helped save Ace from the bottom of their hearts. Ace, however, Whitebeard and the members of the Whitebeard pirate group apologized. Sorry, everyone. Ace is very sorry. The reward should have been a mental potion or a healing potion, but now it is his mother Lu who has resurrected him. This is equivalent to getting the reward alone. This made him feel as though he was monopolizing the reward, and he was very embarrassed. However, Ace interrupted him with a smile before he could say anything. Don't say that. Ace, this is what you deserve. You are our brother. We are also very happy that your mother can be resurrected. You don't have to care. Moreover, the old father was able to obtain the life potion to restore his health, all thanks to the information you gave. Without this bottle of life potion, father would not be as healthy as he is now. As long as dad is okay, we don't need anything. That's right, Ace. Don't see you outside. We are all a family. Moreover, there will be opportunities in the future. It is more important for you to meet your mother. We are all happy for you. I was moved and happy to hear their Ace words. This is the home he wanted most. Now that his mother has survived, he feels that he has no regrets anymore. Ace, what are you going to do next? Whitebeard asked, looking at Ace. Ace understands that what Dad said is an arrangement for his mother. Although Roger is a powerful pirate, Ace's mother Rouge is an ordinary person, and it is very unsafe to stay on the ship. Even the Whitebeard pirates often fight other pirates, Marines. And in the future, the world may change greatly, and there will be no peace on the Moby D***K, and they will have to find trouble with Weibel in the future. Ace finally reunited with her mother, and naturally she didn't want her mother to face such danger. I thought about it. I want to send my mother to my father's hometown, where it is safe, so that I can go back to see her in my spare time. Ace said, Okay. Whitebeard nodded. The hometown is sheltered by the Whitebeard pirates, which can be regarded as the safest place on Whitebeard's side. Even Marine couldn't reach there. After dealing with Ace's mother, all that's left is Summit War's culprit, Teach. Jaws grabbed the Teach guy and threw it in the middle. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates glared at the traitor. Father, kill him. This guy can't stay any longer. It will be a scourge sooner or later. That's right, Daddy. He even dares to shoot you. I will never admit that such a guy is a member of our Whitebeard pirate group. If you don't kill him, sooner or later he will attack us. He shouldn't have wanted to kill Papa and Thatch. Kill him, Papa. Almost everyone is yelling at Teach. This guy has done more than their bottom line. At first they just thought this guy killed Thatch and took the dark fruit. Unexpectedly, he also captured Ace in exchange for Shichibukai's identity. However, what they didn't expect was that all of this was a conspiracy against Dad, with the purpose of taking Dad's shock fruit and wanting to dominate the world. Even if Teach stole dark fruit and left the Whitebeard pirates for his own ambitions, they would understand. But he should never kill his brother, and he also wants to kill his father and take away his ability. In the end, the entire Whitebeard pirates were buried with them. Not killing this guy is not enough to quell their anger. When Whitebeard heard their words, he couldn't help but sigh. It's all your Teach asking for it. Teach, what else do you have to say? Whitebeard said, looking at Blackbeard, who was bound below. Dad, I know I'm wrong. Just spare my life. I don't dare anymore. It was all my confusion and blinded by greed. I really knew I was wrong, and I never dared to think about such a thing again. Daddy, I called you Daddy of 26 years, and you can kill me for this sake. I will definitely give up in the future and dare not think about these things again, Daddy. Teach looked begging to Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard did not speak with a cold face. Only a trace of pain flashed in Teach's eyes when he spoke the words 26 years. Teach got on his boat when he was 12 years old. He never imagined that Teach would betray today. When Teach saw that his father didn't speak, he turned his head to look at Sachi. Sachi, I was wrong. Our brothers for so many years. Do you have the heart to watch me die? It was my fault that I had thoughts that I shouldn't have for dark fruit before, but now I really know I was wrong. And Sachi, now dark fruit has been eaten by you. Nothing has happened. I don't do anything right now. Are you going to kill me just because of that man's prophecy? Teach said this with sincerity, because he felt aggrieved from the bottom of his heart. Is there anyone in this world who is more wrong than him? He obviously didn't do anything, but he had to be punished. What did he do wrong to suffer such a thing? He didn't do anything at all, and if he made a mistake, he would have to wait until he did. Nothing happened now. Why should he be punished? He couldn't accept this result. And obviously things shouldn't be like this. He should have grabbed dark fruit, and then left the Whitebeard pirates. In the future, he can grab Whitebeard's shock fruit and become the 4 emperors, and the whole world will fall into his hands in the future. Why? Why did it become like this? Obviously met dark fruit. Obviously we'll get shock fruit in the future, this double happiness. Why is it like this? I'm not convinced. Teach is screaming inside. Teach words made Sachi's face move slightly. He was very sad when he knew that Teach killed him for dark fruit. He couldn't believe it, and he couldn't believe it, but later the facts told him that it was true, and he would be killed by Teach. And just today, if it weren't for what happened tonight, he would be dead. Seeing Teach begging for mercy now, he was heartbroken, but not soft-hearted. Thatch didn't move. Teach could only look at the others for help, but the others didn't respond, just looked at Teach coldly, and from the moment they saw Teach kill Daddy, they stopped calling him. Teach was treated like a brother. Everyone looked at Whitebeard. This matter should be handled by Dad, and it was Dad who was most heartbroken about this matter. Whitebeard looked at Teach, stood up, and said solemnly, "Teach, I never thought that things would turn out like this today. For the past 26 years, our father-son relationship has come to an end. Don't blame me. I hope you can realize your ambition in your next life." After speaking, Whitebeard walked towards Teach, and a mask appeared in his hand, which was obviously the ability of shock fruit. When Teach saw this scene, his face instantly turned into panic and despair. "Dad, no. Are you really going to kill your son? Dad, I am your son." Teach watched as Whitebeard approached and kept crawling back. The members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't bear to turn their heads. Before tonight, they were still brothers who were drinking together and having fun together. No one thought it would become like this. Whitebeard put his hand on Teach's neck. As long as the hand exerted force, the seismic force could shatter Teach's head. Teach felt the powerful force in his neck, burst into tears, and shouted in despair, "Dad." With these words, "Dad," Whitebeard's pupils shrank suddenly, recalling the moment Teach got on the ship 26 years ago and the bits and pieces of Teach later in the Whitebeard pirates. He grabbed Teach and slammed it on the deck, but the shock fruit mask in his hand disappeared. Then he grabbed Teach with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and hung it in the air, looking into Teach's eyes and said, "From today onwards, you and I will cut off grace and justice. You will no longer be my son, and I will no longer be your father. From now on, what you want to do and where you go has nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates. If you dare to take action against the Whitebeard pirates in the future, I will kill you with my own hands. This is the last time. Let's go." After speaking, Whitebeard threw Teach out of the Moby D*****K, and there was a thudding sound on the sea. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at Whitebeard and didn't say anything because of Whitebeard's soft-heartedness. They knew that the saddest person at this time was actually Dad. In the end, Dad still couldn't do it, and Teach was thrown into the sea after being thrown out of the Moby D****K by Whitebeard. It didn't take long for Teach's body to float up from the bottom of the sea, looking up at the starry night sky. Teach grinned at the night sky. He survived. On the moon, Luo will see this scene in his eyes. As expected, Whitebeard still failed to attack. Roger was not surprised at all by this result, because during the Summit War, because of Teach, Ace died, the Whitebeard pirates were almost cold, and he was about to burp himself, and at the end, Teach appeared to kill him. As a result, Teach was beaten with blood by Whitebeard, and he was about to be killed. At this time, Whitebeard failed to kill Teach. Still expecting Whitebeard to kill Teach now, who only had Luo Ke's prophecy and nothing happened. It is basically impossible. Protecting shortness and empathy are Whitebeard's greatest strengths, but also soft-hearted and affectionate are his greatest shortcomings. In the end, Whitebeard still didn't kill Teach, just beat him up and kicked him out of the Whitebeard pirates. However, this also means that Teach will have no more entanglement with the Whitebeard pirates in the future, and he will be cut off from now on. Rog doesn't care about this result. For him, Teach is more useful to be alive than dead. After all, this guy is a big villain in the pirate world. He died at this time. Well, unnecessary attention. And even if Teach is alive, it will not affect him at all, because the wave of non-vegetables in Summit War has been harvested, and he is now looking for the next wave to harvest. Another thing that surprised Roger was that after the seal progress exceeded 25%, the space here was several times larger than before, and he was able to catch a few animals from the pirate world as pets. So he was here. Life on the side is also a little less boring. In addition, there is no need to be bound by the constraints of terrain and space. You can directly pull people to his side to answer the questions, and then send them away after answering the questions. For this reason, ROG let the system specially create a room for the live broadcast of the answering questions. Just when Roger was on the moon, try to figure out who would be the next answerer. In the pirate world, a lot of things happen in the world due to the influence of the live broadcast of quizzes. The first is that Whitebeard's final image at Summit War has sparked interest around the world. In addition to the guy who wanted to go out to sea as a pirate treasure hunter, there are many people who want to find something to overthrow the world government to go out to find One Piece, including even those who are instructed by the kings and nobles of the allied countries and non-joined countries. For a while, the sea became lively again. The pirates are lively here, and the marine side is also busy. Fortunately, marine side was not drained by the Summit War, so he didn't seem too overwhelmed when this wave came. As for the position of Marshal, Sengoku has no idea of resigning for the time being, thinking that after his resignation, Marine will lose his combat power one after another, and Akiji will not end well, which is not an ideal thing for the current Marine. So he decided to continue go on. Except for Akainu, everyone else agreed with this result, and they didn't want to see Akainu and Akiji fighting for the position of Marshal. In the end, Akiji voted for Marine.as for Yoshio. He was severely warned about joining the Blackbeard pirates, and there was no more trouble afterwards. But another thing that gave Sengoku a bit of a headache, Zephyr came back from the Grand Line and asked him what happened to Weibel and why this man would become Shichibukai in the future. Sengoku has no way to give Zephyr an answer to this question, because Shichibukai is actually the decision of the world government, and Marine is only qualified to agree with this decision. Zephyr is naturally very angry about this, but fortunately things have not yet become a foregone conclusion. Sengoku somehow comforted Zephyr. After all, the fact that Weibel became Shichibukai has not yet become a reality, and there is still a place to turn around. However, this incident made Zephyr's actions more independent, and there was a slight tendency to break away from Marine, which made Sengoku feel a little uneasy in his heart. Zephyr's status in Marine is very special. He is the master of all Marines of a younger generation. It can be said that he is highly respected in Marine, and his status in their hearts is even higher than that of him as a marshal. If Zephyr were to leave Marine, the five elders would not sit idly by. Even the resignation of him and Garp will be retained by Marine. The purpose is to prevent the situation of Akiji when a retired Marine joins the enemy and becomes a pirate. If it really develops into those places, that is the saddest time for Marine. The five elders still arrange for CP and Marine to intensify their efforts to investigate Luo Ke's whereabouts. On the pirates' side, the Whitebeard pirates began to search for Weibel's whereabouts everywhere, but the two seemed to know in advance that there would be this outcome, so they hid and did not know where to go. New World hasn't had any major problems yet. As for East Blue, Dorag and Sabo found Luffy. Sabo and the Luffy brothers met again. Naturally, the meeting was overjoyed and overjoyed. They agreed to reunite with the three of Ace in the future. And Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates finally met Luffy, the legendary dad. The most evil man in the world, Monkey D. Drago. The purpose of Drago's trip to find Luffy is to ensure that he can safely enter the Grand Line. Compared with East Blue's unpredictable waters in the Grand Line, it is not only a challenge for pirates, but also can effectively avoid the pursuit of Marine. While Dorag encouraged Luffy to find Raftel to be the Pirate King, he also taught Luffy some of their knowledge about hockey, how to awaken, develop, control, and so on. It also helps them make the trip better. Drago put the treasure on Luffy. The Revolutionary Army has no time to find the treasure of One Piece. It can only hope that he can find Raftel and find something that can overthrow the world government. After meeting, they parted in Logtown. The Straw Hat Pirates also crossed the Upside Down Mountain and successfully entered the Grand Line. And just like the original, at the beginning, I met Nefertali Vivi, codenamed Miss Wednesday, who joined the Baroque works in order to find out who was behind the scenes in Alabasta. They'll look for flowers. At this time, Rob was looking for the next person suitable for public execution, crossed out, to answer the question live. When he saw Vivi, he suddenly remembered that the Alabasta incident was about to start. So the big screen of live answering questions that disappeared for a while appeared in front of people all over the world. Everyone was amazed, shocked, joyful, and excited to see the appearance of this screen. Although this screen had only appeared 3 times, everyone was deeply impressed by him because it meant that the live broadcast of the quiz would start again. All over the world, East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, Naval Headquarters, New World. All who discovered this scene rushed to the screen. Who will answer the question this time? Everyone stared at the pitch-black screen in midair. And in the first half of the Grand Line, a city called Rainland and a kingdom called Alabasta. In the hot desert, Crocodile, still wearing his coat and smoking a cigar, was staring blankly in front of him. Because more than 10 seconds ago, a woman was standing in front of him reporting the recent situation of Alabasta to him. 0. Since the sea has been disturbed by the live broadcast of the quiz recently, and the world government and Marine have both been attracted by the mysterious guy Luo, Crocodile decided it was time to close the net. Can't drag it on any longer, so as not to have more dreams at night. So this time, he has recruited the cadres of the Baroque Work Club to do something big in Alabasta, paving the way for the final action of the long-term plan to steal the country. However, the secretary who had just reported Alabasta's movements to him just now disappeared. This secretary is none other than Nico Robin, the son of the devil who has a bounty of 79 million Bailey in the world. Right in front of his eyes, the woman disappeared, and he couldn't react. After reacting, Crocodile's face darkened instantly. What happened? Where did such a big Nico Robin go? The most critical step in this plan is Nico Robin. No one can miss her. The so-called kleptocratic country is just a pretense. His real purpose is to take over Alabasta logically, and then find the historical text of ancient weapon Pluton hidden by the royal family of Nefertali. The only person in the world who can interpret this historical text is Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Without her, even if he finds the historical text, it will not help. He also wants Nico Robin to read the historical text, then find Pluton, and then use Alabasta as his ideal starting point to build his ideal country. His ambitions are not limited to Alabasta. His goal is the world. Now, however, his keen Nico Robin is gone. Where is it? Crocodile started looking around with a gloomy face, and then he found something about the giant screen appearing in the rain. Thinking that the disappearance of Nico Robin also happened at this time, he felt a little bad in his heart. Crocodile trotted toward the big screen. At this time, the screen has appeared from black, and this time it shows a room decorated with a very mysterious and historical atmosphere. There was a fan-shaped table in the room. Luo Ke was a man sitting in the main seat, and a woman was sitting opposite him. And when Crocodile saw the woman's face clearly, he froze in place. This woman is none other than Nico Robin, the son of the devil who just disappeared from front of him. Why does Nico Robin appear there? Crocodile's pupils shrank suddenly. At the same time, people from all over the world who were watching the live broadcast also saw women appearing in the answering live room. They faintly felt that this face was a bit familiar, but for a moment they couldn't remember who it was. In Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, Akiji, Akainu, and many other Marines saw Robin's face suddenly changed. Others can't recognize who she is, but they can't fail to recognize her. This is Nico Robin, who is wanted by them and offered a reward. Nico Robin was only 8 years old when he was wanted. 20 years have passed. The girl who is 8 years old is also 28 years old. In a live broadcast, apart from Nico Robin, only Luo Ke was left. Could it be that Nico Robin was the one who answered the question on the live broadcast? What questions does Luo Ke want to ask this time? Sengoku's face sank, but he didn't notice that Akiji's face changed slightly when he saw Robin next to him, and he faintly felt something wrong. On the other hand, Akainu's face was cold, And he even let this girl escape back then. This was a major failure in other people's 4 or 5-0 lives. At the same time, in East Blue, Dorag, who returned to the stronghold after separation from Luffy, also saw Robin. The Revolutionary Army had been looking for the revolutionary lights, but he didn't expect to see it here. At this moment, Nico Robin, who had been hiding in Tibet, appeared in front of everyone around the world in a way that she could not even think of before. Hello, viewers from all over the world. The live broadcast of answering questions with you for a long time has begun again. The contestant for our live broadcast this time is the lady in front of me. I must be no stranger to her. She was awarded 79 million by Marine at the age of 8. Nico Robin, who has the title of Son of Devil, was awarded 79 million. You are welcome. Rog smiled and nodded to Robin. Robin also politely returned to Luo Jiang immediately, although she didn't know how she came to this place. What is this place? But she knew that the man in front of him was not ordinary, even more dangerous and crazy than her current boss, Crocodile. This man went to the holy place Mariawa not long ago to make trouble, and he could only temporarily recognize 5 elders in front of him. Such a man is absolutely not to be provoked. Even the world government can't take advantage of him. To mess with him is tantamount to dying. But she also understood her situation now. I came to the live answering live broadcast that appeared not long ago, and now I should be watched by people all over the world. Thinking of his identity as wanted for a reward is exposed to the public eye. Even Robin, who has weathered the storm, can't help but feel a little nervous and insecure. But soon, she realized that this was an opportunity. Because every time the answer is live, Luo Ke will come up with many magical things. The first few times Luo Jiang took out the life potion that can prolong life, and the constitution potion that can quickly improve the physique, and there are spirit potions and healing potions behind. Even people who have died can be resurrected. Resurrecting the dead, Robin suddenly felt a little excited. A lot of faces appeared in her mind. O'Hara took care of her Dr. Kroba and scholars, her mother Orbia, and her giant friend Marine Vice Admiral when she was a child. Saul, if they could be brought back to life, she shouldn't be alone anymore. Ever since O'Hara was destroyed and Robin was offered a reward by the world government, she has been wandering around alone, trying to survive while trying to avoid the enemies who were invited because of the reward. Until now, she was alone, without a partner to rely on, and the current boss Crocodile only used her. She's too lonely. Rob was slightly startled when he saw the lonely look flashing on Robin's face. The emotion he knew from Robin's face was lonely. How could he not be like this? He suddenly came to this place and was sealed up. He was alone and entertained himself. Only observing the pirate world and answering the live broadcast can give him some fun. However, Luo Ke's emotions were quickly concealed and returned to the topic. Now is the time of the answer to the live broadcast. So many viewers from all over the world are watching, so I can't sorry the viewers. The answer in this issue is Nico Robin. I wonder what interesting secrets and questions she has. If you want to know, don't miss the next live answer. Now I announce that the Q&A live has officially started. Rog looked at Robin and said, "There are 10 questions in this live broadcast. After you answer them, you will be rewarded according to the correct number. Now, please listen to the first question. Question: why is Nico Robin called the son of the devil? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing." Hearing Rod's question, Robin hadn't answered yet, and Crocodile, who was far away in Alabasta, was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. He is worried that Luo will ask some questions related to him to expose what he is going to do in Alabasta. If that's the case, then the years of hard work he's been working on here will be completely in vain. His worry is not justified. In fact, many people have found some patterns after summarizing their previous answers. For example, the question raised by Luo Ke will actually have a close relationship with the answerer himself. For example, the Whitebeard pirates who answered the question for the first time asked questions that were closely related to the ace of the Whitebeard pirates and the summit war they would participate in. The Luffy Straw Hat pirates, Colonel Mouse, and Evil Dragon pirates who participated in the answering question for the second time have their topics closely related to Luffy Evil Dragon, and Colonel Mouse respectively. The answer from 5 elders later revealed Wang Yimu, who was behind the world government. It can be clearly found that the relationship between the question and the respondent is inseparable. And a more detailed analysis. Some of these questions are the past experience of the respondent, and some are the future of the respondent. Past experiences only need to be answered truthfully, which is equivalent to giving points. The purpose of these questions seems to be to expose certain things. The questions in the future need to be thought and judged to obtain. The questions are relatively difficult, but they can let people all over the world understand what will happen in the future. So Crocodile panicked when he saw Robin appearing on the quiz live. If the topic is related to Nico Robin, then what he wants to do with Nico Robin may also be in the topic. If he is exposed in the live broadcast of the answer, then his efforts over the years will be completely in vain. Crocodile watched the live broadcast nervously, praying that he would not ask questions about him. After the first question was said, he breathed a sigh of relief. It had nothing to do with him, but it still didn't make him feel completely relieved because there were 9 questions to follow. Crocodile felt that his heart was in jumping straight. At this time, Crocodile suddenly felt that his current situation was a bit similar to those in the previous live broadcast. Colonel Mouse, teach. He had seen these people sneer when they were answering the live broadcast, but he didn't expect it to be his turn so quickly. Hopefully, what awaits him will not be what happened to those 2 guys. Nope, Crocodile watched the broadcast nervously. At the same time, Sengoku and the others frowned when they heard Roger's question. What was Roger trying to do? What is the purpose of asking Nico Robin this question at this time? Suddenly, they remembered the identity of Nico Robin and the opportunity for her to be rewarded. In an instant, Sengoku's face turned ugly. This was related to what the world government had been concealing, which directly led to the destruction of O'Hara. At that time, almost no one of O'Hara survived. The only survivor was Nico Robin from 2.3 in a live broadcast. And it was him who had the authority to do Buster Call to O'Hara at the beginning. At the beginning, Akainu, Akiji, and other admirals were only Marine Vice Admiral. Zephyr was in semi-retirement. Garp always refused the Admiral position, which led to Marine 3 Admiral. There had been a vacancy there before. In fact, he was the only Admiral on standby at the time. Only Marine Admiral can initiate the Buster Call. So under the order of the 5 elders, he gave the authority to Spandane, who initiated the Buster Call to O'Hara, resulting in O'Hara, no one survived except Nico Robin. And the biggest failure of this operation is that Vice Admiral who participated in this operation sent this man. Sengoku glanced at Akainu beside him. Thinking of this, Sengoku has already vaguely guessed what will happen next. Marine and the world government are about to lose face in the world again. Sengoku shook his head, full of helplessness in his heart. These are all sins that have been done in the past. However, Sengoku didn't notice that another Marine Admiral Akiji beside him touched his nose with a guilty conscience. It seemed as if maybe he was going to be approved again. And in the Holy Land Mariehua, the 5 elders in the Hall of Power turned serious when they saw Nico Robin appear. O'Hara's orphan, the last survivor of a group of historians who gave their lives to study history. What does Roger want to do this time? Why was this woman chosen to answer the question? Do you want to fight against the world government again? The 5 elders looked at Rog in the live broadcast with ugly expressions. As expected, they left Rog alone. This guy would cause even more trouble to the world government. However, even if they wanted to control it now, they couldn't catch Luo Zhang's tail. The 5 elders had some regrets, and it was a bit hasty to regard Rog as an enemy at first. But instead of regretting to destroy Luo Ke, they showed their malice to Luo Ke prematurely. This Rog must be eliminated. They do not allow such powerful people to exist in this world. He knows so many things that he has reached the point of threatening the rule of the world government. When O'Hara's historians studied the history of the past, they had already been dealt a devastating blow, not to mention that Rog might know more than a group of unscrupulous scholars like O'Hara. And it's out of control. What they regret is that without first collecting Rog's information, they launched a wanted search for Luo Jiang and directly put the other party on the opposite side, which has led to the situation where there is no clue and can only be passively beaten. The arrogance and underestimation of Roger at the beginning led to this result, which was the biggest failure of their decision-making. Now we can only hope that CP and Marine can find Luo Ke's tail. And while everything is still under control, we can catch Luo Ke's body as soon as possible and solve it. While the five elders were playing Roger and Nico Robin, they were looking at the decorations and facilities of the room, trying to find clues about the location of Luo Ke. Where is Rog? This is the question they're most concerned about. At this moment, people all over the world are also curious about the questions raised by Rog. When they saw Nico Robin's bounty, they felt a little weird why an 8-year-old child would be offered a bounty of up to 79 million Baileys. You must know that Shichibukai's Empress Hancock was only offered a reward of 80 million Baileys, and another Shichibukai crocodile was also 81 million Baileys. 8-year-old Nico Robin was offered a bounty of 79 million Baileys, which is really scary in the past. Someone found Nico Robin's bounty list, which clearly records the reason for the bounty. Destroy 6 Marine ships with your own hands. 8-year-old Nico Robin can do such a thing? Many people are skeptical. Moreover, since the live broadcast of the quiz, Marine and the world government have frequently been exposed, and the incident on Batarila Island has caused Marine's justice to be stained with the blood of innocents. And the incident of Impel Down made the true face of world government more exposed. Therefore, people all over the world no longer believe that the decisions of the world government are correct and that Marine's justice is pure and noble. These are things made by people and depend on the moral character of the people who do them. And they probably know what's going on with Marine. Although Sengoku is smart, there are times when he gets stuck. Although Akainu is hardworking, he is too ruthless and will do anything by any means. And Akiji, the Admiral, looks kind-hearted and has the potential to be his second fifth boy. Not to mention Kizaru, Summit War, is clearly acting. Marshal Marine and the 3 Admiral are like this. How can one believe Marine's morals? Therefore, after looking back at this wanted notice, many people feel that there may be something hidden in it that they don't know. But fortunately, with Luo Ke and Q&A live streaming, they also have the opportunity to learn about the hidden secrets and darkness in this world. During the live broadcast, when Robin heard Roger's question, he glanced at Roger for a moment and didn't know what to think, and then said, "Answer, I come from O'Hara, the famous archaeological holy place in West Blue. Because my father died early and my mother went to sea to explore history all the year round, I followed O'Hara scholars to study archaeology when I was very young. At the age of 8, he took the doctoral exam and became an archaeologist with full marks." Genius. Hearing Robin's words, the word popped into people's minds all over the world, 8-year-old doctor, and it was too scary. They didn't know where to play in the mud when they were 8. However, this was still not the reason why they wanted to know the son of the devil, and everyone continued to listen patiently. With my research on history, I found that when the world government was established, there were historical fault lines, as if someone forcibly concealed this piece of history so that no one would know it. There's 100 years of blankness in this history, so it is also called the blank 100 years, and it is the world government that erases this history. Dr. Crowbar stopped me 100 years after discovering that my research was blank and warned me that this history was dangerous and would kill me, and forbade me to study and investigate this history. However, what I didn't expect was that in fact Dr. Crowbar and the others were secretly studying this history, and they didn't let me study it just because they didn't want to involve me in danger. Later, the world government discovered that O'Hara scholars were investigating the historical text, so they launched a buster call against O'Hara. Everyone died, all died there, and no one survived except me. I don't know what kind of secrets the world government hides in this history. Dr. Crowbar and the others may have violated the law by studying this history, but not all O'Hara are archaeologists. Most of them are ordinary people. What are they? Do not know at all. Yet they were all killed because of this hidden history. They were all dead. I was the only one who survived. The world government knew that I could read ancient texts and historical texts, so they wanted me later. It's ridiculous, right? They were the ones who did the devil-like things, but they put the title of devil on me. We archaeologists just want to know the truth of history. Is that history so unsightly? So I decided to find those historical texts that recorded 100 years of blankness and figure out why O'Hara was killed and why they were killed. Robin's narrative shocked everyone who heard this story. Even though they don't believe that an 8-year-old child will destroy 6 warships, such an outrageous thing. Does Marine eat dry food? Let a child do such a thing. So they originally thought that Nico Robin might have done something damaging and very damn it, and he was wanted for such a high reward. However, they never expected that she would be wanted because she could read ancient texts. Just for this reason? That's it. Such absurd reasons surprised everyone. What shocked them even more was that just because O'Hara scholars have been studying blanks for 100 years, the world government and Marine issued a demonic order to kill everyone in O'Hara, leaving only Nico Robin alive. This brutal thing is simply shocking the world. We must know that there are definitely not many elites like scholars. At best, there are only a few dozen people, and the ordinary people living in O'Hara have to be several thousand. Even if these dozens of people break the law, the world government wants to eliminate them. But because of dozens of people, they even killed tens of thousands of ordinary people living here. This kind of behavior may not even be done by pirates. And this turned out to be done by world government and Marine. This kind of thing is simply appalling. Is this really the Marine of justice? Many people cannot believe that this is what Marine they have always trusted and respected can do. However, too much has happened during this period, which has changed their view of Marine. If it was before, they would definitely think it was a lie. Maybe there was some unknown reason in it. But now, when they saw Marine arresting and killing innocent pregnant women and babies on the island of Badarila, they realized that Marine's justice was not as good as they thought. They are actually no different from the kingdom army of their kingdom. Justice is nothing but a slogan. Marine is just the kingdom army of the kingdom of world government, which is bigger than the franchise, and it is the sword in the hands of Wang Yim, who is behind the world government. Everything is served for the kingdom of Im and the world government, and it is not for justice at all. When the people of O'Hara threatened the secrets of the world government, they were immediately slaughtered by Marine. Can this be said to be for justice? No one wants to believe that even if scholars go against the wishes of the world government to study history, it is nothing more than history. Is it really worth killing so many people? Does this period of history really hide the dark history of the world government that is not well known and wants to hide it desperately? Compared to the dark history of the world government, isn't so many lives so worthless? And it is not the destruction of O'Hara that frightens people all over the world, but the actions of Marine and world government. This kind of killing 1,000 by mistake, but the act of letting go of one made them feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. Think about it. What did the pregnant women and babies of Badarila Island do wrong? They were just innocent people who were injured by Roger's wife and children, but they were ruthlessly killed by Marine and the world government. And ordinary people in O'Hara did something wrong, but because O'Hara scholars studied history, they were all massacred. This act of killing one by one, rather than killing 1,000 by mistake, makes people afraid that one day, when they're eating hot pot and singing, they will suddenly be implicated and killed by an unrelated person. Even if they didn't do anything, they didn't even know anything. The actions of Marine and world government told them that you all deserve to die 450, and that your living here is the worst sin. This act of contempt for life and merciless killing made everyone who heard about it frightened. It turns out that this is the true face of Marine. Many people said in horror and anger, "We don't want this kind of justice. Give it to whom you love." Many of them even have a kind of fortunate not to die. Because many people's villages have had pirates, if Marine and world government follow this practice, then their entire village may have to be buried. Among them, the residents of East Blue Log town of Roger, the One Piece, are especially fortunate. If they were to be killed because they had been out of Roger in their town, they would have died long ago. What a blessing. It's really fortunate. Fortunately, no such thing happened because of Roger. People all over the world began to fear Marine, and even the white seagull, symbolizing Marine, became terrifying in their eyes. They always think of Marine too well. They used to blame Marine for inappropriate behavior on the island of Badarila, but now they discovered that they have always been like this and never changed. It's just because they haven't known it all the time. After this incident was exposed, even Naval Headquarters caused waves of exclaims. After all, it was what happened 20 years ago. Many Marines joined later Marines. Moreover, this kind of extinction tragedy was also given a password afterwards, and it was forbidden to spread. So many Marines don't know about this. When this incident was exposed, it was completely beyond their imagination. It turned out that their Marine had even done this kind of thing. Many recruits have begun to doubt themselves and justice, and don't know if they are right to join Marine. Is this really the just Marine they want to be? The Marine executives who knew about this had ugly faces, but what made their faces ugly was not that they knew about it, but that it was exposed. They don't need to think about knowing how much negative impact this incident will have on Marine all over the world. And Marine has been exposed to enough black material during this time. This made the face of Marine who had been unbearable worse. Many Marine generals couldn't help but look at Akainu. They knew the reason for this. Akiji also looked at Akainu with anger in his eyes. He saw this scene happen with his own eyes back then. Even now, it still makes him unable to let go. I don't know what kind of secrets the world government hides in this history. Dr. Crowbar and the others may have violated the law by studying this history, but not all O'Hara are archaeologists. Most of them are ordinary people. What are they? Do not know at all. Yet they were all killed. Because of this hidden history, they were all dead. I was the only one who survived. The world government knew that I could read ancient texts and historical texts, so they wanted me later. It's ridiculous, right? They were the ones who did the devil-like things, but they put the title of devil on me. We archaeologists just want to know the truth of history. Is that history so unsightly? So I decided to find those historical texts that recorded 100 years of blankness and figure out why O'Hara was killed and why they were killed. Robin's narrative shocked everyone who heard this story. Even though they don't believe that an 8-year-old child will destroy 6 warships, such an outrageous thing. Does Marine eat dry food? Let a child do such a thing. So they originally thought that Nico Robin might have done something damaging and very damn it, and he was wanted for such a high reward. However, they never expected that she would be wanted because she could read ancient texts. Just for this reason? That's it. Such absurd reason surprised everyone. What shocked them even more was that just because O'Hara scholars have been studying blanks for 100 years, the world government and Marine issued a demonic order to kill everyone in O'Hara, leaving only Nico Robin alive. This brutal thing is simply shocking the world. We must know that there are definitely not many elites like scholars. At best, there are only a few dozen people, and the ordinary people living in O'Hara have to be several thousand. Even if these dozens of people break the law, the world government wants to eliminate them. But because of dozens of people, they even killed tens of thousands of ordinary people living here. This kind of behavior may not even be done by pirates. And this turned out to be done by world government and Marine. This kind of thing is simply appalling. Is this really the Marine of justice? Many people cannot believe that this is what Marine they have always trusted and respected can do. However, too much has happened during this period, which has changed their view of Marine. If it was before, they would definitely think it was a lie. Maybe there was some unknown reason in it. But now, when they saw Marine arresting and killing innocent pregnant women and babies on the island of Badarila, they realized that Marine's justice was not as good as they thought. They are actually no different from the kingdom army of their kingdom. Justice is nothing but a slogan. Marine is just the kingdom army of the kingdom of world government, which is bigger than the franchise, and it is the sword in the hands of Wang Yim, who is behind the world government. Everything is served for the kingdom of Im and the world government, and it is not for justice at all. When the people of O'Hara threatened the secrets of the world government, they were immediately slaughtered by Marine. Can this be said to be for justice? No one wants to believe that even if scholars go against the wishes of the world government to study history, it is nothing more than history. Is it really worth killing so many people? Does this period of history really hide the dark history of the world government that is not well known and wants to hide it desperately? Compared to the dark history of the world government, Isn't so many lives so worthless? And it is not the destruction of O'Hara that frightens people all over the world, but the actions of Marine and world government. This kind of killing 1,000 by mistake, but the act of letting go of one made them feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. Think about it. What did the pregnant women and babies of Badarilla Island do wrong? They were just innocent people who were injured by Roger's wife and children, but they were ruthlessly killed by Marine and the world government. And ordinary people in O'Hara did something wrong, but because O'Hara scholars studied history, they were all massacred. This act of killing one by one, rather than killing 1,000 by mistake, makes people afraid that one day, when they're eating hot pot and singing, they will suddenly be implicated and killed by an unrelated person. Even if they didn't do anything, they didn't even know anything. The actions of Marine and world government told them that you all deserve to die 450, and that your living here is the worst sin. This act of contempt for life and merciless killing made everyone who heard about it frightened. It turns out that this is the true face of Marine. Many people said in horror and anger, "We don't want this kind of justice. Give it to whom you love." Many of them even have a kind of fortunate not to die. Because many people's villages have had pirates, if Marine and world government follow this practice, then their entire village may have to be buried. Among them, the residents of East Blue Low town of Roger, the One Piece, are especially fortunate. If they were to be killed because they had been out of Roger in their town, they would have died long ago. What a blessing. It's really fortunate. Fortunately, no such thing happened because of Roger. People all over the world began to fear Marine, and even the white seagull symbolizing Marine became terrifying in their eyes. They always think of Marine too well. They used to blame Marine for inappropriate behavior on the island of Badarilla, but now they discovered that they have always been like this and never changed. It's just because they haven't known it all the time. After this incident was exposed, even naval headquarters caused waves of exclaims. After all, it was what happened 20 years ago. Many Marines joined later Marines. Moreover, this kind of extinction tragedy was also given a password afterwards, and it was forbidden to spread. So many Marines don't know about this. When this incident was exposed, it was completely beyond their imagination. It turned out that their Marine had even done this kind of thing. Many recruits have begun to doubt themselves and justice, and don't know if they are right to join Marine. Is this really the just Marine they want to be? The Marine executives who knew about this had ugly faces, but what made their faces ugly was not that they knew about it, but that it was exposed. They don't need to think about knowing how much negative impact this incident will have on Marine all over the world. And Marine has been exposed to enough black material during this time. This made the face of Marine who had been unbearable worse. Many Marine generals couldn't help but look at Akainu. They knew the reason for this. Akiji also looked at Akainu with anger in his eyes. He saw this scene happen with his own eyes back then. Even now, it still makes him unable to let go. The gazes of Akiji and other Marines made Akainu very dissatisfied. He snorted coldly. He has a clear conscience about this matter. These are all necessary sacrifices. In order not to let any evil go, it is all worthwhile. If he had to say regret, then he regretted not killing the woman in the live broadcast that year, which made his bombing of the refuge ship a stain. If this woman was on the refuge ship, everything would be perfect. In the end, he did so much, and he still put one in. Sengoku glanced at Akainu helplessly. Akainu shouldn't be allowed to execute this order back then, which resulted in this situation. Even taking him with him is sinful, because he personally selected the 5 vice admiral who participated in the buster call. Now that Marine loses face because of the exposure of this incident is also self-sufficient. But watching the Marine justice that he had worked so hard to maintain all his life became what he is now, Marine's image plummeted, and Sengoku felt very painful. He looked at Luo Ke in the live broadcast. Is this your revenge for Marine's reward? If so, you did. However, Sengoku understands one more thing. That is, this revenge is only the beginning, and it depends on Luo Jiang himself when it ends. What made Sengoku helpless was that the black material Luo exposed him was indeed Marine's real black material. Sengoku couldn't even refute this. The only thing he could do was to restore Marine's face as much as possible after the fact. This made him a little powerless and exhausted. Is this the justice he has maintained as a marshal for so many years? Why is it so ugly to be put on the bright side, so I can't see people? A wry smile and sadness appeared on Sengoku's face. Mariehua, Hall of Power. 5 elders heard Robin's words and heaved a sigh of relief. What if these things are said? It is harmless and cannot shake the rule of the world government. Robin's self-confession also made them realize that besides the ability to read historical texts, this woman actually doesn't know much. Since not much is known, the truth about 100 years of blankness that could be exposed in a live broadcast is rare. At first they thought that Robin knew too many things that he shouldn't know from O'Hara's group of people who are not afraid of death, and they all exposed in this live broadcast. Now it seems unnecessary to worry too much about Robin, but that Rog needs to worry more. This guy won't break out something that shouldn't be said in the live broadcast. In the answering live room, Luo Ke nodded when he heard Robin's answer. The answer is correct. I have nothing to add. Everything is as you said. As for the more detailed pictures, just wait for your videos to be seen in the video. Robin sighed and answered the question correctly. At least she can get the reward this time, so she won't go home empty-handed. I have appeared in this place so openly. After the live broadcast is over, it is estimated that waiting for her is a lot of trouble. Let alone crocodile, marine, and world government shouldn't let her go. This live broadcast of answering questions is both an opportunity and a challenge for her. If she can get suitable rewards in this live broadcast, then she will not have to live by watching people in the future. Now she is under Crocodile's hands, ostensibly doing things for him, but actually being used by him under house arrest. Maybe she can seize this opportunity to gain freedom. Regarding Roger, she doesn't know much about it, but from the current point of view, Roger seems to be against the world government. Every time he answers the live broadcast, he will reveal the black material of the world government. When she heard the first question, she understood what she should say, and there is no need to say more among smart people. In this case, she only needs to cooperate with Roger, and she also wants to take this opportunity to expose what the world government has done to O'Hara, so that everyone can see the true colors of the world government and Marine. Seek justice for the people of O'Hara. Now let's start the second question asked. Before the Buster call, people in O'Hara heard that unrelated people could take refuge, so they all got on the refuge boat. Then I would like to ask who gave the order to sink the refuge boat and kill them. This problem, once again, makes people who are already angry because of the world government's behavior that they prefer to kill and not let go. Their anger can't be suppressed. What does it mean? Arrange for people to take refuge first and then sink the refuge ship? This is for fear of catching fish. So let them gather by themselves so that Marine can take it away, right? Such a vicious practice was actually made by Marine and world government. They can't imagine. In the Summit War before, Marine used hostages against the Whitebeard pirates to force the Whitebeard pirates to take the bait and instigated Whitebeard's son to stab Whitebeard. They can ignore these methods. Anyway, they're done to deal with the pirates. No matter how cunning the methods are, the purpose is good in the end. What if the methods are more insidious in order to eliminate the pirates? However, when they changed the target to civilians, they realized that this insidious method of Marine was not only used against pirates, but it was undoubtedly used against civilians. Once they brought themselves into this position, everyone shuddered, feeling like the animals being arranged to be sent to the slaughterhouse. Horrible. This is the Marine they have always considered the protector? Or is it the shepherd dog in the sheep pen? Many people dare not think about it anymore. The senior generals of Naval Headquarters changed their faces when they heard Roger this question. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, "Rog, do you really want to do it this way? In this way, what do people think of Marine in the future?" Even Akainu's face turned gloomy. Even if he couldn't care about his face, Rod's question was tantamount to putting him on the shelf. Although he doesn't think that what he did is wrong now, he knows very well that this matter cannot be put on the surface, otherwise the people who wait for him will be infamous. However, Akainu, as a person with no face and fruitability, is destined to have no face. Sengoku didn't give it to him, Qingxiong didn't give it to him, Five Elders didn't give it to him, and it was naturally even more impossible for Roger to give it to him. However, this time the incident was not as simple as he thought it would pass. People all over the world are scolding Marine for being cruel and not taking human life seriously. However, not only the civilians were scolding, but even the pirates were blinded by Marine's operation. No matter how hard they are still inferior to Marine. At most, they would rob a village and kill the people in the same village, and they would have to kill one by one. It's not as efficient as Marine. Lie people together directly and solve it in one shot. This operation is learned and learned. When it comes to killing, Marine is more professional. These pirates are willing to bow down. Countless pirates are laughing and yelling at Marine. This group of guys behave like a watch and set up a memorial. Doing this kind of thing, I am embarrassed to set up a piece of justice for myself, and I am embarrassed to catch them under the banner of justice. They have done bad things upright and honest, and these Marines have done bad things and are scared for fear that they will be discovered. Perhaps the 100-year history of the blank that the world government has concealed is also such a trick. Otherwise, how to worry about being discovered? Just like others dug his family's ancestral grave and killed the whole family with anger. Dare to do it or not? It's all the goods along the way. Don't mention who is more noble. Don't you feel ashamed to say this? But there is one point: they are still inferior to others, and they're willing to go downhill. In terms of shamelessness, they are still inferior to the world government and Marine. They have done so many bad things and washed their faces and hands clean like good people. When Robin heard Rog's question, a flame burst out of his mind. His face was blue and flushed out of anger, and his eyes were full of anger. Luo Ke's problem is exactly what she has been trying to expose for so many years. Especially in the live video she saw before, a kind of this guy will become Marine Marshal in the future. Such an innocent murderer was promoted all the way to Marshal Marine and became a respected Marshal Marine with justice in his hands. This made her angry, but she had nowhere to vent. However, now the opportunity lies in front of her. She wants to speak out so that everyone can see the true face of Marine Admiral Akainu. Answer: it was Akainu who did it. I saw it with my own eyes. That day, because my identity was exposed, I couldn't get on the refuge ship. When I was chased by Marine to escape, I saw Akainu's warship sinking the refuge ship with my own eyes. Everyone died on the ship, except for me, which is why I am the only survivor. If I get on that boat, then I will die too. Robin's angry eyes, even through the screen, everyone who saw Robin could feel Robin's anger and grief at this time, and water flashed in her eyes. From that day on, she became a person without a hometown. Seeing Robin's appearance, no one doubted that what she was telling was a lie. However, when they heard who was the one who gave the order, everyone couldn't help but think, Akainu, why is it you again? This guy played too many roles in the live broadcast. It was him who worked hardest in Summit War, and it was him who was beaten the worst. This guy is ruthless and unscrupulous. People have long been psychologically prepared, but it was always thought that this guy had already reached this point of coldness 20 years ago. What shocked them even more was that Akainu was not held accountable or punished for this incident. This guy will become Marine Admiral in the future. This side reflects that Marine is not too concerned about or opposed to Akainu's indiscriminate killing. And promotion means more appreciation, approval, and support. People who know all this are going crazy. Is this Marine? Use innocent people as merits for promotion? What makes them even more angry and scared is that this guy Akainu will become Marine Marshal in the future. Originally, they thought that Akainu was morally flawed and was not worthy of the position of Marshal Marine. In addition, there was not much opinion. On the contrary, many people believed that its performance in Summit War was better than other Marines. A lot of excellence. In addition to this point of morality, he is better than the other two Admiral and the Marine Marshal. However, as soon as the incident was exposed, people couldn't sit still. Such a guy can still make a Marshal Marine. If Akainu becomes Marine Marshal, the refuge ship that O'Hara will be sunk in the future will be their role model. This kind of guy who would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go as a marshal will probably really have a pirate in that village, and he will directly raze the whole village to the ground. In this way, the pirates are gone, the village is gone, and the people are gone. People cannot imagine what kind of killing machine Marine will become in the hands of such a cold-blooded man in the future. The voices opposed to Akainu being a marshal for a while came one after another. Some people even shouted "Lees" and went to the Marine branch to oppose Akainu as a marshal. Akainu had already killed all the innocents of O'Hara when he was Vice Admiral. If he became Marine Marshal, wouldn't the whole world suffer along with it? No one wants to do this 1,000 wrongly killed. The opposition to Akainu being a marshal swept the world after the live broadcast. It seems that the whole world is opposing Akainu as a marshal at the same time, and some people even ask Akainu to resign. Such a guy is not worthy of being a Marine, wearing a Marine uniform, doing what a pirate can do. At this time, Akainu hadn't realized that things were going in a direction he hadn't expected. He is still furious at the exposure of his dark history to Roger and Robin. The eyes of other Marines looking at Akainu also brought some dissatisfaction and complaints. In fact, Sengoku's original command did not have the option of sinking the refuge ship. In addition to Akainu, the other 4 Vice Admiral, including Akiji, received orders to initiate a buster call to O'Hara and remove the scholars who O'Hara is studying history. As for ordinary people, there's no need to start. However, when no one expected it, Akainu's warship launched a bombing of the refuge ship, causing this tragedy. Afterwards, although they were dissatisfied with Akainu's ruthlessness, everyone was already dead, and no one blamed Akainu for the group of dead people. Just blocked this news. But now that things have been exposed, Marines' justice and face have suffered an irreversible impact. So many Marines are dissatisfied with Akainu. Perhaps, compared to Akainu, Akiji is a better candidate for the marshal. And the pirates who heard this answer looked like this. Kinda did it, that's fine. I am afraid that this kind of thing is only the most suitable for Akainu. Whoever is a pirate does not know that this guy is more ruthless than anyone else, and his heart is colder than anyone else. However, this also made them feel chills in their hearts. Thinking that this guy will still be Marshal Marine in the future, they shook their heads. Marine pills, they will not feel well in the future. During the live broadcast, Rog affirmed Robin's answer. Correct answer, it is Akainu. For this answer, Robin is not surprised. This is absolutely not wrong with her own eyes. She glanced at Luo Ke. A look of gratitude flashed in her eyes, and she was very grateful to Luo Ke for giving her this opportunity. She knew it was impossible to beat Marine Admiral on her own. However, it is also very rare to have this opportunity to avenge the murderer for the compatriots who killed O'Hara. Although she had few friends in O'Hara and had little affection for these compatriots, many of them were relatives of the scholars who had taught her. For these teachers, she has to do the same. That alone makes it worthwhile for her to come to this live answering question. Then please listen to the next question and ask, who let Nico Robin go? Hearing this question, Sengoku and Akainu of Naval Headquarters suddenly opened their eyes slightly. They're also more curious about this question. At the time of the O'Hara incident, 5 Vice Admiral, 10 warships, and a number of Marine elites went to the O'Hara incident. Each warship was equipped with about 1,000 Marine soldiers. It can be said to be huge and powerful. This lineup of pirates, other than the 4 emperors, was trembling when they saw it. How could an 8-year-old, 450-year-old girl escape? Now the title tells them that they were let go. At this time, Sengoku and Akainu all turned their attention to Akiji, and others who knew something about the inside story also looked at Qingxiong. Akiji was a little guilty when they looked at them. He touched his nose and pretended not to find anything. Just like Kizaru and Sengoku before, he stared at the live broadcast. The live broadcast was really good. Seeing the appearance of Akiji Sengoku, they couldn't guess who did it. In fact, after the O'Hara incident, they investigated the disappearance of Nico Robin. The last person to see Nico Robin was Akiji, and it was proved that it was Robin that Akiji was chasing at the time. It stands to reason that it is not a problem to catch a little girl with Akiji's strength. But the explanation given by Akiji was that he was blocked by Saul, so he failed to catch Robin in time. And after he dealt with Saul, Nico Robin had disappeared without a trace. Although there is no evidence that what Akiji said is true, there is no evidence that what Akiji said is wrong. This matter is over. And they did see Saul's body. The whole person had been frozen into an ice sculpture, and he was silent. Saul was originally the giant vice admiral of naval headquarters, Sengoku, and they can only believe that Saul blocked Akiji. But now everything is clear. It is true that Qingxiong killed Saul, but it is true that he released Robin. Sengoku has no problem with Akiji letting Robin go. Now he doesn't trust the five elders as much as before. The impelled down incident made him realize that the five elders, Oct, have a different concept of justice than his. Marine needs a self-thinking marshal, or else will be a total pawn of the five elders, so that justice is all but a slogan. Compared with Akainu's thought that he doesn't pay attention to the content of the task and only asks to eradicate evil, Akiji's kindness is more in line with the image of his next marshal. If a Marine is deprived of even the least kindness, can he be expected to have justice in his heart? Is such justice really justice? Sengoku has no problem with Akiji letting Robin go, but Akainu has a bigger problem. If it wasn't for Akiji who let this caught fish go. Now, this Nico Robin will not appear on a live broadcast either, exposing what he did back then, causing him to suffer unnecessary shame. Although he did this a bit harshly, it was necessary to prevent O'Hara's dangerous elements from escaping. And if this Nico Robin hadn't escaped, there wouldn't be so many things happening today, which shows that letting Nico Robin away at that time was purely a mistake. Akainu looked at Akiji with fiery eyes, and he became more and more uncomfortable with Akiji. This guy not only robbed him of the position of the marshal, but also let the devil's son go against him under his nose, and the fruit ability he possesses is still frozen. This guy was simply born against him. If it weren't for the time to fight Akiji, Akainu would have wanted to punch the traitor who let go of the enemy. Akainu glanced dangerously at Akiji. Next time, if this guy really wants to fight him for the marshal position, don't blame him for being merciless. Next time you lose more than just legs. Marines around Akainu's murderous aura noticed it, and Akiji noticed it too, and Akiji looked at Akainu without fear. Not only does Akainu dislike him, he also dislikes Akainu more and more. In fact, he still hasn't let go of the sinking of the refuge ship by O'Hara Akainu, and if Akainu hadn't done such a thing, he wouldn't have mercifully let Robin go. All this is the fault of this guy Akainu. How can this guy have the face to stare at him? The two Admiral glared angrily, and the others stood a little further away, lest they suffer unwarranted disasters. Sengoku and Garp stood by, ready to stop. But fortunately, the two of them just looked at each other and did not develop into an actual battle. Otherwise, they would have fought naval headquarters before they waited for the Summit War, and they would have been beaten into a future punk hazard by these two. I saw Robin in the live broadcast hesitated for a while, but still said the name. Answer, Akiji. Akiji kills her friend Saul as well. In fact, Saul exchanged his own life for Robin's life, and Akiji only let Robin go because of Saul's sacrifice. Therefore, Robin hates, fears, and is a little grateful to Akiji. In short, his emotions are very complicated. He does not regard Akiji as a benefactor, nor does he regard Akiji as an enemy. He is the type that avoids when he sees it, and fear is the majority. She hesitated for a while because she thought that speaking about this matter might affect Akiji who let her go, and she felt a little bit of revenge, but even if she didn't say it, Rob would announce the answer, so she decided to say it anyway. Surprisingly, though, people weren't surprised when they heard that Akiji let Robin go. Maybe it's because Akiji's appearance in the video has always been compared to Asahi, and it was the same when he met Luffy in the hot spring, and he was a completely different Marine from Akainu. Thinking of this, many people can't help but think that it would be great if Akiji was the Marine Marshal. In contrast, Akainu is cold-blooded and ruthless, even killing innocents without mercy, while Akiji looks lazy, but he is more humane, and even Nico Robin, who is 8-year-old in the face of the mission target, relented and let her go. Such men become Marshal Marine. At least they don't have to worry about being sacrificed. Akainu, who was conscientious, was the best candidate for Marshal, but Akainu's character really scared them. You could be lazy and fish, but you can't kill yourself. Besides, Akiji looks relatively loose, and his ability to be Marine Admiral is enough to see his ability is not ordinary. So in the case of similar abilities, Akiji is more suitable. At this moment, people all over the world came to a consensus. And there is one more important thing, that is, Akiji ran away in anger after Akainu became a marshal and became a pirate. This is too wasteful for Marine, and it would be better to let Akiji be the marshal. As for Akainu, it's better to be his Marine Admiral. If possible, they would even want Akainu to resign and leave in anger. They are afraid of such a Marine. No matter how unwilling and dissatisfied they are, the order of the world still depends on Marine, but at least I hope there is a Marine who can really think about them. Akainu kills innocents indiscriminately, and Akiji lets Robin go. These two incidents were brought to light, making Marineford 5 elders twitch at the corners of their mouths. This is not good news for them. Akainu's image can be expected to be very poor among the people. If he insists on pushing him to be the Marine Marshal, the image of the world government and Marine will be even worse in the eyes of the people of the world. The 5 elders don't want to see this kind of situation. Although they don't care about the life and death of these people, if they don't care too much about the opinions of the people, it may lead to rebellion. This is the point of their thinking. And if you don't choose Akainu, then Akiji and the others still don't want to choose. This guy, Akiji, let go of Nico Robin, who they thought was a threat. This can already be seen as a betrayal. If Akiji was a Marine Admiral, they could even take Qingxiong directly to the Eni's lobby on this charge to face trial. When Akiji was Vice Admiral, he dared to defy their orders. If you let him become Marine Marshal, then if Marine is still not world government, you have to say hello. A disobedient Marshal Marine is not needed. After thinking about it, the 5 elders couldn't help but think of the third choice, Marine Admiral Kazuru. Could it be that they can only choose this ape? 5 elders was speechless. They watched Kazuru's performance in Summit War, seeing their old rival Dorag's son Luffy about to be killed by the yellow ape, and the guy kicked Whitebeard in the arms. Good fellow. Even they were taken aback. Where on earth are you? They were not satisfied with the 3 marshal candidates, and 5 elders could only temporarily put the matter of Sengoku's successor to a later date. Time will dilute everything. Fortunately, this guy Sengoku is not old enough to be used, so let him sell his life for the world government for a few years, and let him retire after they find a suitable candidate. Only these 3 problems have completely lost the face of Marine and world government. There are 7 remaining questions. 5 elders thinks that this is too big. There will be no more headaches for them, right? On the other hand, 5 elders has a big head, but Crocodile is relaxed. Because Roger asked 3 questions one after another, none of the 3 questions had anything to do with him. If the next thing is the same, that's fine. Then he can continue to do things in Alabasta. But the next action has to be quick, otherwise Yi Chong has a lot of dreams. If his affairs here are exposed, then the efforts of the past few years will be in vain. However, when Crocodile thought so, Luo Jiang in the video spoke. The answer is correct. Then please listen to the next question. Question: who is Nico Robin now? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Crocodile cracked on the spot when he heard the question. 10,000 grass and mud horses ran wildly on his head, and Crocodile's scalp was numb. He stared at Luo Ke and Robin in the live broadcast. My heart is full, no. Crocodile's mentality collapsed, but Marine and 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief, and finally had nothing to do with them. More than that, they were refreshed. This question is a good question for them. They have been looking for the whereabouts of Nico Robin. This woman who can read the text of history will pose a threat to the world government as long as she lives. Because there is not only their dark history in the historical text, but it is said that the historical text also records the information and whereabouts of the 3 ancient weapons and the coordinates of Raftel. For 5 elders, They cannot find the historical text, but they must never let others find it. However, the historical text is scattered all over the world and is hidden. It would be too troublesome to find it, and even if this kind of thing is found, it cannot be destroyed. How to preserve it will be a problem at that time. Gather them together and save them in Marineford. In case you run into a guy like Roger or a guy like Tiger who burned Marineford in the past, it is equivalent to helping them put together the text of the history. Others only need to come. A trip is enough. No need to look around. There are a lot of devil fruits with strange abilities in this world. There is a devil fruit in CP9, which is hard to guard against. Rather than collecting them to make others rich, it is better to let them be scattered everywhere. Moreover, this kind of thing is not suitable for motivating the public. The best way is to let him be annihilated in history. Since the text of the history cannot be resolved, then the person who can read the text of the history can be resolved. As long as no one in the world can read the text of history, it doesn't matter if the text of history is found. Solve the problem fundamentally. Judging from the current situation, the only person left in the world who can read the text of history is Nico Robin. As long as she is dealt with, the historical text is no longer something they need to worry about. And without the road signs in the history text, no one can find Raftel, and One Piece will never have it again. Everything will develop in a good direction. So knowing where Robin is and what he is doing is really good news for 5 elders. Of course, they have to leave the first place on the ranking list for Luo Ke. If this guy is not removed for one day, the world government will never have peace. 5 elders in Marine are looking forward to the answer to this question. The Revolutionary Army is also looking forward to the answer to this question. Not only them, but many people and pirates all over the world are looking forward to the answer to this question. The son of the devil who has been wanted by the world government for 20 years. What is he doing now? Robin didn't expect Luo Ke to ask this question. She hesitated whether she should say it, because after speaking it would not only expose Crocodile, but also expose her location to Marine and world government. She looked at Rog and found Rog smiled at her, his eyes tinged with a hint of nonsense. Robin took a deep breath and decided to take a gamble. In Crocodile's desperate eyes, Robin said, "Answer. My current boss is 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile." What? Sengoku and the other Marines were all stunned. The devil's son Nico Robin they had been looking for was actually in the hands of Crocodile, the pirate who had surrendered to them, right under their noses. After the stunned anger, Sengoku said angrily, "Crocodile, what the hell is this guy trying to do? Don't you know that Nico Robin is wanted by the world government? How dare you take her in?" Sengoku looked at Brand New and asked, "Where's Crocodile now?" Brand New pushed up his glasses and said, "Crocodile has been in Alabasta since he became Shichibukai and never left. It is also said to have become the hero of Alabasta, who will help the locals defend against the Sea City." Fame sounds pretty good. This news made Marine look unbelievable. This guy actually became a hero? Pirate? Hero? Although the 7 warlords of the sea can be regarded as subordinate to their sea, they're barely their own, but they have never regarded this group of guys as their own. Pirates are pirates. Marine was amazed to hear that Crocodile had become a hero for doing good deeds in Alabasta. Sengoku had heard about Crocodile before and didn't care too much. As long as these Shichibukai didn't do anything, they could turn a blind eye to everything they did. And Shichibukai is not completely good. In fact, Shichibukai has only obtained a legal looting license, and they can legally loot ships and people from non-joined countries. All you need to do is give a portion of what you grab to the world government. Of course, this is only a nominal statement. In fact, they can rob anyone, as long as they don't cause too many problems. For flowers, the world government doesn't bother to care about them. After all, if you want the horses to run, they have to be fed. But they didn't even think about making these Shichibukai good people and doing good things. Is Crocodile still a hero in Alabasta? Is the sun coming out from the west? They hadn't cared too much about Crocodile's anomalies before, but now he's taken in Nico Robin to work for him. Putting the two together, it's hard not to feel like there's a problem inside. Sengoku immediately ordered go to find out what Crocodile did in Alabasta, and immediately contact Colonel Marine and other personnel near Alabasta to go to Alabasta to try to arrest Nico Robin after the broadcast. If the Crocodile resists, arrest them together. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, Brand New replied. Sengoku is staring at the live screen. Crocodile, what are you planning? 0. At the moment, the story of Nico Robin, the son of the devil, working for 7 warlords of the sea, is spreading around the world. This made those who heard it couldn't help laughing. The son of the devil, whom the world government has been looking for so many years, is actually working at their Shichibukai. It seems that the pirates you recruited didn't listen to you either. Many people were originally dissatisfied with the world government's solicitation of pirates. Issuing pirates with legal robbery licenses is like raising tigers. Many people can't understand whether the world government is making decisions with its asterisk or something, and it uses such a foolish trick. Seeing Crocodile's disobedience to the world government, they couldn't help but gloat. In Alabasta, however, the cadres of the Baroque Work Club were wide-eyed, because they finally know who their boss is, the 7 warlords of the sea Crocodile. They have not met the boss Mr.0. They have been in contact with this Nico Robin, miss. On Sunday, they did not expect the secretary of their boss to be so big. It turned out to be Nico Robin, the son of the devil. When they saw that the player in this live broadcast was Miss Sunday, they were all shocked, and they were even more shocked when they heard Luo Ke revealing her true identity, and after hearing the identity of their boss, they were stunned. But before they had time to feel happy for having followed such a big boss, they felt a headache because of this. Nico Robin is the person the world government wants to arrest. Their boss hired her. Now it means that their boss is fighting against the world government. Next, the Baroque workers will undoubtedly be hit by Marine, and their affairs in Alabasta will also be exposed. I don't know what's going to happen, but one thing is clear, they're in big trouble. More troublesome than them was Crocodile himself. After hearing Nico Robin reveal his name, he instantly realized that his plans at Alabasta might be over. However, there was nothing he could do, and now he could only continue to look at the image and determine the situation behind before deciding the next step. The fact that Crocodile had taken in the Devil's Son spread instantly in Alabasta. But no one accused Crocodile of hiring Nico Robin, who was offered a reward by the world government, because they saw the causes and consequences of Nico Robin becoming the son of the devil. Their feelings for Nico Robin changed from fear and disgust to sympathy in an instant. There was also great anger and dissatisfaction with the world government. The people were born on the side of the people. They instinctively hated the ruthless oppression of the world government. Because of this unwarranted crime, their hometown was destroyed, and they were wanted for a reward when they were 8 years old. They couldn't imagine how they came along this way. In addition, they now hate these kings, nobles, and other power holders even more because the Nefertari royal family has become hot in the country, and they're even more dissatisfied with 5 elders who do not take the lives of civilians seriously. In contrast, their Alabasta hero Crocodile sheltered Nico Robin but made them very respectful. He even took the risk of opposing the world government to shelter Nico Robin. He deserves to be their hero. He is willing to help the weak and resist authority. This is their hero. It would be even better if Crocodile could help them overthrow the Nefertari royal family's atrocities in Alabasta. Many people think so. Now the Alabasta people's public grievances against King Cobra are getting higher, and the power of the rebel army is getting bigger and bigger. More and more people of Alabasta join the camp of the rebel army. The friction between them and the king's army is getting more and more serious, and the civil war in Alabasta is about to break out. Many Alabasta are looking forward to the victory of this civil war, hoping that after the victory of the war to overthrow the Nefertari royal family, their Alabasta can return to their former lives. In King 750 Wu Hai, Alabasta's hero Crocodile is naturally the helper and hero they need. However, the people of Alabasta did not expect that this matter was not as simple as they thought. During the live broadcast, Luo Ke affirmed Robin's answer. The answer is correct. Soon after West Blue entered the Grand Line, Nico Robin joined the Baroque Work Agency as the vice president. This is a secret crime company, usually doing some bounty hunter work, but this is only the appearance of wealth convergence. They have real goals. The members don't know each other's identities, and all code names match. In the entire Baroque Work Club, except for Nico Robin, no one knows who their boss is. In Seven Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile is the president of this work club. This man came to Alabasta 3 years ago and helped local people defeat the pirates and won the title of Hero of Alabasta. And along with him was the secret crime company Baroque Jobs. Speaking of this, Luo Ke's mouth raised slightly. Then the next question asked, what did Crocodile do in Alabasta? The time limit is 1 minute and the timing starts. Rod's question immediately stunned the Alabasta people who were still respecting Crocodile for fear of power. Baroque Job Club? A secret crime company with a target? 3 years ago. Suddenly, the public psychology of Alabasta cast a shadow. Everyone's face showed an expression like, won't it? Others don't understand the implications. But the people of Alabasta couldn't help being sensitive to this time 3 years ago. Because Alabasta started on a certain day 3 years ago, all parts of the country, except for the capital Albana, suddenly stopped raining. Alabasta was originally a desert country, and rainwater is extremely precious. The ecology of the oasis in the desert is maintained by this regular rainfall every year, and people's lives also depend on these rainfalls. But things have changed since the rain stopped 3 years ago. Oasis became barren, wells began to dry up, drinking water became difficult, and eventually even survival became a problem. However, under such circumstances, the capital city of Albana has always been in good weather. This situation is obviously not right. Then the thing about dancing powder was revealed. This is a powder that can artificially rain, but its side effect is that it will dry out the moisture in the clouds, which will lead to no drop in the downwind area. And after this incident was exposed, coupled with the abundant rain in Albana, people naturally thought that the king was for his own selfish desires, which led to the emergence of this nationwide disaster. As a result, people who could not survive in various places stood up to resist, and rebellion spread, which has become the status quo of Alabasta today. However, today they heard another possibility in the live broadcast of the answer. 7 Warlords of the Sea Crocodile came to Alabasta 3 years ago, and he came here with the secret crime company Baroque Studios, and it has stopped raining in Alabasta since the first 3 years. This series of coincidences can no longer make them think it is a coincidence. Could it be that there is another secret behind this rain stop? The real culprit is the man they have always regarded as the hero of Alabasta? The thought jolted the hearts of the people of Alabasta, in Caliae, the stronghold of the rebel army. The main initiators of the rebel army are also watching the live broadcast of the answer that appeared not long ago. After hearing the title, their expressions were stunned and hard to look at. If the murderer behind this incident is not King Cobra, but someone else, doesn't it mean that they have been playing with Crocodile's applause before, and their anger has been wrong? Did they blame the king? Kosha and the other rebels watched the live broadcast and waited for the answer. Crocodile's face was now as ugly as the bottom of the pot. Who is this Luo Ke, and why is this guy so clear about his affairs? And he never remembered dealing with this man. How did he find out about this man? Crocodile swept his surroundings quickly, as if he had always been living in a world under surveillance, as if someone was watching him all the time, but he didn't know it. What is happening? Does this world still hide some unknown secrets? Crocodile's scalp went numb, and she felt an unknowable fear looming over her. At the moment, Naval Headquarters, Brand New, is reporting the situation of Alabasta to Sengoku and others, helping them understand the purpose of Crocodile. The situation in Alabasta has been reported before, and at present, the situation in Alabasta is not very good. It is said that since 3 years ago, the rain has stopped in all of Alabasta except the capital, and the country is dry and the people are struggling. The people blamed the Tao King Cobra for the incident, and rebellions were launched all over the country. We are currently in a situation where a civil war is about to break out. Cobra didn't ask Marine to help fight the rebellion? Sengoku looked at Brandy with some surprise. One of the privileges of participating countries is that if there is a domestic rebellion or an attack by a pirate, you can ask Marine for help, and you can also ask for help for other things. You only need to pay a certain fee. Brandy said, "No, I heard that Cobra is a benevolent king. He didn't want to see this kind of disaster in the country. The people have already suffered too much, so he doesn't want to have another war to deepen the suffering of the people. So I investigated this matter myself and wanted to solve it before it became irreversible, but the culprit that caused the cessation of rainfall has not been found." Cobra's behavior made Sengoku a little silent. This guy may be the best one of the kings of the franchise he has ever seen, and no one else regards civilians as human beings. If you put it on other people, I'm afraid the rebellion just started and the call for help will be called to Marine's side. But none of the people present were fools. They didn't realize that there was a secret behind this incident before because they didn't care too much. But now that I hear these, there are no ghosts here, so a fool would believe it. This crocodile stopped rain in Alabasta, framed King Cobra, and set off a rebellion. What is the intention? At this time, the generals of Marine who were watching the live broadcast, Sengoku, Akiji, Akenu, Garp, etc., finally reached a consensus attitude and absolutely cannot spare Crocodile. Even under the name of Shichibukai, doing such an unreasonable thing in the franchise country, whether it is for Marine's face or justice, this guy must accept the iron fist of justice. Sengoku immediately ordered, "Immediately notify those who go to Alabasta, add an order, and immediately arrest Crocodile, if you resist life or death." "Yes, Marshal Sengoku," Brandy answered. In New World, Dressrosa, Doflamingo suddenly raised his mouth when he heard this question. He smelled a familiar smell from it. "This operation is a bit familiar, Crocodile. You guy also want to learn from me to steal the country?" Doflamingo laughed out loud. "Is this country you can wear if you want? Do you think you are my Don Quixote, Doflamingo?" Doflamingo smiled disdainfully. During the live broadcast, Robin did not hesitate, organized the language, and directly announced Crocodile's plan in Alabasta to people all over the world. Answer: Crocodile wants to steal the country. He wants to bring Alabasta into his own hands and establish the ideal country in his mind. This is also the true purpose of the Baroque Work Club. As soon as Robin's words came out, there was an uproar all over the world. Shichibukai Crocodile was going to steal the country. This pirate is quite a king. This surprised many people, and the most shocking was the king of the franchise. They were shocked first and then furious. This behavior has touched their bottom line, because Shichibukai stealing the country has happened more than once. The last time Doflamingo stole Dressrosa, they were already very full. However, the world government supported Doflamingo, and they were helpless. Now, there is another incident of Shichibukai stealing the country. They can't do Genin anymore. Your world government wants to slowly embezzle their country. And more than that, your Shichibukai also wants to embezzle the franchise country. You completely treat their franchise country as meat on the cutting board. Now, it is your Shichibukai stealing the country. In the future, you are afraid that you will directly send your officials to take over as the king of the franchise. Will there be room for them to survive in the future? Thinking of this, the kings of the franchise countries were angry and frightened, and the world government was pressing harder and harder. They were about to retreat, and Robin's answer is not over yet. The Baroque Job Club came to Alabasta with the President Crocodile 3 years ago. However, because Crocodile didn't want to expose himself, he made the decision and then I performed it for him. After coming to Alabasta, Crocodile first asked the people of the Baroque Work Club to use dancing fans to stop the rain from all over the country in Alabasta, but Albano was not affected. After people discovered this anomaly, he deliberately arranged for people to find dancing fans in Nahaba, the port of Alabasta, and at the same time let members of the Baroque Working Society lurking in the crowd to spread this is what King Cobra did. Soon after this, Alabasta began a rebellion, and the rebel army was established. After that, the Baroque Work Society provided weapon assistance to the rebel army to help them expand their power to oppose the king's army. In the process, Crocodile himself settled in the reign as Shichibukai, and at the same time created his own image of Alabasta hero. By the way, the pirates who made trouble in Alabasta were actually members of the Baroque Work Agency, deliberately cooperating with Crocodile. This drama, as Robin's words were made public, the faces of the people of Alabasta and the rebel army became more ugly. The emotions of being deceived and angry appeared in their minds like a volcanic eruption. They have always regarded a murderer who brought them disaster as a hero. They have always been in other people's calculations without knowing it. Roars and venting sounded frequently throughout Alabasta. These things are about to blow them up, and they can't wait to kill Crocodile right away. At this moment, in the Alabasta Palace, Cobra looked at Robin, confessed to Crocodile's crime. It turns out that the people's suffering in the past 3 years was caused by Crocodile. They don't know how much time and effort it took to find a solution for this. From the beginning, I thought it was a natural disaster. Then later, I thought it was a punishment to God, and then later discovered that there was a murderer behind him. In the past 3 years, Alabasta has been sorrowful, and the people have no livelihood. Civil war may still occur until now. 2.3 It is not known how many people will die. He saw the pain in his eyes, but felt helpless in his heart. But I didn't expect the real murderer to manipulate all of this in the rain, and he also enjoyed the respect of the people. Fortunately, he was still grateful for protecting the people for Crocodile. Damn it. Damn Crocodile. How to do this kind of thing. Cobra made a fist against the wall as a punch, too hard, and blood flowed out his hand. After the anger, he felt fortunate again. Fortunately, everything has not reached the point of irreversibility. Now all the truth is revealed, and Crocodile's conspiracy will be shattered. Cobra looked at Roger in the live broadcast gratefully and gratefully. Without this live broadcast, Alabasta would be in danger. When he heard Robin's next words, his face suddenly changed. But these are just preparatory work. Before I came here to answer the questions, Crocodile was already ready to start closing the net. Crocodile asked me to summon the senior agents of the Baroque Work Agency to the rainy field and have a final meeting with him. Although he didn't say the final action, I can basically guess what it was.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.